Good morning, everybody. Please sit down. Okay, so agenda item 1 is prayers, and I'd like to welcome the Reverend Christopher Harrigan, Assistant Curate of Redroof and Lanner and Tralee, who will lead us in prayer today. Reverend Harrigan.
Good morning, everybody. I'd just like to thank you for inviting me here this morning to pray with you and for you. I am the curate at Redroof Parish, where I spend a lot of my time in schools, in food banks, in warm spaces, working with communities and our people. I'd like to share with you this morning, I'd like to let you know that we pray for you constantly, that our bishop, our church and our people think of you in high regard, and that you are loved and prayed for, and that you mean a lot to us. The church at the moment is in a season of Eastertide, a time between when Christ died and he rose to heaven. It's a time when Jesus reminds his disciples of a great commission. He imparts wisdom and understanding. This commission, a continuation of his works, is marked by compassion and action, feeding the hungry, healing the sick, liberating the oppressed. A mission, I would argue, that is not exclusive to Christians, but to all humanity. As someone who works directly with those in need, I understand that feeding the poor is a vital expression of our shared humanity. It is about upholding dignity of every person and ensuring that no one goes without basic sustenance. No one is without. Likewise, healing the sick mirrors Jesus' own ministry of healing, providing accessible healthcare and support, continuing and restoring wholeness in our communities, restoration of individuals and families, irrespective of their financial status. Jesus talks about setting captives free beyond the extent of physical imprisonment, involves advocating against injustice, economic injustice, standing for the marginalised, the few, the last, the lost, the unheard and the unseen, and striving for a society where everyone experiences true freedom and true equality. This commission that Christ gives his disciples at this time of Eastertide, this mission for change, for need, is as great as it's ever been. The cost of living crisis has not ended. It is only growing. We are tasked with continuing this mission of compassion and justice within our communities. We are to uphold the dignity of every person and to affirm the belief that no one in this county should go without. In this Eastertide season, we are reminded of our calling to serve all people, pursue all that makes for peace and builds up our common life. So I ask, may this Easter, this season, inspire us to be agents of hope and transformation in our county, reflecting the enduring message of love and service exemplified by Jesus Christ. I ask, if you may, let us pray for ourselves and our county this day. Heavenly Father, we come before you today to ask for your guidance and wisdom as we gather in this council meeting. We pray that you would give us clarity of thought and unity of purpose as we discuss the important matters before us. We also pray that you would help us to set aside our personal agendas and seek only what is best for this county and its communities. Lord, we know that we can do nothing without you, so we humbly ask that you would lead and direct us in all we do. For we pray in the name of him whose authority flows from his readiness to serve, Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Let us finish our collective prayer in the prayer that Jesus taught us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Harrigan. Agenda item 2, apologies for absence. I've been notified of the following apologies for absence: Councillors Chopak, Moorcroft, Morgan, Rushworth and Towell. Agenda item 3, declarations of interest. In accordance with the Constitution, I will now take declarations of interest from any members for any items on the agenda. Will members please indicate any items in which they have interests and the nature of those interests. If you're aware that you have a disclosable pecuniary interest or non-registrable interest in any matter being considered on the agenda, you must disclose it, whether or not you have already entered it onto the register. Councillor George.
Thank you. Just to declare that Chief Executive of the Cornwall Community Land Trust, items numbers in item 11 of the agenda are relevant to the purposes of the charity, which delivers affordable homes, community-led affordable homes in Cornwall. Thank you.
Councillor German.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm a trustee of Roseland Community Land Trust. Thank you.
Councillor Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. I'm the chairman of Cornwall Community Land Trust, so the same items, please.
Agenda item 4, Chairman's announcements. On my right is Matt Stokes, who is the Council's Head of Legal and Governance and Deputy Monitoring Officer. He is with us today as Henry is away. Matt has worked in local government in Cornwall since the beginning of July 1985, and prior to the Unitary Council in 2009 was the Head of Legal and Monitoring Officer at the former Carrier District Council. Welcome, Matt. Following on February's full council, I confirm that I have considered with the Chief Executive concerns that were expressed by members regarding the protests linked to the conflict in Gaza and the associated public questions to full council, and whether these were in accordance with the council's very firm commitment to anti-racism. Being anti-racist includes ensuring that the council does not tolerate or promote any anti-Semitic views or practice. I've been reassured that work has taken place to implement a new risk assessment for public meetings, which has been discussed and agreed with Devon and Cornwall Police, which allows for peaceful protest on council land, but does not impede the safety and or orderly conduct of public meetings for members and staff alike. In addition, in recognition of the increased impact of global matters in our local democracy, the monitoring officer has put in place some new internal procedures for considering whether public questions should be permitted in accordance with the council procedure rules. I am grateful to members of the council who shared their concerns and for the work that has taken place as a learning organisation to review and improve our procedures. In respect of today, members will also be aware that in line with the emerging risk assessment, a series of steps have been implemented today on the basis of intelligence we received about a potential protest. This includes extra security being in place, no access to the public gallery permitted, with members of the public wishing to view the meeting in person being able to do so from an alternative room, and the police being made aware with confirmation of a police response. Council will recall that I referred the motion proposed by Councillor Martin and Councillor Frank at full council on the 28th of November 2023 to the Tamar Bridge and Torpoint Ferry Joint Committee for consideration, as the crossings are jointly owned, managed and operated by both Cornwall and Plymouth councils, the parent authorities. Under Cornwall Council Procedure Rule 12.5, Councillor Martin and Frank were invited to the Joint Committee meeting on the 19th of March 2024, where they presented the motion and the motion was debated by the Joint Committee members. The Joint Committee reports that the resolution made by the Joint Committee was: the Joint Committee and parent authorities continue to work with the Peninsula Transport Board, members of Parliament and Government to seek to secure funding for the crossings and to meaningfully explore the possibility of toll abolition in a manner that addresses all the complex issues presented in this report. That being the report presented to the Joint Committee on the motion. As advised when the supplementary pack was published on Friday last week, I will be reordering the agenda, and agenda number 9, the leave of absence request, will now be dealt with at the end of the agenda after agenda item 14, at which point I will move to exclude the public and press from the meeting. Finally, I wish to pay tribute to the former Cornwall councillor Glenton Brown, who sadly passed away last month. Glenton served on Cornwall County Council from 1998, representing the Tintagel electoral division. He was also on North Cornwall District Council. He then was elected to Cornwall Council on 2009 until 2017. He sat on many committees, including resource management, county farms and agricultural, but his main interest was planning, serving on both East and strategic planning. I will now ask Councillor Parsons, on behalf of the Liberal Democrat group, to pay tribute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For me, it is actually a great privilege to be given the opportunity to say a few words regarding the passing of a dear friend, Glenton Brown. Unlike many of you here today, I never had the opportunity to serve on the council with Glenton, but I'm sure those of you that did have fond memories. Mine and my family's would have been more of one through business and friendship. Glenton was a true gentleman whose conduct proceeded from goodwill and an acute sense of propriety, and who showed a sense of self-control in the most challenging situations. With his life built around his family and his faith, being a local preacher, farmer and successful businessman, supplying the rural community throughout Devon and Cornwall with feed, seeds, straw and fertiliser. All this prior to becoming a Cornwall councillor, to which he served his beloved Tintagel and surrounding area for over 20 years. Whilst on the council, he sat on the health and planning committees along with the County Council Farms panel. Glenton was an out-and-out countryman. His passion for serving the rural community, either through his business or council duties, was infectious. He always felt it was of the utmost importance that rural folk had a fair representation at County Hall. whilst also never losing an interest in politics and his liberal values. I spoke to him only a few weeks before he passed away whilst in hospital, and he told me how straw and grain sales were going well, and that he had concerns regarding the delivery of fertiliser due to the ongoing tensions in the Middle East. Even then, keeping his farmers' customers supplied was a priority. I think because he came from humble beginnings, he knew how difficult it was to get on in life, and this is partly why locally he became such a respected businessman and Cornwall councillor. He always made time for people and felt everyone deserved a chance, knowing that for many, the first step up on the ladder was the most difficult, but once there, he knew with encouragement they would climb and be away. I'm also told he was one of the councillors who lobbied to keep prayers on the agenda at the start of full council, as he felt this gave everyone a moment of reflection to start the meeting with a clear mind and do the right thing for our beloved Cornwall. Despite being what I considered a traditionalist, he always had a keen eye on the future, being one of the first councillors to openly be supportive of renewable technology, knowing that not only would this enable us to deliver on our clean energy aspirations supplying affordable electricity, but it would also allow local farmers the opportunity to diversify and benefit from much needed outside income streams to keep businesses viable. Glenton loved his time on the council, making friends right across the chamber, cutting through political divide. And it was with sadness when in 2017 he decided to stand down to spend more time with his wife and family. Again, I think the mark of a good politician, knowing when to bow out with dignity and respect. Even then, still taking a keen interest, where on occasions he would attend full council meetings and watch from the chamber or the gallery, or inquire about issues which were close to his heart. I, for one, will miss his kind words of wisdom and advice, as I'm sure will many others. Thank you.
I will now ask the council to stand in silent tribute. Thank you. Agenda item 5, Leader's announcements. Leader.
Thank you, Chair. It's good to see you all here today, and I'm pleased to be able to start my announcements with some really positive news from around the Council. Firstly, I was delighted to see Cornwall Council shortlisted in the 2 categories at the prestigious MJ Awards. Firstly, the Council is one of just 3 finalists in the running of the coveted Local Authority of the Year title. And secondly, Cornwall Council with Cormac Solutions Limited is also shortlisted in the Transforming Lives category for our response to the housing crisis providing accommodation for people who would otherwise be homeless. There was a record number of entries for these awards this year, so it's a real achievement to be shortlisted by the panel of independent judges, and we will keep our fingers crossed for the announcement of the winners in June. We have also seen success for our young graduates and apprentices in recent weeks, where we had 2 teams representing Cornwall Council at the Young Local Authority of the Year Awards. Both teams were put through their paces, including giving a pride of place speech for which we won a trophy, with the judges saying they painted a picture of Cornwall where mischievous spirits, giant killers and a 200-year-old saint still roam the land. I am very proud of their efforts. And finally, on the awards front, our commercial food safety and port health team have won a national award for their work in transforming the delivery of food safety. The team received a bronze award for the best use of digital technology and data in the IESE Public Sector Transformation Awards. Well done to everyone involved. And finally, as some of you may have seen last week, I will be out and about hosting a series of events across Cornwall in the next few weeks, meeting members of the public and listening to the issues that really matter to them. I know some of you will be disappointed that your towns or villages are not on the initial list of evenings, but we've made sure we are visiting each community area partnership and will be arranging more dates for later in the year. Please do come along and encourage residents in your areas to do likewise. These events are only successful if people attend and have their say. We are determined to ensure we act as an empowering and enterprising council, and this can only be achieved by listening to our residents and ensuring we are focused on what matters to them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Agenda item 6, minutes of the meeting held on the 20th of February 2024. I will move that the minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday the 20th of February 2024 are correctly recorded and that they be signed by the Chairman. I'll ask my Vice Chairman to second the minutes. Councillor Rouse, would you do so?
Happy to do so.
All in favour? That's carried. Thank you. Agenda item 7, questions from the public. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind everyone that, as agreed by Council, up to 30 minutes be given for questions from the public. I will be asking the public to read out their questions. Where the member of the public is not present, my Vice Chairman will read the question. At my discretion, a questioner who has put a question in person may ask one supplementary question without notice to the member who replied to the original question. Any supplementary question that is put must arise directly out of the original question or the reply. Today we have 3 questions. Question number 1. This question is from Mr. Egerton of Grandpound, who is not in attendance, so I'll ask my Vice Chairman to read the question.
Is Cornwall Council confident that all bus companies operating in Cornwall will continue to offer the £2 maximum single fare through until the end of 2024?
I will ask Councillor William Pears, portfolio holder for transport, to reply.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Bus operators in Cornwall have signed up to the Bus Fare Cap Grant, which caps single fares at £2 since it was introduced in January 2023, and have continued their voluntary participation in this scheme. This national initiative is directly negotiated by the Department of Transport with bus operators across the whole of the UK. There is no indication at this point that operators would exit the scheme before it ends on the 1st of December 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Question number 2. This question is from Mr. Cornwall of Weybridge, who is in attendance with us today at County Hall. Welcome, Mr. Cornwall. Please, would you read your question?
Yes, I'd like to ask, why, after 4 years of reporting that no measures have been taken to protect walkers, horse riders and other users from speeding cyclists on the Camel Trail. No measures have been put in place to reduce their speed, even after I've produced the evidence proving it happens.
Thank you. Now I'll ask Councillor Alvey, portfolio holder for Environment and Climate Change, to reply.
Thank you for your question. In relation to this question, the trail is actively promoted as a shared space, and it is recognised that on occasion different user groups can come into conflict. However, the Council remains satisfied that the trail is being managed effectively and that the authority employs appropriate measures to minimise conflict and risk to users, and is actively raising awareness and details how individuals should conduct themselves when using the trail. These measures have been developed by the Council in consideration of national best practice and working collaboratively with our wider stakeholders. This strategic approach to management has been developed through working closely with the police, local stakeholders, which are members and the town and parish councils and the user groups, and is overseen by a Camel Trail stakeholder group which actively supports the council's position. The current approach to safety infrastructure is supported by Cornwall Council, the police, Sustrans, the Camel Trail stakeholder group, and by local members. Furthermore, the infrastructure used along the trail is in line with current national guidance and highways regulation and is deployed consistently across the Camel Trail as well as our other multi-use trails maintained by Cornwall Council. I understand that officers have advised you to encourage any individuals who have concerns over the trail to contact the council or Cormac directly and independently. Please be assured that the council has and will continue to work with our stakeholders to take positive action regarding safety and user experience where considered necessary to do so.
Mr Cornwall, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I have. I would like to reply to that there has been numerous replies to this question of safety. In fact, on a social media page called Love Weybridge, 185 people replied to that very point, that they had harassment, closed passes, and in fact having collisions with bikes. And I actually emailed that to the Camel Trail Party, as you call them, as they asked me for evidence before they proceed to any further positions of putting safety in. And the response from that was zero.
Councillor Alvey.
Thank you. I'm not sure that was a question, but I think I've given my reply. As far as the council is concerned and the various stakeholders, we are satisfied that the trail is being managed appropriately, whilst accepting that there, as with all multi-use trails, there will always be occasions when various users do come into conflict with one another.
Thank you. Question number 3. This question is from Mrs Carline of Truro, who is in attendance with us today at County Hall. Welcome, Mrs Carline. Please, would you read your question?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and good morning, everyone. Recently, there have been a plethora of planning applications for solar farms in Cornwall. Should permission be given, does the designation of the land become brownfield land?
I'll ask Councillor Monk, portfolio holder for planning and housing, to reply.
Thank you for your question, Mrs Carline, and good to see you again. The National Planning Policy Framework sets out a definition of previously developed land as land which is or was occupied by a permanent structure, including the curtilage of the developed land, although it should not be assumed that the whole curtilage should be developed, and any associated fixed surface infrastructure. This excludes land that is or was last occupied by agricultural or forestry buildings, land that has been developed for minerals extraction or waste disposal by landfill, where provision for restoration has been made through development management procedures, land in built-up areas such as residential gardens, parks, recreation grounds and allotments, and land that was previously developed but where the remains of the permanent structure or fixed surface structure have blended into the landscape. Solar farm installations are designed to require only minimal piled footings to ensure that they are demountable and removable, and land can be restored to its previous use at the end of the generating capacity of the equipment. A standard condition is imposed on each scheme that sets out clearly that the installation is for a temporary period, sets the removal period for all structures on the site and condition of the land. This condition applies whether the permission has run its course or whether the generation use has ceased at any point within the time permitted. The condition requires a full scheme of restoration to that land, to the use that that land was in prior to the installation of the generating equipment. As this is a restoration requirement, land at the end of the permission period must be restored to its previous use. That is agricultural for most schemes, and therefore would not qualify as previously developed brownfield land. Thank you.
Mrs Carline, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I found it difficult to hear what was said, but my supplementary is that I understand it's not easy to bring back land into full production again. But my supplementary question concerns land use and food security, Madam Chairman. I may be the only person in this chamber today who was born before the Second World War. I know only too well what it is to live on a sparse diet with a ration book. I well remember my father digging up our lawn to plant potatoes, which was a government directive. At the moment, the UK is only producing 65% of the food we need to feed the people of this country. There are wars, rumours of wars, distribution tankers laid up. The Suez Canal forces ships to travel thousands more miles, and therefore the quality of the cargoes can no longer be relied upon. But Cornwall has a maritime climate, and due to the Gulf Stream, grade 3B land in Cornwall is equivalent to 3A in Yorkshire.
Mrs. Carline,
I'm finished. I'm there. The growing season in Cornwall is 300 days compared to 200 in Yorkshire. So my question is this: can I be assured Cornwall Council will give serious consideration to any proposed development which affects productive agricultural land in Cornwall and classify the 3B land grade in the category of best and most versatile land? Thank you.
Councillor Monk.
Thank you very much, and it's very interesting your point about. Thank you very much. It's very interesting about your point about the Second World War and how the UK has always been dependent for the last 70, 80 years on food imports to feed its people, and the land in the UK isn't sufficient on its own to actually provide all the food that we would like. We have also got to consider energy production and energy security as well. And we've only got recent events across in Ukraine to see how war and impact of foreign disputes can upset and disrupt our provision of fuel to power the economy in our country as well. So I agree, it is a very, very fine balance in trying to achieve that we do make sure that our agriculture is protected, while at the same time recognising that we can no longer rely purely on foreign powers to provide us with the energy that we need to fuel our economy as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 8. To note the result of the by-election for the Lou West, Plint, Lansallis and Lanteglis electoral division. I confirm Jim Candy, the Liberal Democrat candidate, to be the duly elected councillor for Lou West, Plint, Lansallis and Lanteglis electoral divisions. Congratulations, Councillor Candy. Would you like to say some words?
Thank you, Chair. I'm honoured to have been elected to this post, but to many people the election came as a surprise because parish and town councils weren't asked to put up election notices, and I regret that. I was told it was a financial cutback, but I think it's a cut to democracy. Getting back to the main point, I'd rather not be here. I'd rather Edwina, my friend and colleague for many years, even before both of us got into politics, was still here. But I will endeavour to live up to her standards of dedication to serving the residents of my division and Cornwall, but will never be able to match her beguiling smile, which lulled you into committing yourself to something before you realised what she was doing. I'd like at this point to thank Armand Toms, Councillor Toms, and the other councillors who helped cover her division during her illness. Many of you will not be aware that she was answering emails until very shortly before before last Christmas. And I think the residents of the division would like me to thank those councillors. On Friday, after the election, I celebrated by jumping into a quarry. But don't worry, it was full of water and safe to swim in, unlike our seas, which are being polluted. So I'm very keen to work with Councillor Alvey to get South West Water to clean up their act. I will also be in touch with Councillor Mould about the delivery of bins which have been littering the streets in conservation areas such as Lou, Polperro and Polruin. And I am looking forward to working with my fellow Liberal Democrats to hold this administration to account until May 2025, when I expect to see a change of control. Thank you, Chair.
Agenda item 9, leave of absence request, Councillor Dorr. As advised earlier, I will be taking this item at the end of the meeting. Agenda item 10.1, capital programme update. I'll ask Councillor Harris to propose and Councillor Gardner to second the recommendation set out on page 29 of the agenda pack. Please note that I have allowed Councillor Harris 5 minutes to propose on this occasion. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. The total uplift to approve is 14.8 million. Of this, 1 million is still money for the camel phosphate strategy and 3.8 million is covered by external grants, leaving 10 million in respect of PIDAR, upon which I now concentrate. In short, this is a request for more money to progress this project, which was first mooted by a previous administration as far back as November 2017, with the appointment of Treveth to carry the project forward being made in December 2019, by which time over £6 million had already been committed to the project. This was at the time a bold move, and it remains so today. Progress has been significantly affected by the usual factors: the pandemic, high interest rates, very large increases in building costs, none of which I need to rehearse here. The latest gremlin was the impact of the Building Safety Act, and in particular some minutiae therein, which placed additional requirements on buildings over 18 metres high. Since this went through Cabinet, I've delved yet further into the numbers and have satisfied myself that this scheme works. There are a number of points I want to make for clarity. Firstly, the possible charge to our revenue account on the basis that this money is funded by borrowing. This was misstated in the report to Cabinet as £1.3 million. In fact, it's a maximum of £600,000 if one assumes the full £10 million is drawn down today. The Cabinet papers on the public record have been updated very clearly to make this clear. Just to be clear, this was a cock-up, not a conspiracy. Secondly, and this is a very important point, very interesting point, the proposed private finance deal under which this will be financed will require a full guarantee from the Council. And until recently, we thought we could treat this as a contingent liability. But recent CIPFA advice is that we must properly provide for any risk here, rather than just noting it as a contingent liability. I've been through this in detail with our Section 151 officer, and the figures are nowhere near as scary as certainly I feared, with the total provision needed amounting to £7.7 million, with the first year this charge potentially arises being 2030-31, when it would amount to £1.8 million. I believe this is an acceptable level of hit to deliver this project, and would further add that it is very clear if we manage the borrowing cleverly, we can avoid the need for any such provision. On a commercial basis, this project is tight. It was never there, and it was acknowledged when it was first brought forward as a huge commercial profit maker. Just as an example, a 1.5% movement in interest rates is equivalent to a £17 million difference over the life of the project. Treveth and officers have carefully considered how to take this project forward in view of the tight financials and have come up with revised timetables that enable us to deliver the best possible outcomes whilst minimising risk. Just on Treveth, they are our expert developers, but we are still in overall control of the scheme, and we will be maintaining proper oversight of the scheme. This project is forecasted to deliver a revenue surplus over 50 years of something like £245 million. It delivers space for education, retail, commercial, over 300 dwelling units and around 450 student accommodations, together with a hotel. There are a couple of other points that I would make. Firstly, no assumptions have been made about any investment from Homes England, although we know that Pydar is one of 3 priority projects that they are looking for. Secondly, current proposals are that 2 parts of the site are sold off with planning permission so that somebody else does the building. Current financial modelling doesn't assume any revenue from these disposals at all, which is obviously a nonsense, but is also very prudent. And being prudent here is a real key around all these numbers. This 10 million is not,
30 seconds,
as I've heard suggested, another £10 million put into the pockets of consultants. It includes demolition of what's left on the site, surveys, infrastructure works, including £2 million for a new electric connection from Short Lanes End. One final point, all the modelling assumes a 1% fall in interest rates, gilts as described, which is what is widely predicted, and we need this to happen before we can conclude the private financing. In conclusion, I at different times have been very dubious about this project, but I am now comfortable with it, and I am very happy to propose a recommendation as set out in your papers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon, do you second?
Thank you, Chair. Happy to second. Second the motion for the capital programme, but specifically I want to mention the Pydar regeneration project, a venture that promises to breathe new life into the heart of Truro and bolster its economic vitality. This initiative isn't just about bricks and mortar, it's about revitalising a local community, creating opportunities and shaping a brighter future for all who call the city home. First and foremost, the Pydar Street regeneration represents a significant investment in the city's infrastructure. By modernising and enhancing the built environment, we are laying the foundation for a more attractive and vibrant urban centre. The revitalisation will draw in visitors and new businesses, injecting fresh energy into the local economy. Moreover, the project isn't just about aesthetics, it's about functionality. By redesigning the Pydar area, we can enhance pedestrian access and create inviting public spaces. Furthermore, the regeneration project is a catalyst for job creation. Construction alone will provide employment opportunities for local workers, stimulating spending and supporting livelihoods. Once completed, the revitalised area will attract new businesses and new education opportunities, each one supporting Truro's economic ecosystem. And let's not forget the broader economic ripple effects. A thriving city centre doesn't just benefit those directly involved, it uplifts the entire community. Property values rise, tax revenues rise, and opportunities for investment improve. With the bustling Pydar Street at its core, alongside in excess of £20 million of town deal investment, Truro becomes a more attractive destination for residents, businesses and investors alike. But beyond the economic metrics lies a deeper truth. The Pydar regeneration project is about creating a sense of pride and identity for the city. It's about reclaiming a neglected space and transforming it into something that reflects the spirit and the character of Truro. By investing in our urban landscape, we're investing in the well-being and prosperity of our community for generations to come. In conclusion, the Pydar Street regeneration project isn't just good for the economic vitality of Truro, it is essential. It is a commitment to progress, a declaration of confidence in the city's future. So let's embrace this opportunity and unite in support of this transformative endeavour, and let us pave the way for a brighter, more prosperous city of Truro.
Please raise your hand if you wish to ask a question. Councillor Nolan.
Thank you, Chair. Does this work? Excellent. Let's go. Thank you. Councillor Harris mentions 2017 is when this started, but when I was at Carrick District Council back in 2006, there was an ambition to have something big down on Lemon Quay and something big on the Pydale site. We achieved it with Marks and Spencer's and Primark down there, but it's eluded us up on the Pydale site. For a number of years, we had a company that specialised in secondary retail, and they were there, and they couldn't make it work, and eventually wandered off. So I was really pleased when the university came in, and we had the opportunity to put the games campus up there. Games are bigger than cinema and music combined, a massive industry, and to have 400 or 500 students up there and the sort of businesses that would attract to Truro is a real opportunity for us. And that's why I support it, especially with our retail, the way it's going, you know. I understand that this sticks in members' throats, you know, more money for Truro, another 10 million, yeah, let's have that in. I understand that, but as Councillor Harris has outlined, costs have go up. You know, anyone that's built an extension knows that it doesn't come in at the original quote. So costs have gone up, it's risen, the pandemic, it's costing more, but what's the alternative? To leave a desolate site in the middle of Truro for the next 10 or 15 years while we try to work it out. I trust Councillor Harris to keep a firm eye on the finances here and to make sure this is delivered as near to cost as it can be. And it's a great project, not just for Truro, but I think for Cornwall, bringing in quality businesses in the computer industry. So I hope you'll support this one and vote with the administration.
Thank you. Councillor Rich.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I mean, this is a really good opportunity for Truro. I've been involved in this for 15 years, and I don't think it's not just about Truro. 80% of people that work in Truro, they come in every day. They drive in or get the train. They commute in, and there's a huge demand for housing in Truro. In fact, on our city council, a lot of our officers, most of them can't afford to live in Truro, and they have to travel in like everybody else. And there will be affordable homes on this development as well. I think it will offer for a lot of people the opportunity to actually live near to where they work. They could even give up their car, cycle in, that kind of thing. So it's not just about Truro. This is about the whole of Cornwall. And from a housing point of view, it will, you know, if somebody gets an affordable home, or even the open market homes are going to be prioritised for local people, and a lot of local people in Cornwall do want to buy an open market home. You know, some can afford them, others affordable housing. It will be better, and there'll be affordable rented housing. There'll be social housing as well, and that will free up. So if somebody is living elsewhere in Cornwall and they're working in Truro, they'll move into town, and that house will then be freed up for a local in that area. So it's not just about Truro. Yeah, like I say, I've been involved in this for a very long time, and I was really happy to hear how Councillor Gardner described it, and I think that enthusiasm is really infectious. And I think Truro, the communities in Truro, the families that I speak to, every day ask me about Pydale. When can we get a house? You know, my daughter needs somewhere to stay. They're in temporary accommodation. They're in emergency housing. So this will be a huge thing for Truro, for the economy, and for the Cornish economy as well.
Thank you. Councillor Kirkham.
Thank you, Chair. I was at the Cabinet meeting, and it was me who asked the question about the cost of the borrowing, and there did seem to be some consternation when some of the Cabinet didn't know what it said in the papers about the cost of the borrowing. And it was said then it would be 1.3 million. Now it seems to have been reduced by half. And I know Councillor Harris said that's a cock-up, but it would be good to know how such a massive mistake was made and how they've actually come to this new figure, because it's very different to what we were told just a couple of weeks ago at Cabinet. And there is obviously a concern about management of the project. And if mistakes like this are being made, then it does worry you and call into question the management of the project completely. And the other question is, obviously, we agreed our budget on the 20th of February, and this has come up after that, very suddenly. So why is this 10 million, why have we suddenly discovered after we agreed our budget that we need it? Surely we must have known about this before the 20th of February.
Councillor Harris, do you want to come in? Because we've got quite a lot of speakers. I'm going to break it up into little groups. So if you'd like to come in now, that would be useful.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Nolan, Councillor Rich, thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. Councillor Kirkham, I can't actually beat the comment that it was a cock-up. You asked the question in Cabinet. I'd been through those Cabinet papers in detail umpteen times, and I will hold my hand up here and say I actually glossed over that 1.3 million figure. I just didn't bother to recompute it. When you asked the question, I didn't even look at the number, and you saw me sit there and do numbers on the back of a fag packet, coming up with something like £600,000. So when it was pointed out to me by the Chief Exec that there was actually a number in there, that's when in Cabinet we all said, what's going on? No mucking about. I know how the mistake happened, and the officer concerned is very contrite about it. They just took a wrong number from a wrong report. It's a one-off. I've never seen that sort of error here in the 7 years I've been sitting in this place. In terms of your follow-on question about, I think you effectively, why wasn't this in with the budget in February? I have been pushing for a detailed report on PIDAR to come to Cabinet and then on to here, this place, if necessary, for a long time. And it took officers until last month to get that report in a position where they were ready and comfortable with the figures. I would have much preferred it to have come through earlier, but it's just literally a case of having to get the figures right and going through IPAGs, CPAGs, CDT, DLT, etc. So I hope that answers your question.
Councillor Conway.
Thank you. PIDAR is something I do not believe we can afford to do at present. So for £10 million that wasn't in the budget that we only approved 2 months ago seems incredible. Why wasn't a figure put in the budget that we could consider? 5% of £10 million, the annual amount of interest, is a pretty easy thing to ask about. So my question is, if the 1.3 million is from somewhere else, where did the 1.3 million come from? Where is the 23 million pounds that would relate to? This is simple mathematics we're talking about. With PIDAR, one of the things was said, following on from Grenfell, the regulations regarding high-rise properties was changed. This was known about in 2019. The regulations didn't just come forward; they were put put in. Say 2019. They were originally said they were going to be coming forward. So we can't say we're surprised that everything's happened and changed about it. We have a balanced budget for 24-25, which includes £14 million coming from reserves. By the time we get to 3 years further, we've already got £74 million a year coming out of reserves. We haven't got the £74 million, so this is money we haven't got. We are likely to be going the way of Birmingham if we go along this route. So I have an amendment I would like to propose when my machine suddenly decides to work. Apologies for that. The amendment I would like to propose is that the 14.804 million is replaced by 4.804 million, and that paragraph 2.6.2 is deleted from the summary together with all references to PIDAR. The answer to that is all the other changes to the capital budget, yes, we approve, I'm happy with that, but the 10 million for PIDAR is taken out, and it means we can reconsider PIDAR probably in 6 months' time when interest rates have dropped and PIDAR will become more cost effective. It is totally wrong for this administration to start committing money to the next administration when we're this far towards the end of it. Just remind people, there's currently, it looks like there's going to be £500 million spent in Truro, Pydar and Langarth together, and with a square root of 0 for the rest of Cornwall. So we must make sure we use what little funds we've got.
30 seconds.
Spread around. So that's the amendment I'm proposing, and I'm sure I've got a seconder. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Arthur. Okay.
Happy to second, and on the basis that, you know, the money tree has been found, and the track record of this council isn't very good with schemes, as Councillor Kirkins just admitted. The bookwork was wrong from the very pre-stage. You know, we knocked down a perfectly good site. There was a car park there which was functioning for Truro. We knocked it down before we knew where we were, and I think this council is not geared up for schemes like this. If we want economic development there or growth, get it on the market. If it has to be sold for £1, go with the economic growth and take the loss. I think it's cost 19 million to clear the site already. Get away from it.
Councillor Harris, do you accept the amendment?
Let me think about this. No.
So can you put your hand up if you want to speak on the amendment, please? Councillor Painter.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think this is a difficult one, because generally I would support investments into our communities, but I think where we are currently, I do agree with Councillor Conway and his amendment, and I will be supporting the amendment. I think it is quite difficult for, I can understand Truro councillors very much wanting to protect their area and see investment going into those areas, but it is quite difficult for some of us to stomach that when we live in perhaps further flung 50 miles away places from Truro that get overlooked. And when we had a very important development in Launceston moving forward, supported across party by all the relevant councillors and by the town council, and then this administration decided to pull the plug on it because it came in over budget for all the very same reasons that Councillor Harris gave just now of why this should be supported. So why are we supporting things here in Truro where we sit and spend a lot of our time, but we're not supporting things in other areas and other communities spread across Cornwall? So for that reason, I won't be supporting the recommendation, but I will be supporting the amendment. Thank you very much.
Councillor Dwelly.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking against the amendment, and I'll explain why. I really welcome Councillor Harris's really impressive honesty, and it's something, David, you've done a lot of, and it is impressive. There was a mistake here. This should have been dealt with by the time of the budget. I completely agree. However, we have to look at the reality here. For those of us who support town vitality, and I'm one of them, we are either going to develop and deliver things in our towns, or we're going to not. And in my opinion, we should be backing Liskeard, Penzance and Truro. We shouldn't say it should only be one place, the one where I happen to be a councillor. So in my opinion, we haven't got the luxury here of avoiding delivering 100 affordable homes at 35%, 100 local rented homes for local people working in Truro, provided by Treveth, 340 student units, 60 units for older people, as well as an innovation centre and a presence of the university. If we don't back this, notwithstanding the cost, and it's very regrettable, I agree, we are literally leaving a blighted site in the town centre, and I don't think any of us would want that in our own towns. So for me, it's absolutely essential that this goes ahead. My only question for Councillor Harris on this would be, are you certain that if we vote for this, that it goes ahead as set out? Because I don't think you can keep coming back to ask for money. So I hope that's helpful, but I absolutely will not leave Truro to go empty with a blight in its centre. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Firstly, due to my current health condition, could I ask for a dispensation to remain seated? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it is a a very sensitive situation. The council have taken this project forward for many years. I remember the day when Councillor Harris used to come to the last cabinet, go through every line, every penny, and basically say, I don't want you to put any money into PIDAR. His description today for me was a horrifying description of a project which has just run away from our officers. Councillor Gardner says it's an attractive and vibrant area. Well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but it certainly isn't to the open market because we can't find a financial backer or a developer to buy it from us. So there seems to be a conflict there. And as for a 240 million scheme delivering 100 affordable homes, I'm sorry, that's pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Councillor Conway is absolutely right. Cornwall Council can't afford this. I believe that if we do this, this will be our own Thurrock Council bankruptcy project. We have had an increase, I think, of over £50 million in 5 years. This project has gone up that much. That's not just down to world events or COVID or the mishandling of the economy by the Conservative government, not just Liz Truss, but over the last 14 years. What we cannot do is allow for us to go forward. Councillor Harris only, 2 months ago, said that due to the lack of investment by the central Tory government, Cornwall Council's bankrupt within 5 years. I think if we press ahead with this scheme, that 5 years will be reduced even further. And I'm also horrified to see this administration bring this forward only after a week ago, saying that the rest of Cornwall will have 2,000 local community assets ripped from beneath their feet, and yet we want to stick £10 million into the PIDAR scheme. No, sir, it's not for me.
Thank you. Councillor German.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I want to begin by welcoming Councillor Candy into the Chamber and congratulations on his election. As Councillor Candy said, many of us today will be thinking about Councillor Hannaford, and I'm sure we'll have quiet reflection on that. But the use of the word bold really brought Councillor Hannaford back into my mind, because I remember asking Edwina's advice on a project, and she started with, "That would be very bold, Julian." And she went on to say how foolish and irresponsible it would be. And that's what this brings to mind to me today when Councillor Harris uses that word on this project. Councillor Nolan says that he trusts Councillor Harris to be on top of the figures, but I don't believe that. We've already heard that he wasn't on top of the figures just a week ago at Cabinet, and also because Councillor Harris is being disingenuous. He's always been concerned about the size of the capital programme. When it reached £1 billion, he was horrified, he was outraged, it was unsustainable. Now, on his watch, we've seen hundreds of millions increase on the capital programme, over £2 billion in the capital programme now. And Councillor Harris's response to this: it's all right to kick the can down the road for a future council to pick up the debt. How irresponsible is that? Colleagues, when I see through the Local Government Association going around the country financially failing councils, it's because they're pursuing projects where the evidence tells them that they aren't sustainable, that those projects are failing. We've got the evidence in front of us here, and I don't want Cornwall Council to be one of those councils. So, colleagues, I urge you to support the amendment as put out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank Councillor McGowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got several concerns regarding the request for the additional £10 million for the PIDAR development and emailed concerns last week to Cabinet members and senior officers and want to thank Mr Mason for his response. However, those concerns remain and have been mentioned through previous speakers, but I think they're worth repeating. First of all is the timing of this request, just 2 weeks into the new financial year, where the capital uplift was agreed just 8 weeks ago as part of the budget and medium-term financial plan. So this uplift was for £755 million and included £243 million capital headroom budget. These are huge numbers that were approved just weeks ago. At last council, there was robust debate around our financial responsibilities, in particular reference to the Tamar crossing, and wonder if we've forgotten those responsibilities so quickly. The report claims that there's no change to the substance of the Cabinet decisions made in July 2022 regarding the preferred option of private financing. However, the report also assumes no further grant funding is available and that no private finance partner has yet been confirmed. Cornwall Council has requested to contribute an additional £10 million to progress the project, and I think this really indicates significant material change to project funding model, delivery timescales and increased financial risk. The £10 million request this month is no guarantee that further capital requests don't come in future and that Cornwall Council becomes liable for all project costs if no private funding partner is identified. It was also confirmed that the PIDAR project was last before Cabinet in July 2022 and really concerned that a project of this value and level of risk wasn't reviewed more frequently. Since July 2022, the Conservative government have managed to have 3 different Prime Ministers and would have expected Cabinet to have a closer eye on this project development. There's multiple references in the report to the increased construction inflation and cost of borrowing, but as previously mentioned, these are not new issues and should have been managed on an ongoing basis and not resulted in a £10 million request weeks after our budget was approved. Other concerns around the Building Safety Act being a surprise have already been mentioned by Councillor Conway and others, but clearly are a concern as well.
30 seconds.
Councillor Harris, I think you did an admirable job raising awareness of the perilous financial position in advance of the budget with government ministers, local media and members of the public. And I think this request for additional borrowing risks undermining the financial credibility of Cornwall Council. In summary, it's very difficult to accept the request for additional borrowing at this early stage of the financial cycle, and why can't this funding be identified within the existing £243 million capital headroom budget as opposed to additional borrowing that puts financial pressures on residents? Thank you.
Councillor Barnes.
Thank you, Chair. I will be supporting the amendment. I remember when Linda Taylor in this chamber said that we won't be Truro-centric, and all the money just seems to be piling into these schemes in Truro and going nowhere else. St Austell have had to lose their council offices. Camborne is now being sold off. We just seem to be going nowhere very fast. And now to come back and ask for £10 million of taxpayers' money, it's like the bank of the bottomless pit. It just seems to be always demanding rather than saying, yeah, we can do this. We was told they could do it, and now we find out they can't. And cock-ups seem to be a regular acceptance of day-to-day life. When is enough going to be enough? 10 million today? How much next time? I remember the former chief executive of this council saying in his farewell speech, you must always stay within your budget. And I remember David Harris saying it was actually 2 years before we go bust. And here we are, we want to borrow more. We just seem to be going nowhere. And I'm afraid it's taxpayers' money. It's not my money. It's not your money. It's taxpayers' money. And I think enough is enough. Thank you, Madam.
Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to speak in favour of the original recommendation, but I'll speak now in relation to this amendment. I think it's worth repeating a few of the facts from the Cabinet report when the Cabinet actually made its decision. As the local member, I did make a contribution to that debate, but a number of members have been referring to how this is Truro-centric. Truro's gross value added GVA as a proportion to Cornwall equates to 15.6%, and that's increased from 11.46% in 1998. So we see the proportion to the GVA that Truro is already making to the whole county. The whole county benefits from this scheme. The overall scheme will deliver direct growth of 4.6 billion in GVA to Cornwall, which represents the equivalent to 1.4% of Cornwall's overall GVA. That's according to 2020 figures. The vacancy rate in Truro has surged from 7.6% in 2017 to 13.5% in 2022. This is expected to lead to a snowball effect leading to more business closures, job losses, and an unattractive urban environment, discouraging both shoppers and investors. Housing has been already mentioned, but Truro is already ranked as the second highest in the area in the country in terms of growth of average house prices. This housing situation is leading to concerns about affordability, limited availability, and their impact on recruitment and retention. The project has suffered from significant construction inflation and heightened gilt rates, and I would say that what was mentioned about the ramifications of ground fill weren't known in 2019, and have only very recently been known about the impact this will have on the current project. Whilst this project remains viable over the long term and with significant revenue returns to the council, the project requires both the capital investment now and future potential loan guarantee from the council to enable works to commence. It's not looking at the £10 million coming in one tranche all at the beginning. This is seen as spread over a period of years, and not necessarily all will be called upon. The benefits are measured over a 30-year period in accordance with the HM Treasury Green Book guidance and equate to around £300 million.
30 seconds.
Out of the forecast economic benefits, the council will directly receive almost £24 million of council tax and business rates, increased land value of nearby assets, and reduced expenditure on crime and vandalism. The regeneration of the site and agreed plans have somewhat unusually for a large-scale development received widespread public support in both the local community and the City Council. The options set out in the Cabinet report of doing nothing or doing minimum is going to cost much more. The risk is far too great. We have to grasp the nettle and support the original recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Kirkham.
I was just going to speak on the amendment and reiterate some of the things I said initially, but also take up something that Councillor Dwelly said. This is a very late ask and it will affect services. And as Councillor Dwelly said, will there be more in the future? Will we be coming back in the future? Will the interest rates change again? That's what concerns me.
Councillor Monk.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, these projects are always difficult, aren't they? It's none of us are professional developers. I don't think any of us are professional developers. And yet, as the council, we end up with these big projects that we have to make a decision on and either stick with them or not. And I believe in this instance, this is one that we should stick with. It's been proven to me through Councillor Harris that this investment will allow us to deliver the first phase of this project, which then will allow the delivery of a hotel, student accommodation, and over 300 homes, many of which, if not affordable, will still be within the reach of local people, and many of those will be for affordable rent or open market rent as well. And I think it's worth mentioning as well that if we don't move ahead with this, I think the universities are still providing all these extra training places, and you will find over 400 students will then start moving into private let accommodation in Truro, providing more pressure on that existing pressure that occurs in Truro anyway, and will make housing less affordable. So I'm totally supportive of this and the way it will move forward. I don't buy into the fact that prices have risen and we should have done something about it. Prices have risen because of the COVID pandemic, the war in Ukraine, and we've all seen building, it's already been mentioned, the costs of everything have gone up over the last few years by 30–40%. And I believe the council and this administration has cut its cloth accordingly to ensure that this project can move forward as well. And when it's built out, this scheme, it will provide housing and accommodation for over 1,000 people. And if each of those persons spends £100 a week, it adds up to about £5.2 million a year being spent in Truro. And over 10 years, that adds up to £52 million will be spent in Truro at a time when City, as Councillor Wells has already mentioned, a time when many of our towns are facing viability issues across the board to keep shops open. I believe this will be a shot in the arm to the Truro economy, a shot in the arm for Cornwall, and I believe we should support the original motion, and I shan't be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. On a point of order, or point of clarity, Councillor Monk said that we're not professionals. Is he saying that they are amateurs?
That's not a point of order. Please do not do that again. Thank you. Councillor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. My position is one of uncertainty, and I remain unconvinced about the business case for investing £10 million by way of a gift or a grant for another business case to be provided back to Cabinet in 2 years' time. I haven't made up my mind yet where I'm going to vote for the amendment or for the substantive motion, but I would be greatly helped if I could have answers to some questions about the high-risk nature of this potential use of council funds. Cabinet is relying on officers to advise on viability. That is probably the biggest risk of all, and that's confirmed by the cock-up of £600,000 originally allocated to the funding of the loan. If there was a default on the £60 million to be given to Treveth, that would be £10 million here, £6 million previously. That would be about £65 per Cornwall household, plus whatever obligation arises from call in on the loan. My first question is, how was the loan or the grant of £10 million calculated? Why not 10.5 or 9.5? How was it calculated? What professional process resulted in exactly 10 million? The March Cabinet Papers at paragraph 1.3 of the Executive Summary recommendation says, whilst the project remains viable over the long term, the project requires an underwriting through a loan guarantee and an injection of grant funding. I've dealt with the grant funding issue. The need for a loan is stated at paragraph 7.6 of the Cabinet Papers, and paragraph 6.3 and 6.4 are also about the loan guarantee. And there is a reference there to, I quote, financial guarantee contract under financial instrument accounting rules and will need to be accounted accordingly. And
30
quote,
seconds.
A change to the previous financial accounting advice to Cabinet. So my question is therefore this: can Cornwall Council lawfully provide the loan guarantee described in the Cabinet Papers and part of this proposal in Cabinet today at 2.6.2? Thank you.
Councillor Tudor.
Thank you. I'd like to speak against the amendment. This administration inherited the PIDAR project like Langarth and then had to decide whether they were going to go with it or not. And it wasn't that long ago that some of the people that have stood up today and spoke against it in the last administration were more than happy to push this through. What's going to happen if the PIDAR scheme isn't allowed to go ahead? Where are the next administration going to be left with? They're going to be left with this problem, and they're going to have to deal with it, and it's only going to get worse. And that land, which is a huge prime site near the centre of Truro, it belongs to all of us. If land belongs to the council, it belongs to us as Cornish taxpayers. And I think there's a risk that if it doesn't go ahead now and it's left to the next administration to deal with, that it could end up being sold off in some sort of desperate attempt to recoup some of the investment that's gone into it. And then it's lost. It's lost forever. Truro does need this. It needs PIDAR. We need the students to bring some sort of life in the evening economy in Truro. I presently go out in Falmouth. I live in Truro. I live right near the PIDAR site. I go out in Falmouth when I'm going out because there's nothing in Truro, nothing happening. We need the students, we need the life they bring, we need the housing, we need the hotel, and we need the commercial investment.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you. How long have I got to comment on these various things?
You're supposed to be answering questions from
That's what I'm doing.
Councillor Desmond, but this is not a sum up for you because this is the amendment from Councillor Conway.
Councillor Desmond's question, not any other comment made.
Pardon?
I'm just answering Desmond's question.
But you're here to speak on the or against the amendment, not to answer questions. But you have the 3 minutes, the same as everybody else.
Right. Okay, I'm against the amendment. Councillor Desmond's question, can the council lawfully give a guarantee? Yes. The silly point's been made. There's a very interesting point made by Councillor McGowan. Can we use the headroom budget for this rather than putting another £10 million in? The headroom budget is already allocated, and I'm quite happy to let you and any other member have a breakdown of how it's allocated. We all know that we never ever do the capital spend we plan to do. Fail is the wrong word, but we don't ever do it every year. But prudent financial codes and our auditors insist that if we stick something into the capital programme, we must put in a revenue and MRP provision for it. Now, in real life, what may well happen, and I'm picking my words carefully here, is that in fact, we never need that revenue provision for it because we fund it out of cash flow, because we under-deliver elsewhere. That's why when we come to the year end, you always see an underspend in the CAS budget. Somebody said the project was £240 million. I think that was Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Mitchell, you pulled the wrong figure up completely. It's not that figure. That was the net revenue benefit to us over the life of the scheme. You also referred to our ripping assets from beneath the feet of Cornwall. Yeah. Tosh. No, we're not. It's not a proposal. Councillor Alvey. 2,000 environmental assets. Councillor Alvey is the expert on this. I don't know whether I can ask him to comment, Chair. No, just move on. Thank you. We are on top of the figures. We have been looking at the numbers on this informally within Cabinet on a regular basis. As I said before, I was pushing for a report to come through to Cabinet before the end of last year. It's only because there is an insistence on getting the figures right that it has taken so long to get it, which I regret. I would much rather have brought it forward earlier. And please, can we leave this mistake with that number in the Cabinet report? It was a simple mistake
30 seconds.
By an officer who took something. It was picked up because Councillor Kirkham asked the question. I did the numbers in my head and went, it's rubbish. If it was a conspiracy, it would be the other way around. We'd have put in a low figure to hide a higher figure. So please reject the amendment, and then can we please move on? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just after a point of clarification, if an item If there's money in the headroom budget for the capital programme, it's because it's unallocated. If money from the headroom budget was allocated, it would no longer be in the headroom budget. Is that correct?
Councillor Harris?
I think it's true to say it is what's in the headroom budget, but I would want to check this. I believe it's provisionally allocated. But Councillor German, I will get back to you on that rather than waffling at you. Good question.
Okay, there's no more speakers, so we're going to go back to Councillor Conway to sum up before we go to the vote.
Yeah, I will be fairly succinct. We've heard about the cock-up, whatever it is called. I still cannot understand how you get 5% of £10 million at 1.3 million. It just doesn't go. Anyone with basic mathematical notes knows that's 13%, not 5 or 6%. So it must have come from somewhere. So where did the 23 million come from where they were taking the 5% from? That's the first thing. The next thing I'd just like to say is this is like an iceberg. The £10 million is not the cost of PIDAR. It's just the first part in the project. It's just so you can get a few consultants around to draw up some plans because they got it wrong last time. We already spent £6 million on getting this lot done. They've now got to change what they did before and charge us nearly twice as much for doing it. I'd just like to respond also to the comment that 15.6% of the gross value of Cornwall comes from Truro, which has rise from 11%. This appalls me. Why does it appall me? Because money is being put into Truro to bring Truro up and the rest of Cornwall isn't getting the investment it deserves. So there's this is Cornwall, it's not Truro. So please vote for the amendment, and when interest rates lower, as I believe they will do fairly soon, this project will become considerably more financially sound. So, 5% is a going rate for interest of 5.5% at present. If by Christmas, as we're looking at, it's down to 2 or 3%, the whole project will suddenly become considerably more financially viable, and by then it might be a different thing if we have a properly set out paper showing exactly why it works, which needs to be put before all 87 councillors, not just a select few. We can then see that then perhaps that is the right time to do it. But in the meantime, I believe we should support the amendment and delete PIDAR from this capital project. Thank you.
Okay, so we're now going to go to the vote on the amendment. So those for the amendment, please put your hand up. Those against? Okay. And any abstentions? So it's 26 for, 51 against and 6 abstentions, so the amendment is lost. So we revert to the substantive. I've got a list of speakers to carry on with. Councillor McGowan, you are up next.
Thank you, that was a pleasant surprise. Just back to the previous point around the headroom budget. Isn't this really a question of prioritisation? There's £243 million of prospective capital budgets, capital projects over the next 4 years. which may or may not happen. Some business cases may be very well developed, but others might be in much earlier stages of development. So isn't it a case of replacing some of those far distant and embryonic projects with the here and now of the PIDAR ask for £10 million?
Councillor Dwelly.
Thank you, Chair. Moving on slightly, I think this whole saga here probably raises more serious questions about why we're not scrutinising the investment programme of this council properly. Councillor Harris, you were happy to see the investment panel, the investment programme informal panel closed down. That was the sort of forum where we could have looked at Treveth's involvement in this, and I'd ask you now, Cabinet, to look again at having an investment programme panel where this kind of thing could have been addressed. And I'd also just like to make one point, which is the delay to the PIDAR programme was caused in part by a decision at Strategic Planning Committee in the last council, which from memory had all the Conservatives voting against the planning permission for this site. Had that not happened, we may well have saved a fair bit of this money. Can you please confirm that or not, Councillor Harris? Thank you very much.
Councillor German.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Chairman. Nothing further to add.
Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I've got nothing further really to add to what I said earlier, only to say that, you know, to delay this investment any longer would be to the detriment of the whole county, I believe.
Councillor Harris, I'm going to bring you in just to reply on Councillor Dwelly's, and then we'll carry on with the list.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Councillor Dwelly, I apologise. I missed the last part of your question because I was whispering, and I do apologise. Perhaps you'd repeat it.
I don't think you ever whispered, do you, Councillor Harris? It was really to ask, well, the first one was about the investment programme panel, and the other one was to ask whether you and others regret voting against the PIDAR planning application, which may well have caused, did it cause, that delay, some of this cost to the Cornwall Council? Whatever we think of who took that vote on strategic planning, do you believe that delay contributed to this cost? Thank you.
I think any delay always contributes to a cost. I certainly didn't vote. I've never sat in the planning committee, he says, thankfully. So, obviously, the more, if something is pushed back, I don't think it was a material delay. Another question you asked was about the investment panel. And I think this is something we should be looking at again. I don't think scrutiny is quite, I'm not criticising scrutiny, careful here, David, but I think this is something we should be looking at again. Can I answer Councillor McGowan as well, Chair? Councillor McGowan, you were talking about the headroom again. It's interesting because I think in practice, and I've said this before, we put the provision in the numbers because that's prudent financing. And it's prudent accounting, it's what the auditors tell us to do. In reality, as we've said, and the capital headroom budget is coming, headroom programme is coming to Cabinet in May anyway to be looked at. So there may well be an adjustment to be made there anyway, but there's no promise there. But in the end, when you look at the financing is £10 million, we have to provide for it, but in reality, there's going to be an underspent somewhere that covers it. But there always is. But it would not be proper to not provide for it.
Councillor Barnes, you put your hand up to speak on the substantive. Do you want to come back in, or are you finished?
Oh, no, I'm not finished, madam. Basically, I feel that this extra money is another taxation on the people of Cornwall. And I'd like to give you a quote from Winston Churchill. I contend that for a nation to try and tax itself into prosperity is like a man standing in a bucket and try and lift himself up by the handle. And I can see David's hand on the handle today.
Councillor George.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I abstained on the last vote and grateful to Councillor Conway for bringing us forward with that amendment, simply because I didn't feel that we had enough information available to us today to make a proper decision on whether a postponement rather than deletion of the project was necessary. It was simply because in terms of how this project is benchmarked against similar parallel projects around the country which local authorities are engaged in, how it's benchmarked against Homes England and other development program operators, the value for money estimates, the due diligence work which has no doubt been undertaken on it, what the latest order of cost estimates are, QS estimates on the project, what work has been done on value engineering the project in order to bring some of these costs down, and what is the policy of the council in relation to contingencies on projects such as this. We simply don't have enough information as to whether simply throwing £10 million at the project is actually the answer, or whether there are in fact more both creative and comparative, if you like, learning from other projects, ways of achieving the outcome. So I was simply, I mean, this is without question a very desirable project, a very attractive one, both for Truro and for Cornwall, one which I would strongly support. But there are many other projects around both Cornwall and the country which are currently stalled as a result of those projects awaiting a correction in the market, because people have referred to construction inflation, and that is causing a very significant stalling of very many desirable projects both here and elsewhere, and that's caused by, as people have said, the result of changes since COVID. But also we have to mention the B word, Brexit, has a very significant impact on construction inflation in this country, and has caused the stalling of many projects as well. So I simply need to have more information. Deleting the project
30 seconds.
Is not acceptable in my view, but I do think a pause for further work on this project, some further cost estimates on the project, in my view, I think is really important. Thank you.
Councillor Kirkham.
I think it's clear, isn't it, that not everybody feels that they know enough about the investment strategic direction of the council. And Councillor Dwelly is right that a number of councillors did have some input from that from other groups in the past, and that has all gone. And as we look to go forward and set our growth plan for Cornwall and for the council, maybe that's something that should be considered again. We're looking at setting up a Cornwall Economic Forum, but the decisions will be made by a growth board, which are just a few cabinet members, yet again, advised by officers. Now, it would be better if we're looking at our Cornwall growth plan, which will be a massively important document, if others could be involved, other elected members, and there could be a wider involvement of elected members in that strategic direction, in what investments we're all going to put our all into in Cornwall.
Okay, Councillor Harris, I'm going to bring you in now to sum up.
No, too late.
All right. Thank you. There are various things in relation to investment programmes, etc., and growth boards, etc., going to Cabinet. Sorry, Andrew, Councillor George, are you hearing me okay? You were just doing that with your hand. So there is movement on that, Councillor Kirkham. Councillor Barnes, I never thought somebody would quote Churchill at me. He is by far my favourite politician. Councillor George, you raised some very good points. Thank you. And the reason I say that is that all the things you mentioned have been happening, and that is why it has taken so long to get this project back into Cabinet last month and then here. You talked about value engineering. The Treveth guys, along with the external advisors, have been looking at the best way to get value out of this. One of the issues was this change to the Building Act. And one of the points somebody made, I'm going to digress for a second, was, well, this new Building Act came into force 2 years ago or whatever. In fact, the regulations that have caused us a problem were finally launched on 29th of March of this year. And the industry as a whole is actually reviewing this regulation because this is the one that's messed us up. You talk about value engineering. That's the thing that's been going on for some time. You talked about turning the timetable around. I mentioned in my opening remarks that it was now planned to dispose of 2 of the assets, and I will not be more specific than that in an open forum, quickly to let somebody else develop them out, because that de-risks the project. That's part of what we're doing. Cost estimates, when I've sat down and gone through this with officers in the last 2 or 3 weeks, on numerous occasions, I have kicked the bejesus out of this to make sure I'm happy to stand here and push this forward. And one of the questions I've asked is, where are we on cost estimates? They all come from external professionals. They are all increased through the life of the project. So I think, as I say, your points are very good points, and I'm pleased to say they have all been addressed. And finally, as a general comment, this is one of the 3 projects that have been reviewed by an organisation called Local Partnerships that I think most people here have heard of, and who have, I think, the best expression is blessed it. So I would now urge you to vote, please, in favour of the resolution. Thank you.
Councillor Arthur.
Yeah, can I ask for a recorded vote, as I feel this could bring the council into jeopardy, and I would like to tell my kids it wasn't me that put their double their council tax. Stand.
We need a third to stand for a recorded vote. So if you agree to a recorded vote, please stand now. No.
You've got a list, have you?
Right, okay.
It's not enough.
No. Done? No, that's lost, I'm afraid.
Could it be a miniature then that I won't vote?
Okay, so we are now going to the vote. Those for? Those against? Any abstentions? So that's 52 for, 19 against and 7 abstentions. So that is carried. Thank you. Agenda item 11.1, delivering strategic priorities in the planning system. Can we have a little bit of quiet, please? Not you.
I'm still sorry, Madam Chairman.
Before commencing this and the subsequent items from the Constitution and Governance Committee, I would like to remind members that a briefing note was circulated to you all at the end of last week, confirming which recommendations were for the Council to consider and which were resolved items by the committee under delegated authority. I would therefore appreciate if members focused on the matters that are for full Council's consideration today. Thank you. I will now ask Councillor Jordan to propose and Councillor Wells to second the recommendations set out on page 37 of the agenda pack. Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. members. Since the C&G meeting a couple of weeks ago, when the planning was discussed, I have had a lot of telephone calls, emails, angry members, because they didn't get the message. There was a pre-members briefing on the planning, and at the C&G meeting, we discussed the planning. Only Councillor Craker actually contacted me over the decision taken by the C&G, and Councillor Cole mentioned it at the C&G. Nobody else came in. And the point that they were making, and it's for the guidance of members and officers, section 24.12, and it reads, for the avoidance of doubt, a member of the planning committee may ask the representatives for the applicant a question of clarification only. Members of the planning committee may not ask questions to any other speaker. Now that's the bit that's caused the problem. Councillor Long sent a letter around asking members to support him to take it back to committee. Councillor Long, it's going back to committee on the 7th of June. I've spoken with Councillor Monk, and Councillor Monk has spoken to Matt Stokes, and I've spoken to Anita this morning. I've also spoken to my Vice Chair. It will be going back for review, and I'm hoping that members will attend and speak. That way we'll get a very good consensus and the committee can make the right decision. So it's going back to committee. Now, Madam Chairman, I'll move the recommendations, and I think we're going to take them one at a time. And the first one is the amendments to the responsibility for functions section of the Constitution be approved.
Madam Chairman, can I ask a question, please? Well, clarification. So is there going to be an additional recommendation saying what Councillor Jordan just said? But otherwise, we're voting and putting through what councillors have expressed they don't want to happen.
So, understanding correctly what Councillor Jordan has said, he's committing on behalf of the committee to take that particular aspect back to the Constitution and Governance Committee in June. And so for the purposes of today, we can take it as read that you are not voting on that part. If you want a clarification in the recommendations, or if you want an additional recommendation, we can do that, but I think we trust, or I would urge members to trust Councillor Jordan to have included it by dint of today on the work programme for the committee. In any event, that particular bit isn't before members today for decision, because it's in the guidance that the Constitution and Governance Committee, under its delegated authority, has already determined.
Councillor Wells.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I would just confirm what Mr Stokes has said, that in fact that this particular recommendation that Councillor Jordan is referring to is not included in the recommendations that is before the meeting today, and I agree, have agreed with Councillor Jordan that this be included on the next meeting's agenda at the Constitution Governance Committee, and I'm happy to second the recommendation 1 as set out. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, just for clarity, so we are now planning committees between now and the C&G meeting are operating under those new rules.
So do we have any speakers? Councillor Craker.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to briefly say I will support this recommendation going through today. I think the proposals are a change to how things have been done before, but it will be interesting to see how that pans out with the new strategic priorities and getting the Strategic Planning Committee a little bit more engaged with those applications of a more strategic nature. I think what this has thrown up and highlighted is a reflection that 87 members of this council have an interest one way or another in how planning applications are determined. At the moment, Constitution and Governance Committee have delegated authority from this council, from us in this chamber, to make certain changes to how planning committees are run. I personally think that is an error, and I think that is something that should be changed. So I'd invite the Chairman of the Constitution and Governance Committee to reflect on whether that can be added to the work programme as well, to review how all changes are made, so that we don't have this position again where 8 members of the Constitution and Governance Committee are making changes to how planning committees function, and it is something that can come before all members in this way as these recommendations are, and we won't have this problem arise again. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Morastes, thank you. I would echo what Councillor Craker has just said. Planning committees are quasi-judicial in nature. Every one of us who sits on those committees has training. We have to do mandatory training now to do it. So it came as a shock to us to hear that a committee made up primarily of people not with planning training, there are some on it, not with planning training, was making a decision that affected the ability for us to make accountable decisions that could end up in court, that could cost people their livings, could cost people their privacy, that we were being asked to make a decision that we weren't able to ask questions of people as we were expected to do. I appreciate what the Chair has said. I will continue with my letter to make sure it's backed up so that it's recorded that we have that view. Those of you who've seen the letter, I only sent it to planning committee members, but I will happily forward it to everybody if they so wish. But what I would like to say is, in future, can we not have a situation where only chairs and vice chairs are made aware of a decision that's going to be made at the governance committee? If it affects us, we should all be made aware of it, because we are quasi-judicial. We make decisions that change people's lives. We should be given that degree of respect to be able to be told that it's happening and what those proposals are, rather than us having to source it out in all the other work that we're doing. So just that plea, please. Thank you.
Councillor Bunny.
Thank you, Chair. And I too welcome the Chairman of Constitution and Governance Committee's commitment to take that back to the committee and reassess it. And I very much welcome Councillor Long's comment and the letter that's been circulated. I think we need to reflect on how badly that decision reflected at Central Planning Committee, where committee members, legal representatives, planning officers were not aware of that change. And our planning system is so important. It's one of the areas where the public are most involved, and it's reported most carefully. I think it's incredibly important that our parish councils and our objectors are questioned and are listened to very, very carefully. So I welcome that proposal. But I'd urge as well for people to reflect more carefully about timings and communications about the implementation of decisions. We are watched very closely. Planning is watched most closely. Let's make sure that we are open and transparent and listening as carefully as we possibly can. Thank you.
Councillor Mustoe.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to associate myself with the comments of Councillor Bunny and Councillor Long, but also not as a member of a planning committee or a chairman of a planning committee, but as someone who attends and quite regularly speaks as a divisional member at a planning committee. It is really helpful, and I don't think you can underestimate how helpful it is for the committee members to be able to question. I know as a councillor of some 10 years myself, I speak a mile a minute, and it's quite useful to have learned friends like Councillor Fitter or Councillor Bunny ask questions to be able to draw what I mean out for myself, and for them to be able to do that to the parish councillors and members of the public as well. I think it's a really important and necessary part of the planning process, and it's certainly one that I have a great deal of interest in, and we'll be watching the C&G when it goes back there in June. Thank you.
Councillor Cole.
I bravely stand as a member of the Constitution and Governance Committee. And then I milk it by saying I was the dissenting voice that didn't support it. So, no, there was a lot on this agenda in terms of, this agenda item about planning. It referenced planning policy. There was a lot of concern about reducing the numbers of members at the strategic planning committees. It covered a lot of ground, and for that reason, I think things were not covered as much as they might have been. So I welcome that it is going back. I just wanted to raise the point that I personally didn't actually agree with the need to change what goes to strategic as distinct from other planning committees. So that is still my view. So I'll be voting against these changes today. One thing that I did welcome was that through this and other mechanisms, I've been raising concerns about how we're going forward in terms of the next Cornwall local plan and how much members will actually be actively involved rather than just vaguely engaged with. So as a consequence of that last meeting, you may have seen in your paperwork, there will also be reports coming back to C&G about how that local plan process goes forward. And I'm going to continue to be arguing that there should be some sort of committee or panel made up of members across this authority looking at it in great detail. So when we're arguing about this, don't forget that as well, because I think that's fundamental. Because if you get the policies wrong, everything else is more problematic as a consequence.
Councillor Conway.
Yeah, I am also a member of the C&G, and perhaps in June when our next meeting is, I might have to bring the crash helmet that I keep in the back of my car all the time on to wear. But figuratively, could I just ask all members in this council that if there's things that are going on to C&G, it is, and it refers to what you're. Yeah, it is on. That's right. And it refers to your particular sphere. And I'm not on any planning committee. I've deliberately kept, the one thing I've kept away from on this council is planning. So I apologise for not being quite so aware of what goes on there on some of the rest of it. But if something's going through and it is going on there to change the rules in which your committee or your sphere of interest is, please read it. And if there's something that you don't like the look of on it, make members of the planning committee aware of it. I admit, I think on this one, this particular part slipped through and we should have picked it up at the time. So, I'm apologising for that, but please remember C&G is the governance of this council. So if there's something you don't like the look of, don't just ignore it and pass it over, but make sure you put representation to to the C&G before the decision is made. And C&G does have delegated authority to change some of these things so it doesn't come back to full council. Other things do. So whilst it's sort of an apology from me, because I think we made the wrong decision in this, we should have considered it further, I think is probably a better way of saying, rather than anything, but we should have considered it under a little bit more fully. Please, if you have any problem with what's going through, or there's amended regulations to what you're doing, please come back to us. And could I please also ask officers that if there are changes going to something that doesn't relate just to C&G, make sure the people it relates to are also aware of it, so they're in a position to make representations to C&G. Thank you.
Councillor German.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think I just want to pick up on Councillor Conway's last point. He started by saying, members, please be aware of what C&G are looking at. But this, and at the last full council meeting, we had changes to the Chief Officer's Employment Committee. As a member of the Chief Officer's Employment Committee, I wasn't told that C&G are looking at those changes or invited to the meeting. So in process terms, I think it would be really helpful if C&G are looking at particular committees, so in this case planning, that all planning committee members are written to specifically to highlight that that's happening. So I think there's a process issue. Councillors will try and keep abreast of everything that's going on. It's a challenge, as we all know, with the 87 of us. If we were informed, this month we're specifically looking at rules around Chief Officer's Employment Committee. This month we're specifically looking at Planning Committee and addressed to those members that sit on those committees. I think that might be helpful in engaging us and helping us to respond. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Monk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to start by actually agreeing with Councillor German and Councillor Conway. I think this was an all-members briefing, and then the chairs and vice chairs were briefed. Concerns were raised by Councillor Craker a number of times about this. Unfortunately, Councillor Craker couldn't make the C&G meeting. As Councillor Cole says, who did vote against it at C&G, it was a wide-ranging discussion, and I think this one element of it just simply got left out or overlooked on the day. I'm more than happy that it's been taken back at the earliest opportunity at C&G, and perhaps the outcome will be different when they discuss it next time. But yeah, I'd just like to thank C&G for their work on this as well. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go back to Councillor Jordan to sum up.
The first resolution, Madam Chairman, that the amendments to the Responsibility and Functions section of the Constitution be approved. That's number one. We're taking them separately, all three separately.
Okay, so we are now going to go into the vote for number one. So those for. Those against. Any abstentions? That's carried. Thank you. So, item 2.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Before I go, listening to what Councillor German has said, perhaps the work programme that is sent to members of the Constitution and Governance Committee could be sent to all members so that members can see what's coming up in the future. No? Is that something else to read? Is it, Councillor German? Never mind, we'll come up with a way of doing it. But anyway, the second item is Article 11. The Planning Committee should remain as is, in that the membership should remain at 11 and quorum should remain at 3, with the exception of the removal of the reference to the meeting having to be concluded by 10:30 p.m. Okay, thank you. I'll move.
Okay, so we're going to the vote. Those for. Seconder. Councillor Wells.
I'll very quickly second it. This original recommendation was not going to appear, actually. The monitoring officer was going to do it under his delegated authority originally. But I think we wanted to just reinforce that we were keeping the size of the meeting at 11, size of the committee at 11, and the quorum at 3, just to give that reassurance.
Okay, so we're now going to go to the vote. So those for. Those against. Any abstentions? That's carried. Councillor Jordan.
And number 3, Madam Chairman, is that the implementation date for the proposed amendments set out to be 1st of October 2024, and I so move.
Councillor Wells.
And I second.
Okay, we're going to the vote. Those for. Those against. Any abstentions? That's carried. Thank you. Agenda item 11.2, operation of provisions relating to special urgency and call-in. I will ask Councillor Jordan to propose and Councillor Wells to second the recommendations that are set out on page 79 of the agenda pack. Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. On the annual basis, the Constitution and Governance is required to review the operation of the provisions. Since the committee has met, I can confirm that in respect of paragraph 2.5, I do beg your pardon, on page 83 of the agenda, the up-to-date figures for the use of urgency are 14 against the total number of executive decision, which now stands at 149. In paragraph 2.11 of the report on page 85, members will note that recently Cabinet received a report seeking approval of a policy which is identified as a key decision. The policy was agreed in principle, subject to further consultation, with a final decision to give the policy approval being delegated to an officer who have regard to the consultation response as part of that process. The report produced to support the final officer's decision was not considered to be a key decision, which meant that there was opportunity to call in the decision which would normally have been available as an option at the Cabinet meeting. As a result, the committee is recommending an update to the overview and scrutiny procedure rules relating to the call-in to seek the address to issue the further with the proposed wording as set out in paragraph 2.12 on page 85. So I move the recommendation.
Councillor Wells.
And I'm pleased to second the recommendation.
Anybody would like to speak? Councillor McGowan.
Thank you. Noting that the numbers have not significantly changed in terms of the decisions made under urgency, or the number of call-ins has not changed significantly over the last 12 months. But do note that the total number of executive decisions has risen by 60% from 118 to 188 over the same time period. So just wondering if the Constitution and Governance Committee has done any further analysis as to why and what topics the executive decisions were made. And if not, could they, please?
There will be no more speakers if you want to come in now, Councillor Jordan.
Yes.
Councillor Kirkham, that just shot up.
No, sorry. I just thought I would say what I say every year, which is that the call-in procedure is so we can question decisions that are made by the Cabinet or the Executive, and it's the onus is on every member to make sure we're doing this, and we do call in some decisions. We never seem to call in very many, and Councillor German has pointed out there are only now 87 of us. It's quite tricky to keep abreast of everything, but it is a very important duty that we do try and do that.
Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. In regard to what Councillor McGowan has just said, we would look at that at the next meeting. I'm sure Anita will make sure it goes on a report. Thank you.
Okay, so you're happy for us to go to the vote. There's nothing else you want to say, okay? So we'll go to the vote now. So those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That's carried. Thank you. I think because of the last part of this is going to be quite long and protracted, I'm going to stop for lunch now, and we will be back at 1:20. Thank you. Of extra time, so if you can get down to your seats, please. We've got an action-packed afternoon. Okay, agenda item 11.3, review of overview and scrutiny arrangements. I'll ask Councillor Jordan to propose and Councillor Wells to second the recommendations that are set out on page 99 of the agenda pack. I will then bring in Councillor Rouse, Chairman of the Informal Scrutiny Improvement Review Group, to speak before opening the debate to the wider Council. Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First of all, I'd like to thank Anita for helping producing these papers, and to thank Councillor Rouse and all the committee that worked with the CFGS to bring these reports to Council for the changes. And members will be aware that the CFGS was commissioned to undertake a scrutiny improvement review. The outcomes were reported at an all-member briefing in October and formally the Constitution and Governance Committee in November. An informal cross-party scrutiny improvement review working group was established to consider each of the recommendations, and this was chaired by Councillor Rouse. At the committee's meetings in March, we received the full report and considered their recommendations. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank the group again. The committee considered and agreed the revised overview and scrutiny protocol, which is a supporting document to the Constitution, and the operational means by which the function will be delivered going forward. Therefore, today in front of Council, we have the proposed changes to the Constitution, which are set out the recommendations on page 99 of your agenda. Resolution 1, to rename the Customer and Support Service Overview and Scrutiny Committee to the Corporate Finance and Performance Overview and Scrutiny Committee. To establish a Budget Development Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and to approve the proposed changes to Article 6, and that's page 131, the responsibilities for functions. Page 133, the Overview and Scrutiny Procedure.
Councillor Jordan, can you speak up, please?
Sorry,
thank you.
Sorry, I'll stand closer to the mic. Thank you. I'll go back to this. Page 131, responsibility for functions. Page 133, the Overview and Scrutiny Procedures and Rules, and page 145. I'd also like to draw Council's attention to the required changes to the Function and Health and Adult Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee, which result from legislative changes, which can be found at paragraphs 2.7 and 2.8 at page 107 on the agenda pack. Item 2, the realignment of the Overview and Scrutiny Committees to the revised directorate structure to take effect from the AGM in 2025. And number 3, that the Chairman and Vice Chairman of the Council's Overview and Scrutiny Committees, not both being from the administration for their election by secret ballot, to be agreed to take effect on the annual meeting in May 2025. I therefore move, Madam Chair.
Councillor Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm very happy to second the recommendations as set out by Councillor Jordan. I would reiterate what he said regarding I served on that working group. We spent many hours, often maybe more than one meeting a week, considering all the changes that were recommended, and we've stuck as close as we can to the recommendations of the CFGS. I think it was important that we did that. We also, and I'm sure Councillor Rouse will refer to this later, but we also looked at how other councils operate throughout the country and sought best practice. And in fact, as a result of all the work that we're doing now, other councils are looking to us as the way that they will operate their future scrutiny arrangements, so that we will be a beacon in the country for the way that we operate scrutiny. So I hope that members feel comfortable in accepting the recommendations that you have in front of you. They have been well thought through, and I consider worthy of support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can I just raise a quick point of clarification, please? Chair, hello, over here. Thank you. I think Councillor Jordan did explain it pretty clearly. I've spoken to a few people who didn't understand what was in front of us here. We're not just renaming one of the scrutiny committees, but we're creating a 6th scrutiny committee, a new scrutiny committee. I've spoken to a few people at lunchtime who hadn't quite twigged that from the wording. So it's a new scrutiny committee that we're proposing. Thank you.
Okay, I'm now going to bring in Councillor Rouse, and I have agreed for him to have 5 minutes because I think there's quite a lot for people to digest.
Thank you, Chair, very much. Going to make the most of this rare occasion I get to stand up in front of you all and talk today. So, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Jordan, as Chair of C&G. Members, in your papers for today, you have a report on the review of the overview and scrutiny arrangements and 3 recommendations that require constitutional changes today, which only we as full council can do. As Vice Chairman of this Council, I was proud to chair the recent review of how Cornwall Council does scrutiny. It was an excellent, it was an extensive and it was a thorough piece of work conducted by a cross-party group of senior councillors from across the chamber. It's a piece of work that should future-proof our council for years to come. To take us back and to give us some context, it's no secret there have been some challenges around how Cornwall Council does scrutiny. It can be argued to an extent that since our creation in 2009, we've never really got it right. To date, in each administration since 2009, the role of overview and scrutiny has been subject to review or been changed. Therefore, this time, we wanted to get it right once and for all. We want to create effective, consistent scrutiny across all of our committees here at Cornwall Council. So, back in 2023, upon our request, the Centre for Governance and Scrutiny conducted a review of how we do scrutiny, called the Scrutiny Improvement Review. They are the experts when it comes to scrutiny. On the back of this piece of work, Cornwall Council Scrutiny Improvement Review Working Group was established to work through the recommendation to conclude the review. The working group was made up of myself, Vice Chairman of the Council, along with the Leader of the Council, members of Cabinet, group leaders from the different political parties, chairs and vice chairs from our scrutiny committees, and of C&G. These members acted as conduits between who they were representing and the work of the working group. It was hard work, and we worked at pace, debating these recommendations for hours upon hours. So from me, a big thank you to all those that were involved in the informal review. It is appreciated, especially for your commitment and deliberation over those 2 or 3 months. I also need to thank Henry, but particularly and specifically Anita, who this piece of work would not have been possible without. So the working group divided our work into 2 key areas. So recommendations that could be included in a revised overview scrutiny protocol, which I presented to C&G recently, and the recommendations which require constitutional change, and these are the ones before you today. Looking at the first recommendation in your papers, one of the findings from the CFGS was that the Customer and Support Services Overview and Scrutiny Committee had generated the most confusion in terms of its role. The working group was in agreement that it should be renamed as the Corporate Finance and Performance Overview and Scrutiny Committee to better reflect its responsibilities. It was also agreed to establish a Budget Development Overview and Scrutiny Committee, which would enable dedicated expertise in this important area, reduce duplication of reports and debate across the committees, and thereby provide capacity in the work programmes of our scrutiny committees. After a session with the Chief Executive and the acknowledgement that there is currently some irregularities with the committees, it was felt that the realignment of them based on the current directorate structure would be most appropriate, as other models such as cabinet portfolios or council priorities were political in nature and subject to change. C&G voted on this, and the recommendation from them is that this be implemented from the AGM in 2025 following the local elections. It was felt that a clean break with a start in 2025 was preferable, and that relates to the second recommendation in your papers. The final recommendation in front of you, members, links to the recommendations around opposition chairs or vice chairs of scrutiny committees would be healthy. It was felt that opposition chairs and vice chairs would be healthy, adding credibility to the oversight and enhancing public trust in scrutiny and democracy in Cornwall. Also, to give consideration to appointing chairs that have the necessary skills and background to conduct their role and to support effective and impactful scrutiny, so the best person for the job. Reference was also made to the statutory scrutiny guidance and the use of the secret ballot to elect chairman and vice chairman. The group recognised that the council had recently removed the ability to do this through the council procedure rules. However, there was potential for it to be reintroduced purely for the purposes of overview and scrutiny. As with the scrutiny committees mirroring the directorate structure, it was also felt that from C&G, the implementation for this in 2025, after the local elections, would provide a clean break. So, to summarise,
30 seconds.
Members have had these 3 recommendations in front of them. I do believe these changes to the procedurals and constitution will help us do scrutiny better at Cornwall Council. And even before we conclude this piece of work, we've got other councils contacting us to learn best practice. But just while I've got you all in the room, one of the most important factors in making this work will be the buy-in from members and officers. And if we're going to embrace this and embed these changes, we need all of your support. Thank you, members.
Okay, if you want to put your hand up if you'd like to speak. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question, a comment, and maybe an amendment to propose. Firstly, on page 146, paragraph 8, the chairman and vice chairman should not both be from the administration. What does the administration mean? Is it defined anywhere? That's my question. My comment is, we've looked at this in relation to scrutiny committees. In a way, our biggest scrutiny with a small s committee is our audit committee, where, of course, for the last 3 years and indeed before, it's been chaired not by a member of the administration with a capital A. And I would like to propose, if I can, a fourth recommendation that Constitution and Governments should review the arrangements for the appointment of the chair and vice chair of the audit committee with a view to provisions similar to those provided for scrutiny committees be adopted or something like that. It's only reasonable that the audit committee should follow the same steps in voting in a chair and vice chair as the scrutiny committee should do. Thank you.
Councillor Jordan, will you accept the amendment?
For the Constitution and Governance to take the audit back, we would have to go back to committee on that. We couldn't just accept it today as an amendment, I don't think. We would have to go back to committee. Yeah, we got the nods on that. And the administration, just looking at, is any ruling group. So that's what the Oxford English Dictionary says, and Councillor Wells has just confirmed it. So thank you, Madam Chair.
So I just want to get clarification from members. Councillor Harris, you were asking that the Constitution and Governance Committee consider audit committee in the same way that it's considered the scrutiny committees.
That's correct, yes, which I think where Councillor Jordan may have got a touch confused there.
Yeah.
All I'm asking is that we ask C&G to go away and look at how audit chair and vice chair are appointed with a view to it being the same way as it is for scrutiny.
Sorted.
Councillor Jordan, are you accepting that?
Yes, Madam Chair.
We're just getting the amendment wording right at the moment.
So the exact wording I've written down is that the Constitution and Governance Committee review the chairmanship and vice chairmanship of the Audit Committee in the same way as that of the Overview and Scrutiny Committees. Happy?
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I just want to say, well done to all those involved in the process. This is clearly a good piece of cross-party work that a lot of people involved in, and particularly to yourself, Vice Chair, for all your work in, keeping the players in the room, I think, for what at times was a really challenging thing. However, I cannot support every point as it's laid out at the moment. I cannot support the reintroduction of the use of secret ballots when this council fought so hard to remove secret ballots. I fear this could be the thin end of the wedge into the reintroduction of secret ballots in a number of our votes across the council. Concept of secret ballots may seem to uphold the privacy and individual choice in the context of local government. It can have a detrimental effect on transparency, accountability, and ultimately the trust of the electorate. First and foremost, secret ballots obscure accountability. When council members cast their votes anonymously, they effectively shield themselves from public scrutiny, making it difficult for their residents to hold them answerable for their decisions. In a democracy, transparency is paramount, and the use of the secret ballots undermines this fundamental principle, which should be at the foremost of our decision-making. Furthermore, can I remind everyone of the 7 Nolan principles, the fundamentals that should oversee our public life. One of those principles is transparency. Secret ballots foster a lack of transparency in this process. Without knowing how individual council members vote on specific issues, the public is left in the dark about their motivations behind key decisions. And I believe every one of us should be able to stand in front of our electorate and justify exactly why we voted in a certain way. Secret ballots can enable undue influence and backroom dealings. When council members are not held publicly accountable for their votes, there's a risk that may be swayed by special interests or political pressures which are behind closed doors, not out in the open. I fully admit some parties and some groups in this room have had issues with bullying, which has been widely reported in the media, but we should not be creating or changing our approach, allowing an environment or a situation like that to dictate our policies. In addition, secret ballots hinder open debate and constructive dialogue. In a transparent voting system, council members should be accountable. So in conclusion, whilst use of secret ballots may seem to protect individual privacy, in the context of local government, it undermines transparency,
30 seconds.
Accountability and the trust of the electorate. To uphold the principles of democracy and ensure that the voices of the people are heard, it is essential that Cornwall Council reconsiders the use of secret ballots in this context. Therefore, I will propose an amendment, and that amendment would be in point 3 on page 99, to remove the 2 words secret ballot and replace with the word vote.
Councillor Jordan, do you accept?
No, Madam Chairman, I think there's enough different views in this room, and I have to back up what the Constitution and Governance Committee voted on. I understand Councillor Gardner's point of view when it came to secrecy, and in the ballot, I voted against secrecy. But what was explained to us at the C&G meeting changed my view on this one particular matter. So I can't take it as an amendment. I think it needs to go as a separate amendment. Thank you.
A point of clarification, please. Thank you. Sorry, it relates to the topic raised by Councillor Gardner. Just as part of the other agenda items from C&G, we voted on the recommendations individually. Are we going to be considering and voting on all the 3 recommendations together, or will they be taken individually?
Councillor Jordan, I'm minded to take it individually so that we can get down to the nitty-gritty of each piece. Are you happy with that?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I've no problem with that.
So we're going to go back.
We've got a seconder.
Yeah.
So Barry won't accept.
Yeah. Speakers, we're going to be speaking now on the amendment Councillor Gardner has put forward. And I'm just going to clarify, it's removal of the secret ballot from the wording. So if you're wanting to speak, please make sure that Jordan sees your hand.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Gardner, rather than just replacing secret ballot with vote, it would be a tidier recommendation if we took out the words "and for their election by secret ballot" in those few words, because the default position is by simple majority vote anyway.
Yeah, completely happy to change that to the amendment.
Are you happy with that? Okay, going into speakers, Councillor Conway.
Thank you. And I am supporting Councillor Gardner. That might surprise one or two of you, but I am supporting Councillor Gardner in this. A secret ballot has nothing to do with democracy. As has been proven earlier on in this meeting, I proposed a resolution against what my party said and it fell, but the fact it fell isn't relevant. The fact is I stood up and said what I believed is right, and that is what every councillor should do. If a councillor is not prepared to stand by their principles and be seen to vote in a particular way or speak in a particular way, they shouldn't be within this chamber. So I am supporting wholeheartedly the fact that every vote should be by a ballot, and it should be stand up and be counted so your electorate can see how you are voting. It's a pretty simple basis of democracy. If my electorate don't like the way I vote, they won't vote for me next time. Whether they vote for me next time for any other reason remains to be seen. But as a basic premise, I believe we should be seen to be democratic and seen how we vote. So I fully support the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. So we covered this last time when we had the debate about whether to get rid of secret ballots for general decisions in council. Some of us raised the point that election of people to positions of power is different from electing, from casting votes on decisions that we make in the council. Totally accept what people have said about the importance of our electorate being able to see, did we vote for or against spending £10 million on the Pydar development, etc. But when you're putting people into positions of power, there is something different. The chair of a committee has tremendous power, for example, to decide whether these three things should be taken in one go or voted on separately, to decide who gets to speak at certain points in meetings, to decide when to draw the debate to a close, and all of those things can have an influence on the outcome. So what's most important is that we do things based on the best person for the job. I'm glad that Councillor Gardner raised the Nolan principles. I support them myself, including principle number 1, holders of public office should act solely in the terms of the public interest. Number 2, integrity. Holders of public office must avoid placing themselves under any obligation to people or organisations that might try to inappropriately influence them in their work. They should not act or take decisions in order to gain financial or other material benefits for themselves, their family or their friends. And objectivity. Holders of public office must act and take decisions impartially, fairly and on merit, using the best evidence and without discrimination or bias. Now, we all love Councillor Conway because he votes what he thinks is right, no matter what anybody else says. But some people feel a bit more pressure about whether they're going to be ruffling feathers within their own party. And if you have an ambition to be a committee chair yourself, then you're being closely watched by your group leaders and your group whip. And I've said it before and I'll say it again now, there was an occasion where I was told that if I asked a challenging question to a member of the administration back when we were when we were in control, and afterwards my group leader said to me, "If you do that again, I'll remove you from that committee, and then you'll lose your chair." There was a vote that took place where someone didn't vote the way they should have done for who should be put in chair.
30 seconds.
Thank you. I'm rambling. The point is, it's really important that when we vote for committee chairs, that they're done in secret, because you should be doing it based on who you think is best for the job, not who your leader or your group whip wants you to vote for, because of the consequences that might have for you in the group. So I hope you will reject this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Guest.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for those of you who noticed, I'm left-handed, so I'm probably going to batter the microphone. I've ordered a right-handed microphone off Dem Services. Much of what I was going to say has already been said, and I thank Councillor McKenna for seconding this amendment, and I fully support it. A brief comment. I'm sure that the irony of a secret ballot on scrutiny will not be lost on members. I mean, the definition of scrutiny is critical observation or examination. So my question to you all is, how can you scrutinise a secret ballot? So I'm more than happy to support this amendment. Thank you very much.
Councillor Kirkham.
Yeah, just to point out that the secret ballot would only be reintroduced for the chairs and vice chairs on scrutiny committees, so it's nothing else but that. There have obviously been occasions previously when pressure has been exerted, a secret ballot would allow the right person to be elected for each job. And to answer some of the challenges on that, at the moment, every single chair and vice chair of every single scrutiny committee is from the administration. Now, if we're picking the best people for the job, is that really the case at the moment? And maybe that would change that.
Councillor German.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We've just heard about the Nolan principles and taking decisions based upon evidence. We've heard about all of the hard work that the informal scrutiny working group has carried out. We've heard from the chair of C&G how they looked at this issue, and he was convinced that holding secret ballots was the right way forward. So, colleagues, I asked you to follow the evidence, to follow those that have done the work in the informal scrutiny working group and in C&G, looked at the evidence and supported having secret ballots for this particular reason only. Thank you very much.
Councillor Marrington.
Thank you. Yes, I sort of came to this late and suddenly realised what we were talking about, and I like Councillor German and Kirkham and Martin, feel really strongly that we're all at different stages. Some people are new. We all, there might be loads of new people coming to council having to choose, and there certainly is a feeling of pressure sometimes. And it might be for reasons like you've got a friend that you want to support, but you might not think they're the right person for the job. There's so many things that you have to think about that for this particular instance, it just seems a perfect opportunity where it would be very easy to feel like you've got to do something to either progress yourself and or to do something that's right for your group. And I absolutely, wholeheartedly would vote against this because I just don't think it's right, thinking of all the different people around in this room and how uncomfortable that will put them. It has to be about just voting for the best person. But, there'll be people worrying they're going to let somebody down or for things like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dwelly.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wasn't going to come in on this one, but it just seems the arguments against secret ballot, I'd have a lot more time for them if anyone really believed that any residents of Cornwall have a clue who voted which way on any committee in anything. And in particular, if you look at the committee papers afterwards, you can't see who voted for the chairs or against. So it's a completely windy, empty argument, in my opinion. I can see those arguments for and against, but the argument that the people of Cornwall will not be able to hold people accountable when they can't actually see who voted which way in these committee papers is ridiculous. Come on. Thank you.
Councillor McKenna.
Madam Chair, thank you. I reiterate my support for a vote on the issue of secret ballots or not.
I do think it's an important principle that we are seen to be behaving appropriately, and we are, for the members of the public who may watch scrutiny committees or the committees online or in person, they can actually see what's happening at the start of the meeting. So I think, from my perspective, I'm happy to second Councillor Gardner's proposal that be taken out. In terms of the recommendations themselves on page 99, understand and support the first one, understand and support the second one, have doubts about the third one, and I congratulate the party opposite on its forward thinking in terms of, well, we'll
Councillor
change
McKenna,
it.
we're talking about just the amendment at the moment.
Are we? Oh, can I come back then? Excellent. Thank you for clarifying. It's been a long day, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Gardner, do you have anything further you want to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to, reiterate what Councillor McKenna said, actually. To think that residents don't watch this is quite disingenuous to residents. My residents certainly do watch these votes. They often ask me of my thoughts before I vote, and they certainly question me on the way that I vote after I voted in a certain way, as the residents of Pentyre Residents Association did just last night, when I was asked to justify some of the votes that I've taken in the last number of weeks across the council, and I actively encourage them to keep doing that. I think it's great for democracy. So to say residents don't care or don't notice how we vote, I think is wrong, and that's why I've
point of order. Sorry, can I please just clarify misinformation there? I was saying that residents don't follow who voted for which chair of committees. That's rather a different point, isn't it, Councillor Gardner?
Okay. My residents certainly follow things like that. It's disingenuous to say they don't.
Councillor George, are you wanting to speak on the amendment?
Are we going to have a secret ballot on it? No, Madam Chairman, I don't.
Councillor George.
Thank you. Sorry, I thought I caught your eye earlier. Very briefly, just to say that, secret ballots, of course, should be avoided whenever possible, and in Parliament, they're only used, in fact, for exactly these kind of circumstances where there is a fear of either patronage or fear itself, which is contained within the way in which a person may choose to vote and in which they're seen to have voted. And I think that on this occasion, it is very regrettable that you have to use this at all, but I think that certainly from my experience of seeing how decisions are made within this council and at committee level, it would certainly be a significant benefit to have the availability of secret ballots purely for this purpose. Thank you.
Okay, so we've done the speakers. I'm going to ask Matt to read out the amendment as is before we go to the vote.
Thank you, Chairman. So the amendment is to remove from recommendation 3 the words "and for their election by secret ballot," so that recommendation 3 then becomes the chairman and vice chairman of the council's overview and scrutiny committees, not both being from the administration, be agreed to take effect from the annual meeting in May 2025.
Okay, so we're now going to go to the vote. So those for. Oh no. Those against? And any abstentions? That's carried. Thank you. So we're now going to go back to number 1 now. So we're going back into the main debate now. So I've got a list here. Councillor McKenna.
Madam Chair, thank you. Can I ask for a point of clarification, please? In relation to the vote we just took, did that include recommendation 3 without the secret ballot element, or are we voting on recommendation 3 separately? It wasn't immediately clear.
So, Councillor McKenna, members, the vote you've just taken was on the amendment to recommendation 3. Vote not yet taken on amended recommendation 3. Back into main debate, and the chair has decided that the recommendations, including the amended recommendation and the new recommendation which has been incorporated, will be in the order that they're set out.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, point of order on the same thing. Sorry, are we now having 3 debates and 3 votes, or 1 debate and 3 votes? Okay, so we can talk on all.
We're having 1 debate and 3 votes.
Madam Chair, thank you, and thank you, Mr Stokes, for clarifying the position. 1 and 2, I think I've mentioned before, I'm comfortable with. Item 3, or recommendation 3 on page 99, I was in the middle of congratulating the party opposite on their forward planning, because there's almost an assumption on their part that they're not going to be administration in 2025, and therefore they want to protect themselves. Sorry, Madam Chairman, I'm just trying to be a little bit humorous, but it does seem that whilst for the last 3 years the party opposite has had all the chairs and vice chairs, virtually all, that as of May 2025, the suggestion is that at least one, potentially the vice chair of the scrutiny committees, is from the opposition. So I understand why that's being done, or why that's being suggested, but it isn't something I'm necessarily comfortable with. So I just wonder, should the council be tying itself to a resolution at this point, when in 12 months' time that council might look a little different? I might not get elected myself, I don't know. But I just think actually that might be something for the new council to consider, as it is a clear change of policy, and as the proposal doesn't actually require it to be brought into effect until May next year anyway. Thank you.
Councillor German.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I'd also like to thank Councillor Rouse for his excellent chairing of the informal scrutiny working group, and Anita Serby, our Democratic and Statutory Scrutiny Officer, for her excellent advice and support throughout the process. We've heard, Madam Chairman, that this is about getting scrutiny right. It's about helping us to do scrutiny better. That's what Councillor Rouse told us. Councillor Wells told us that we're going to be a beacon. It's the sunlit uplands, but we can't be a beacon until 2025. We've done all of this work, but we can't bring it in now. We can't improve tomorrow. We've got to wait for another full year before we could possibly bring this in. So, building on Councillor McKenna's point, I would like to move an amendment, Madam Chairman, that is in recommendation 3. We take out the number 4 and take out the number 5 and insert the number 4. Thank you very much.
Do you have a seconder? Do we have speakers on this?
I have a point of order, first of all, if I may ask it.
Councillor Fitter?
Thank you. Before we discuss this matter, since it's been called and it's going to be debated, is it appropriate for the current chairs and vice chairs of the scrutiny committee that may be affected to be in the room, because this is something that could, in actual fact, could affect their stipendiary they get from the authority by chairing and vice chairing these. If it's for 2025, it doesn't come into effect because it's a new administration. But I'm concerned that the members who chair and the vice chairs who chair these 3 committees, and I think it's 3 committees we're talking about, five committees, then I think possibly they may be well advised, with your advice, to consider whether they should exclude themselves from voting and indeed exclude themselves from the meeting. Thank you, sir.
So, thank you, Councillor Fitter.
Can I have some order, please?
Sorry. So it's just, I was thrown by Councillor Barnes. So that particular point has been considered, and whilst there may be incumbent chairs and vice chairs, and whilst assumptions might be made as to who might be in those seats after May this year, there is no code of conduct reason for them to declare an interest or exclude themselves from the debate and vote. So there's a point already considered, and I appreciate it may be contentious, but that's the position. They can stay.
Madam Chairman, with your permission, may I just come back with one further question? Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Your advice then, sir, is up to the individual members who occur those posts at the moment for them to consider their position and their conscience and whether they think they have an interest and make it accordingly.
So I'm not going to be so bold as to assume that all members in this chamber have a conscience. But as is always the case, it's for individual members to decide whether they have an interest under the Code of Conduct or not.
Okay, so just for clarity, you want to change 2025 to 2024 on that one, nothing else. Okay, so hands up if you want to speak on this one, please. Councillor Frost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with changing it to doing this all in one go. I would actually respectfully ask Councillor German to absorb also item 2 and change that 5 to a 4 as well, because I think if we're changing scrutiny to make it healthy, as Councillor Rouse said, or to make it a clean break, as is in the report, we should do it all in one go. Whether that be next May or the May after, I'm not particularly fussed about. But we're not having a clean break if we do a bit now and then a bit in a year's time. It's either a clean break or it's not. So I think we should do all of it in one go. I'm not fussed if it's a 4 or a 5, as long as it's all the same. I think so. I'm happy to support Councillor German's motion if they are all 4s or if they're all 5s. Either way, I'm happy.
Councillor German, would you accept that?
Yes, happy to accept, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Dwelly, are you prepared to take that as seconder?
Yeah.
Councillor Kirkham.
Sorry, now I'm not ready. I was simply going to say that I was on the review committee and considering that the committee that made the decisions about this was as pro rata as everything else, so in other words, the administration held the trump hand on that committee as well. The vote on this was 4-4, 4 against and 2 abstentions, and it was only taken by the chairman's casting vote. So we as a committee were very much unsure about this. And the other thing to say is that the review that was done by the independent consultants told us that we should, to make our scrutiny better and fairer, carry out their recommendations as quickly as possible. So there's no real reason for this amendment for it to be put back a year, other than the fact the administration wanted to keep things the way they are.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you. I would like to speak to the amendment, but I just want to go back to Matt's point. Sorry, I completely hear what you say if we are debating 2025 and how that impacts on people who think they might be chair or vice chair in 2025, but we're now debating 2024. Does that, and people in the room are currently chair and vice chairs of current committees, does that have the same impact or something else?
My advice doesn't change. No. And I did say that you may make assumptions as to who may be the chairs and vice chairs, but that equally applies this year.
Thank you. Yes, so colleagues, I'm a member of the Constitution and Governance Committee. The vote on this, whether to bring in the chairs and vice chairs for May 24 or May 25, was not unanimous. I did not vote in favour of it. And that's not because the work of the working group, the review panel, was not good. In fact, I paid tribute to the work of that working group. It was excellent, very ably led by Councillor Rouse and very ably supported. However, if the Centre for Governance and Scrutiny reckons that it is good governance to do it, let's do it now. Why are we waiting?
Councillor George.
Thank you. Further to the point which Councillor Kirkham made a moment ago, being on the working group as well, it's as well to be reminded of the debate which we had in that regard, because indeed the way that the debate went, as I recollect, was not only was this the proposal that we implement as quickly as possible in 2024 on the table recommended by the Centre of Governance, etc. But actually the debate was going in that direction as well. But the leader actually indicated very clearly, I mean, first of all, I mean, having the scrutinised on a working group to discuss how scrutiny should work is questionable in my view. But nevertheless, the leader then raised concerns because she became apparently concerned about the fact that it might be implemented as soon as this year. And that actually turns the vote at the time and the debate at the time against the implementation of the recommendation, and the recommendation from both the centre and indeed the way the debate was going within the room at the time. I mean, my view is that it's not just that if it's important that we get this done as quickly as possible, but also, I mean, my concern about the quality of scrutiny across scrutiny committees is my opinion is low, that it's very poor. The capacity of scrutiny committees is constrained to a very large extent because of the way in which the rules around them operate, and the resources which are available to them are simply not available, including that the scrutinised can intervene in the process of scrutiny within each of the scrutiny committees, and that often the question sessions within them are bun fights rather than coordinated efforts to actually, you know, interrogate an issue in a more methodical and effective way. There's all sorts of methods within the scrutiny committees which actually need further development. So my reason for wanting this implemented as quickly as possible is because it's making a bad situation less bad by the changes which are proposed today, but it's still an appallingly inept scrutiny.
30 seconds.
And in my view, let's get this change made, but then we should be working hard to improve still further the ability of scrutiny within this council, because at the moment it is at rock bottom. Sorry.
Councillor Alvey.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to repeat much of what I actually said during the meetings that we held as part of the review process. And I'm going to try and take party politics out of the reason why we should be looking at 2025 with this. And I appreciate the arguments that are being made as to why it is in our interest to move this to 2025. My point is simply one around continuity of scrutiny. The fact that the scrutiny committees have now been together for a large part, apart from obviously changes due to individual circumstances, for 3 years. They've got their work programme set out. Those chairs and vice chairs are experienced as chairs and vice chairs in scrutiny, and bearing in mind that one of the things that came out of the review is more support and training for chairs and vice chairs. So to change the chair and the vice chair at that point, just 1 year from the next set of elections, and bearing in mind, but we get to Christmas this year, after Christmas everyone's in election mode. In reality, there's 7 months worth of scrutiny going to be done by the scrutiny committee scrutiny committees for that final year. So for that reason, and I actually suggested that it should be part of the constitution that actually, as a matter of course, we don't change the chairs of scrutiny for the last 2 years of any administration. That is why I am not supporting this amendment. I think it's important for continuity that those chairs that are currently in place, unless from foreseeable circumstances they get voted down, they are able to continue the work programmes that have been set. Chair, just you can take my name off speaking in the main debate now, because I've made the point I want to make then.
Councillor Ewart.
Thank you. It's just a point of clarification from Councillor Alvey there. The scrutiny chairs and vice chairs are elected every single year. So unless you're saying that it is fixed and it is decided in advance and it is not down to who is the best person for the job and it is not down to how the committee feels on that day to vote for the best person, then it kind of makes the point more that it should happen straight away.
Councillor Conway.
Thank you. We've heard about having different dates for it, and there seems to be very little reason to keep the dates as in the paper. If we're going to change the date on one committee, why not change it to all of them? We've said we're going to put the committees in line with the directorate. Well, that's fair enough. Does it matter if we do it this year or next year? Not really, but if you're going to do it all next year, it's all next year. If you're going to do it all this year, it seems to make sense to do it all this year. The suggestion that's being made can be summed up in the colloquialism, snouts in troughs. It's important that people have respect for the chair and the vice chair of a scrutiny committee. A scrutiny committee, its real job is to scrutinise and not to brown nosed, for want of another colloquialism. So it's very important that the non-cabinet members can scrutinise properly and fully. So I've got every sympathy with the amendments. We need to look into it to make sure the committees can work properly, scrutinise properly, and in my opinion, the scrutiny committees still do not have sufficient power, and the Cabinet has a vastly greater power than the 10 people there justify. So from a democratic point of view, scrutiny should be proper scrutiny, and there it goes. So whether we go for 24 or 25, does it really matter? But let's try and make sure we get things right and make sure it's in a position where people can properly scrutinise. And that's the same for all parties, whether you're in the administration or not. Thank you.
Councillor Barnes.
Can you hear me, Chairman? Yeah. I'm all in favour of making this change, and the sooner the better, really. I think this will give, I'd like to see it done this year, so that then we got continuity for 12 months and then going into the new council. And of course, the biggest review will be the subject to review of members by the electorate. And I generally do have faith in the different chairs and vice chairs of scrutiny. The chairman of the committee that I sit on is John Keeling. He's a Conservative, I'm not. And I have to say I have the utmost respect and trust in him as the chair of the Scrutiny Committee. So if I had to vote for the chair today, I would still vote for John Keeling. But having said that, sooner we get rid of the rest of them, the better.
Councillor Wells.
Thank you.
Can we have some quiet, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think the point I was going to make has been well made by Councillor Alvey, actually. Is if we're going to go through the complete reconstruction of the scrutiny committees, which is what's implicit in the amended amendments we've got in front of us at the moment, where we're moving all the dates to the same in 2024, then that's going to cause problems, I suggest, with the current form that the scrutiny committees are following. It seems tidier to bring everything into line in 2025 if you're going to bring everything, be consistent about it and bring everything in at that point. But I would like to see the budget committee formed as soon as possible, because I think that would lift the load off the Corporate and Finance Committee and enable the budget to get good scrutiny before when it's next being set. But on balance, I would say bring it all in at the same time in 2025. But if that's my personal view. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. I was wanting the debate to be carried out without me making a contribution, but I am. Because what we're looking at today is what's best for this council. And I absolutely believe we introduce these changes in 2025. And the reason I'm saying that is because the chairs and the vice chairs have been operating for 3 years. They've got confidence, they've got experience, and I have total confidence in their roles to carry out the jobs that they're being tasked to do. I think it would be reckless to even contemplate changing that wealth of experience and the respect that I know the majority of them have in relation to the work that they have to do. And I think it is only proper that when it comes to 2025, there are new sets of voting procedures in place, ready for a new administration. And Councillor Conway, I'm always delighted to hear your challenge to this administration, and I think it highlights that this party, this administration, has a free voice. There are times when I wish they didn't, but they do have a free voice, and that vote for the chairs and vice chairs is also a decision that's made by the committee. So please do not support the amendment that's coming forward from Councillor German, and vote to have the changes made in 2025 where we can continue to do the good work that we're doing. Thank you.
Councillor Dwelly.
Yes, apologies. Thank you, Chair. Point of order on correct information. Leader, I think if you recall, the committee which I sit on, Economic Growth and Development, hasn't had no change in continuity. It's had Councillor Gardner as chair, followed by Councillor Donathorne as chair, followed by Councillor Worth as chair. So I think that argument can't be made. Thank you. And can I please come back in my main debate? Thank you.
Councillor Marrington.
Oops, sorry. What's best for the council, and I think what's interesting with thinking about that is that I was listening to those debates and I was actually listening to Councillor Alvey and Councillor Wells there, but it's a very different position when you're on the opposition, and it shouldn't be like that. And that scrutiny review that we saw has made those recommendations to get things better. But it does feel, this is the reality, that the scrutiny committees currently do feel a bit of a tick box exercise for some of us, and not effective. And I think it was only minutes ago we were talking about Councillor Gardner's point, where we were talking about our residents and wanting to be open and do the best. And I just think, obviously, if anyone, a resident, was listening, they would know that the best thing to do would be to change, to bring in those changes now. And it brought me on to thinking about speaking to Lib Dem peers, for example, and I remember having a conversation about that turkeys voting for Christmas thing, that people were in the Lords but actually would vote themselves out, but they believed that to be the case. And I was really thinking about this and thinking, if I was on the committee or as a scrutiny chair next time round, I would still be voting for this as soon as possible, because it just feels like the right thing to do to get that balance. And I think then you would get best practice, because if you get genuinely the best person for that role and that balance of the parties, you can bring people together on those groups. But currently, that hit home a bit, talking about what's best for the council, because I don't think for some of us it does feel the most effective way to do scrutiny currently on the opposition. Thank you.
Councillor Dwelly.
Just make a technical thing, please. The default position for us is, as councillors with our agendas, is that we do it electronically. I can't access, and I think as you might find on the council website, that we can't actually access the agendas at the moment because it says it's down due to maintenance or overload, which is a bit of a problem because I can't actually read the papers.
We're going to carry on with the speakers and they're going to have a look at that. Okay, so if we can have some hush, please. Councillor Dwelly.
Thank you very much, Chair, again. So just to reiterate my backing of Councillor German's amendment, I think the problem here is when you look at this as a package, clearly the committee is proposing things that it thinks are best for the future of Cornwall. Are some things best for the future of Cornwall now and other things best in a year's time? The best person for the job point, which Councillor Rouse makes, I fundamentally agree with that, and I think committees should be free to choose the best people for the job. The reality is that hasn't been the case. That's not what's proposed. It might have been under a secret ballot system, but that hasn't. We've gone away from that now. You can't say that it's a clean break for the last item on this, but therefore the other one should be a dirty break in year one now. So which is it, a clean or a dirty break on each of these? And in terms of the best person for the job, if you believe that the best person for the job is the system you're bringing in May 25, does that imply we've got to keep going with the worst person for the job now? So I support Councillor Frost on this. If you'd come in with a package all for 25, it would have hung together. As it is, it looks shabby and it looks wrong. And I think, finally, I'd like to ask this question of the monitoring officer. Although you said, Matt, that you believe that it's okay for chairs and vice chairs to vote on this, should they be declaring a pecuniary interest? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dwelly, which I'm assuming you're linking to what Councillors Alvey and Taylor have said. My advice remains the same, because whilst those may be aspirations at May, the chairs and vice chairs still need to be voted in. And as I say, assumptions can be made, and I know what's been said, but my advice stands.
Right, before we continue, just to let you know, Anita has actually sent out the email on an agenda on the emails, so you're able to access it on your emails. Okay? Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Love the old style new chairs.
must say. Glad that we've revamped the chamber, looking almost exactly the same as it was before. It must be incredibly frustrating for the Vice Chairman and for those members of this council who sat for hours and hours putting together these recommendations, only to sit here and slowly watch members of this chamber pick weevils out of Weetabix and put forward tiny little amendment after amendment after amendment. I can see the Chairman of Constitution and Governance smiling in full agreement with me. What's wrong with this? What's wrong with the amendments that are put in front of us? Absolutely nothing. When the people to the left of me and behind me were in power between 2017 and 21, I was part of that administration, and I watched them continually make sure that every single member was a chair or vice chair. And it's been no different, really, from 2021 to now. And that's the way it works. That's the way politics works. You put your people in positions because you're the administration, regardless of who it is. So I fully agree with all the amendments as written, and I will not be voting, for all the recommendations that have been written, and I won't be voting for any amendments and playing silly political party games and picking weevils out of Weetabix just for the sake of it.
Councillor Fitter.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think in response to Councillor Wills, I think, sir, it may be called democracy. But if I may say, in actual fact, I just wanted to ask Councillor Alvey if you possibly, sir, would cause to rethink your comments when you said that basically from January onwards, we're winding down and nothing much happens. I think that the people of Cornwall will regard that as slightly disturbing given the state of Cornwall and its finances at the moment. So I sincerely hope that they don't reflect that as the view of all of us, those of us who serve on committees and be working right up to the day that this authority is dissolved and a new authority is elected. But what the other matter, sir, that I wanted to raise with you was that, and I am concerned, I don't sit on any of the committees that we talk about, but they contain 12 people of good character instead and have been elected by the people of Cornwall. All of them participate in their various committees. The chair, and Councillor Keeling is an example of par excellence, he involves all the members. So conversely, if the worst comes to the worst, any one of those members is fully up to speed with the agenda, the path, the workload of that committee. So I don't think you have anything to fear, sir, by any of your council colleagues stepping into the breach if the need should be there to carry on the chairmanship. Thank you, sir.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If I may, I want to make a personal note. I actually serve on 2 scrutiny committees. One is Children and Families, the other Economic Growth, and I'm a substitute on a 3rd. So why would we change? And I just want to make a personal note. The chair I serve under, I'm his vice chair, is sitting in front of me. He has not paid me to say this. He is outstanding. He has a wealth of experience. He has vision. He has drive. I'm very proud to be his deputy. Why put the brakes on that, even if there's a queue of well-being well-wishers who would like to take his place? It would be absurd. And if I may, Councillor Fitter, come back, I want to declare an interest, not in the next 15 months, when I hope to retain my vice chairmanship, but next year, when hopefully I will be re-elected. And when I am, I would like the ability and the possibility that I can again be selected to serve in some chair or vice chair capacity. And that is why I believe I have a perfect right to vote today. So my final my final words, Madam Chairman, are this. Why change something that works extremely well? Thank you.
Councillor Alvey.
Madam Chairman, a point of factual correction. Councillor Worth and Councillor Perry can both be re-elected under this new system. We're not voting them out.
Councillor Alvey.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to respond to Councillor Fitter, because he'll recall that actually I'm a second-term councillor, so I did do 4 years as a Scrutiny Committee member during the last administration, and I very well recall that last few months of the administration. And I'm not saying that everyone stops working and stops scrutinising, but what I am saying is that in that last few months, you are tying up the work programme that you've set for the previous almost 4 years. You're still doing the statutory scrutiny that clearly you have to, but the point is that as the administration draws to a close, you are tying up those loose ends, finishing off those bits of scrutiny that you've been asked to bring forward in the work programme. I'm not saying you stop working, but what I am saying is that the continuity is important to be able to draw a line under one administration to move to the next.
Councillor Morton.
Thanks, Chair. So the issue of when to change the alignment of the committees to match the portfolios, this is something that's already overdue. It's been something that there are already some committees that have multiple cabinet members coming along, and some cabinet members have to attend multiple committees. It's a really poor fit. If we wait until the next election before the change happens, then you're going to have so many things changing all at once that there will be a real loss of knowledge between the old and the new. If we make the change now, then yes, there will be a bit of a change, but there will still be a large amount of continuity between who is scrutinising those functions, so that over the course of the next year, they can make sure that those changes are bedded in, and that when the next administration comes in, you know exactly who are the best people, whoever's still standing after the election, who are the best people to give the new administration and the new term of scrutiny committees the best possible start, because there will be somebody on every single committee who has experience of that committee, I would expect. So that's why it does make sense to do that sooner rather than later. It's always inconvenient, it's always disruptive, but it's better to do that sooner rather than later. In terms of the finance, there's a question of the spirit of the law versus the letter of the law. The reason I've had this discussion with Henry before the meeting, he was very clear that there is a conflict of interest between someone being a current chair or vice chair in this vote, but there is a line in the Code of Conduct that says allowances don't count. And that's because when we vote for the whole scheme of allowances to be changed, if we all left the room because we all had an interest in that scheme of allowances, there'd be nobody left in the room to vote for the allowances that affect us all. And so a line was written in there that was inserted to think of that time when we do the annual change to say allowances don't count as an interest, you can carry on voting. That line clearly wasn't written with this circumstance in mind. We are specifically making a decision about the timing of how we elect chairs and vice chairs. If I took a bet with any one of the existing vice chairs and said, not even a bet, I'll give you a gift. If you're a current chair or vice chair, and you're still the chair or vice chair,
30 seconds.
I'll give you £1,000. Have you got a conflict of interest now? Have you got a financial interest? If you have, get up and leave the room. Okay? But somehow, if you get £10,000 for being the chair or £5,000 for being the vice chair, you're going to still sit there and say, I'll vote to keep my seat, thank you very much, but there's no conflict of interest. You've got a chance here to show that you're doing the right thing by giving up that position. Thank you, I'll almost finish. If you delay it, it looks like you're doing it for self-interest. If you do it today, it looks like you're doing the right thing for democracy. Thank you.
Councillor McLennan.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm probably going to get some boos here because I think, God, we've gone on so long in this subject. You know, can you hear me? All right, I've got these chairs are so bloody awkward. Okay. Hear me now. Sorry, my time started yet. I'm going to go home and get complaints about the roads, the potholes, and everything else. And we spent ages on this damn subject. We sat, in response to your question, with respect, we as Conservatives, two of us, Conway and myself, are allowed to be outspoken by the leader. But for 4 years we sat as opposition, and most of us backbenchers said we felt we did a good job. We kept the two leaders over there on their toes at times, and we felt we did a good job. So it's not all bad news being that way. And we didn't get any jobs on, frowning, Mr. Dwelly. We didn't get any jobs on the committees. I think to make it cleaner, it's not about money. If you took the committees that we're on licensing, and it's not going to be effective, but our knowledge has to be so much more at times than what the chairman gets allowed. But I think we should just accept it's much easier to make the change in one go in 25, because some of us, so even over there, don't know if you'll be in those positions, and Councillor Martin might not even be leader of the Liberal Democrats. He might have somebody else come in and challenge him. So things could change. I think we should go for 2025 and do it now, please. Vote.
Councillor Ellenborough.
Vote, please. Second.
Councillor Ellenborough.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to say that Councillor Wills said exactly what I thought, which is that this has become ridiculous. When we were on the benches opposite, we actually did have a conversation about whether chairs and vice chairs should be from different sides. And I have to tell you, and those of you who were here in the last administration, without fear or favour, the straight answer from the then administration was no way. So, I mean, I'm sorry, I think an awful lot of what has been, yes, your lot, Councillor Frank, and I think really this has become utterly stupid. Let's go with what the recommendations were. We are doing again what we did last time when we debated something, was that we had a recommendation from, and I think it was from Constitution and Governance Committee, and we spent an hour fiddling around and actually got to no positive conclusion. My view would be, let's go to the vote. Let's say, are we in favour of doing this in 24, or are we in favour of doing it in 25, and just get over. But I have to say that let him who is without sin cast the first stone, colleagues.
Just for clarity, there are two more speakers and I will not be taking any more hands now. So I'm going to be going to Councillor Cole.
Well, it's a pleasure to follow a biblical Barbara, I'll put it that way. So, I put my hand up so long ago, and I'm just so frustrated as one of the members of the working group, and my frustration is, and this is my only contribution in this whole debate, is that it doesn't go far enough. There are elements that I don't think we're addressing enough in terms of what isn't going through scrutiny that I think should be going through scrutiny, what we're actually missing. And here we are talking about whether or not there, we've done the whether or not there should be secret ballots or not, which in terms of, there's only 11 people on the committee. When you know the result, you can work it out anyway, can't you? That's the bottom line. And then now we're talking about the chairs and vice chairs issue, which I can tell you at the committee, it was the most pointless debate of the whole lot. We had a lot of good debates, so that one was pretty pointless because we kept talking about the best person for the job, and the Conservatives thought the best person for the job was always a Conservative, and the Lib Dems thought it was always a Lib Dem. Obviously, I always thought it was one of these crowd, So I'm just really, really frustrated, and can we actually please talk about scrutiny instead of these mechanisms? Yeah? Cheers.
Okay, I'm now going to bring in Councillor Rouse as the chairman of the Informal Scrutiny Improvement Review Group, just to sum up.
You sure know how to take it out of me, I know that much. Members, look, I'm not going to sum up, that's not my job. Councillor Jordan's job is to do that, but I just want to give you some practical advice and support on this. I'm not going to comment on recommendation 3, that is political. I'm not going to be dragged into that today. But what I will say is on, just please think about recommendation number 2 on the realignment of the directorate structure. That is not political, that really is practical. If we spend 2024, the most part of the year, trying to realign those scrutiny committees to the directorate structure, we're not going to get any scrutiny done. So please, let's spend the year, let's let them work in the background to realign that directorate structure with our scrutiny committees while we get on doing scrutiny. And that is why we thought about this during the working group process. That is exactly why it's in there to start in May 2025. It's not political, it's purely for practical reasons in association and conversation with Kate as head of paid service. So please just bear that in mind.
Councillor German, do you have anything further to say before we go to the vote on the amendments?
Thank you. Oh, I need to put my card back in, don't I? There had to be one, didn't there? And guess who it was? Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to comment. I'm happy to support the new recommendation 4 about having the same process for audit, but it should be very clear to the Chamber that audit is not scrutiny, and that there is a very definite formal role for audit that is very clear and separate to scrutiny. So whilst I'm happy about the election of chair and vice chair being the same, we shouldn't confuse the two functions. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Okay, so we're going to go to the vote on the amendment on recommendation 2 and 3. So it says from 2025 and change it to 2024. So that's what you're voting on. It's coming up now. All right, is everybody clear with that one? So those 4. Those against? Any abstention? And the amendment is lost.
It was 32 for, 41 against and 2 abstentions.
Okay, so we're going to go back onto the list for the original debate now. If you don't want to speak again, please let me know when I get your name. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. So, money matters. It's a golden thread which runs through everything we do. Every service we provide, either directly or through third parties, uses money. We know we need to become more sustainable in our use of money, but there's currently a huge gap between the amount we're using and the amount we know we'll be able to use in the coming years. Closing this gap requires every department and every scrutiny committee to use their expert and detailed knowledge of their departments to find ways to use less money without reducing the quality of the services we provide. If one department misses its money savings targets, bigger cuts will be needed elsewhere. But if a really big saving can be found in one department, this can ease the pressure on all the others. Our current scrutiny process means that those broader questions about how to get the right balance between the total amount of money we use in each department is considered by a single scrutiny committee, which doesn't have representation from the other committees. That's why I'm really pleased to see the creation of this new Budget Development Overview and Scrutiny Committee, made up from the chairs and vice chairs of all the other committees, plus some others to balance out the political numbers, of course. Individual committees will still be responsible for scrutinising the details within their departments, but they will gain a real voice in setting the balance between different departments. Even more, well, I was going to say something about the vice chairs, but we've gone past that now. Every department will be held to account for the money it uses, and a really strong platform will be given to the key message that we're doing everything we can together to meet our money-saving targets and create a sustainable council. But carbon matters too. Everything I just said about money is also true about carbon. Council really bit off more than we could chew when we said that we would take the lead on developing policy for Cornwall as a whole, including many areas totally outside our control, with our climate change declaration a few years ago. So I'm delighted that the new Climate Commission will now take on that role. They'll be looking at the big picture, but not the finer details. That makes it even more important for us to get a grip on the actions we take to reduce the carbon emissions which are within our control. So that's why I'd like to propose to amend the name of the new Budget Development Overview and Scrutiny Committee to Budget Development and Climate Action Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Individual committees will still be responsible for scrutinising the details within their department, but by including climate action in this new super committee, they will all gain a real voice in setting the balance between different departments. Every department will be held to account for the carbon it uses, and a really strong platform will be given to the key message that we are doing everything we can together to meet our carbon saving targets and create a sustainable council. Now, obviously this is a change to the recommendation, but this point about stronger scrutiny for climate action was raised repeatedly in that process. I believe it has been considered, so although it's not in a resolution, I think you can make this change without having to refer back to the
30 time, sorry.
Thank you, Anita. Cheers. So again, my proposal is to change, I'm proposing an amendment to change the name of the Budget Development Overview and Scrutiny Committee to Budget Development and Climate Action Overview and Scrutiny Committee.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Jordan, do you agree with that? Okay, speakers to the amendment, please. Councillor Barrington.
It was the only thing I picked out when I looked through the report, but it was the golden thread running through the all the committees. And Colin only mentioned this earlier, and I just messaged and said I'd support that because that was the one thing. So this isn't a planned thing at all. But that was the one thing I noticed, and it's the one thing on my committee, which is CASOS, the customers one, which I think the new name is great. But which has come out that I just think that's disingenuous to have that written in there, that that there is a golden thread running through each committee. Health, education, whatever it is, that climate bit is that golden thread is going to be at different levels, and it's going to be a completely different priority. And we declared a climate emergency. I don't see what Colin said there, which I haven't heard before, but the bit about the carbon. I do feel more and more, and I have said this in my committee, but you cannot get anywhere with it when you raise questions about, you know, you just find out we're offsetting and we've matched our targets, but actually I think it's more important than that, and there's nowhere to go with it. So to know that every single committee, there was an overview somewhere of people looking with their health hat on or with their education hat on, but also thinking, right, how can I now look with my climate hat on everything that I'm looking over, I think would be sensible. And it also does exactly what I'd hoped we would do when I joined the council, because we declared a climate emergency. And I find that's the one thing I have to say to people all the time is, but it's really hard to do anything, actually, in reality. So that's why I'm seconding.
Councillor Rogerson.
Thank you, Chair. Like Councillor Marrington, I hadn't seen this one coming, but it's been important to me, and I've mentioned it before. From when we decided that we were going to support working about a climate emergency, I've always felt that there's no one overlooking that. I mean, the climate emergency is everybody's business, no matter how many people cheered when Councillor Jordan refused to have that accepted. It is everybody's business, and the unfortunate structure within this council means that it's very much in danger of becoming nobody's business. I'm aware of the guidance and the expectation of all committees that we should have that in mind when we discuss every single item on the agenda. As an ex-chair, I cannot put my hand on my heart and say that I did that. There are obvious things like transport, that's clear to everyone, but there are also esoteric effects on climate change that perhaps get missed with a busy scrutiny committee. And I just feel that although this has come suddenly as an idea, I know that many of us have been asking for a separate scrutiny committee to really look at what is going on across all disciplines within the council. And I would say, with my previous hat on as a teacher, I was head of guidance and personal social education. And I was lucky because we had a team of specialists who delivered that, relationships education, health education. In many secondary schools all over Britain, that job is given to the tutors to do, many of whom have no knowledge, have no interest in delivering that, and that's their prerogative. If it's watered down without that specialist element, then I don't think the job is done as well. So I would support this if it's possible for it to be included, to just know that just some of those basic elements that we have to get right if we are to succeed in believing that we need to do something about climate emergency has some overview and scrutiny. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Alvey.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Martin mentioned earlier on about cabinet members being drawn to loads and loads of scrutiny committees, and he's just trying to tee me up for another one by the sounds of it. I think the point I'd make, first of all, it is part of a scrutiny committee. The Neighbourhood Overview and Scrutiny Committee has the climate risk assessment, all the climate change data as part of their set work programme. So it is already within one of our scrutiny committees. You're very correct in saying that perhaps some of our scrutiny committees don't give as much regard as they should to climate change in making their decisions and giving their advice, and you know, they should be reminded that there's a decision wheel on every set of papers that they consider, and perhaps they should be looking more closely at that and commenting. I think the idea of including climate change within the new budget committee is a complete nonsense, because of the way that that committee is being brought together and the purpose and function of that committee. Its work is going to be head down focused on the budget. So actually, if we were to put it anywhere, it needs perhaps to be named in one of the other scrutiny committees as an add-on title, but certainly not this new budget committee, which for that reason I can't support the amendment.
Councillor Wells.
I'll settle for that then, Madam Chair.
Chairman, I cannot support this amendment. The working group looked very closely at this and came to the conclusion that, as other members have rightly said, and those that are even speaking in favour of this amendment have said, that the climate emergency is something that affects every committee, every department. And if you just decide to silo the subject into one particular scrutiny committee and say, okay, well, that scrutiny committee will look after the climate change and carbon security, and the rest of us can ignore it. That's wrong. We should all have that in the forefront of our minds when we're looking at any matter that comes before scrutiny. And the other point is, if we're going to include this in the Budget Development Overview and Scrutiny Committee, climate change is only going to be discussed once, maybe twice a year, because that is the maximum number of times that this new committee will meet. It's going to meet at the most twice a year to look at the budget before the new budget is set by full council. So you would be reducing the amount of time and the scrutiny that the climate emergency would get by supporting this particular amendment. So that's why I certainly can't support it.
Councillor Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I've listened intently to what everybody's had to say. Councillor Martin, I hope members of the public are not watching us today because they'll never vote any of us in next time. But having said that, Madam Chairman, this to me is pointless because climate emergency is not down to a committee, it's not down to an individual, it's down to everybody. Everybody in this room is responsible for the actions they take on climate. Putting it in this committee, like Councillor Wells has said, it'll be dealt with twice a year. On neighbourhoods, it's dealt with at least 6 times or 7 times a year. Other committees can deal with climate change. It is incumbent on all of us to deal with it, not just leave it to one committee. Councillor Martin's been trying to get this through for a long time. Why don't you put it into as a separate amendment and see if you can get it through? Up to you, but I can't support it. I'm sorry, it's just not worth it. It's down to all of us.
Councillor Candy.
Thank you, Chair. One of the last times I was in this chamber, I wasn't in the chamber, I was up in the gallery. I was a protester, but I can't make paper aeroplanes, so I wasn't guilty of throwing them. When everyone in this chamber would be happy to have a gold bar, wouldn't they? Yeah. But if you'd fallen off a ship and were in danger of drowning, you wouldn't want the gold bar, you want the life raft or a life belt. The climate emergency must be taken more seriously by this council, and it's more important than money, and I will be supporting Councillor Martin's amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Conway.
Sorry, that's better. Can I just read the top of page 133? The Budget Development Overview and Scrutiny Committee's sole responsibility is leading the annual budget scrutiny process and making recommendations to the Cabinet in this regard. I won't bother to carry on with the rest of it. It's pretty straightforward. The Budget Overview Scrutiny Committee sole responsibility is to do with the budget and not with some of the other things that we're looking at, and you know, it's really to do with the finances of the council. So therefore I will not be supporting this amendment.
Councillor Martin, do you have anything further to say? I was very gracious before when I let you go, so please.
Thank you. I'll be quick as I can. Just to clarify a couple of things, the way that the people have described what would happen to talk about climate if it went to this committee implies that, are we now saying none of the other scrutiny committees are going to talk about the budget? We're just going to pass that over to this new scrutiny committee. They're only going to talk about it twice a year. There will be no budget papers coming to any of the other scrutiny committees at all. Wow. I think that's an incredible backward step. So the whole point was, I thought that we're going to discuss that on our scrutiny committees and then take that gathered wisdom back. I think that's an appalling change. Right, well, if that was the case, then I can understand why that's not going to be so popular then. I'm very frustrated. I did raise this suggestion 2.5 years ago when we declared an ecological emergency, was told that we couldn't do it right then, we had to wait for it to be considered as part of the forthcoming scrutiny and governance review that's taken 2.5 years to get to, and at the end of it, the conclusion is we'll just leave it in a corner in NOSC, one committee that talks about it. If you're on the Children's Committee, how many times in the last 5.5 years since we declared a climate emergency have you even asked, what is the carbon footprint of the schools that we own? If you're on the Health and Social Care Scrutiny Committee, how many times have you ever even bothered to ask, what's the carbon footprint of all those domiciliary care workers that we pay to drive around Cornwall visiting the people that we fund? It just doesn't happen. So if you're not going to go for this, then it's upon you at every future scrutiny committee that you need to be thinking about what you can do in your departments to make a difference on climate change, because 5.5 years on, we are nowhere in Cornwall. It's not good enough. Our our voters expect better. And when everybody in this chamber put their hand up to say they supported getting, I tried to bring a motion a couple of months ago to say we're not on track for our aspiration to get Cornwall completely carbon neutral, the whole of Cornwall completely carbon neutral by 2030, weren't even allowed to discuss it because it had to go to somewhere else to be discussed first. Had a meeting about the future of the airport in the last few days with officers and portfolio holders, where they said that they would not take any account whatsoever of the carbon emissions from aircraft. Our carbon neutral airport is going to be carbon neutral because we use electric vehicles on the ground charged up by the solar panels in the field. But our business plan for the future is let's bring on a private partner to increase the number of flights that come in and out of the airport. And that's about sustainability. We are totally failing as a council to look at climate change in a joined up way. This proposal would at least be a step in the right direction.
Councillor Morgan, would you like to read out your amendment, please, before we go to the vote?
Yes, it was to change the name of that proposed new committee to include the words "and climate action." But having heard that actually it's going to take things away from everywhere else, I'm not sure that we've got a mechanism. But there you go, that was the amendment. Thank you for the debate.
Okay, so we're going to go to the vote on the amendment. Those for? Those against? Do you want the numbers? The amendment is lost. They didn't take the numbers. Councillor Frank. This is the original list when we first started. So, Councillor Frank, you don't want to speak, okay? Councillor Candy. Councillor Kirkham.
No, I think I've already said what I had to say.
Councillor George.
Well, I'll take up the opportunity. I don't want to let you all down. So I simply want to say, I mean, thank you very much to Councillor Rouse and to Anita for their contribution to the working party. It was a very good and fulsome discussions on a lot of issues as we took it through. I mean, my benchmark is in terms of scrutiny is select committees in the House of Commons, and whilst there's a tremendous amount of work to be done to improve the quality of scrutiny in the House of Commons, I have to say, since my time here on the council, I'm extremely underwhelmed by the effectiveness of scrutiny within this council, the way in which it the committees operate. And the
Councillor George, can I just stop you a minute? There's a lot of mumbling going on in here. Maybe. Can you all just be quiet, please? Councillor George, can you carry on?
I will carry on. Okay. So maybe people don't want to hear this. The fact is that as far as where scrutiny is concerned, if we're attempting to actually genuinely get to the truth of things and to genuinely interrogate the quality and to seek improvement in the way in which this council runs and to hold the executive to account, the manner in which those scrutiny committees operate, and certainly those that I've had experience of, is deeply unimpressive. I mean, the centre produced some very helpful recommendations, which I think make an extremely poor situation less bad, and that's why I was very keen earlier on to promote the idea, as Councillor German was proposing, that we implement these recommendations as quickly as possible so that we get on and improve still further. I mean, you would never have a situation in a select committee where a government minister can interrupt the proceedings of that select committee and browbeat a member of that committee because they're asking inconvenient questions which they don't like. You'd never have a situation in a select committee where, when they're debating the policy or the recommendation which they're going to come for after extensive investigation into issues, that those you're scrutinising would then be part of that debate and largely lead and influence that final debate, so that the actual outcome of the process means that the scrutinised are actually overseeing the scrutineers. I mean, it
30
is
seconds.
an appalling situation to be in. To have a situation where you have death by PowerPoint for hours on end, then you're told in the minuscule amount of time which you have left, there will be one question each and that's it. And in an ill-coordinated way in which these scrutiny committees operate, it is appalling. When you make a recommendation to a committee and it gets passed, and then you ask at the next committee meeting what has happened to that recommendation, and you're told that's out of order, when you're not permitted to raise issues under matters arising or to raise questions about the progress of issues. It's a totally incompetent system, and we should be ashamed of ourselves, quite frankly. Thank you.
Councillor Marrington. Councillor Donathorne.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Let me just, I'll be all right here. Thank you. Look, it's been a very long debate with several different amendments, so I think we're getting there. Just on the point about scrutiny, because I've heard it a lot today, particularly from opposition members, is that if you want to improve scrutiny in this chamber or in this council, turn up. If you want to scrutinise cabinet at cabinet meetings, turn up. And if you do want to turn up and scrutinise cabinet meetings, don't then storm out when you don't get your own way. It's very simple. We've got processes in this chamber that allow councillors to scrutinise. And there are many opposition councillors who turn up regularly. And that's how, and backbenchers from the Conservative group as well. And this is the point, is that there are processes in place that you are able to use to scrutinise the workings of this council. I know, because I sat on a scrutiny committee, I vice-chaired a scrutiny committee, and then I chaired a scrutiny committee, where I was also unanimously elected by all members of that committee, including the opposition. So the conversations in previous parts of this debate that somehow the workings don't work and it's all is absolute nonsense. And I think Councillor Keeling was unanimously voted on as chairman of his scrutiny committee at the time, and Councillor Mustoe, and Councillor Towell. So let's not pretend that there are processes in this council chamber that don't work, that work for some councillors and not the others, because councillors on those scrutiny committees voted with their feet and they voted for their chairs and their vice chairs. I'm very happy to support recommendations 1 and 2 because I believe we are voting sequentially, and the Vice Chairman will know this because I've shared my concerns through this process. I can pay tribute to him and all members of the committee who did their work. I don't support recommendation 3, and my views on that are well known for the simple reason that I do believe that the chairs and vice chairs of the scrutiny committees should be voted on for by merit, and it is up to the members of that committee to vote for who they see fit, who they deem fit to be the chair and the vice chair. So I don't want to support recommendations that attribute a position that has to be to one grouping or another, because I trust in the ability of councillors in this chamber to make those decisions for themselves. In my previous role, opposition members might have regretted their vote for me in that scrutiny chair, but I think that they made
30 seconds.
And I think councillors this year and last year have also made that right decision, because we have a series of outstanding scrutiny chairs and vice chairs. They do very good work, and trust me, as a cabinet member, I always go fully briefed to that CASOS meeting, because I know that I'm going to get grilled on every aspect of my brief, and I don't want to not do my job to that committee. So thank you very much.
Councillor Alvey.
It's all right, Chair. I said what I wanted to say earlier on with one of the amendments.
Councillor Conway.
Thank you, and I will be brief. That will make a change, I know. One of the questions I've got is, and I apologise for being a little bit waffly when I spoke on one of the earlier amendments, is I've been trying desperately to find out through these papers, I think it's somewhere in 142 and 143, or rather it isn't on pages 142 and 143, how the chairman of the Budget Scrutiny Committee will be elected. If the chairman is not one of the chairman or vice chairman of the other scrutiny committees, we have run out of allowances to pay the new chairman with. And that's the question I've got, is if we're going to have this new scrutiny committee, can we have assurances that the chairman will have a proper allowance to go with it, because it is a very important job to scrutinise this. Second, I'd just like to thank Councillor George for his comment about death by PowerPoint at scrutiny committees. It does become quite apparent that's the way things seem to go sometimes, and a bit less PowerPoint and a little bit more actual scrutiny work from the members would be better. And the last comment I've got is nothing really to do with scrutiny committees or anything, but just a comment that these microphones are no better than the old ones. We've got to stand up to speak, and the microphone is down there, my mouth is up here, and with someone like Councillor Harris, the distance is even greater. Can we have an extension to the microphone so we can actually make the things work? Thank you.
Okay, so that was the last speaker, so I'm going to bring in Councillor Jordan to sum up.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We've all heard a lot. Several amendments have been put and lost. One has been carried, and that is about the secret ballot. So we now come back to points 1, 2 and 3, which I'm going to move as they stand.
There's 4.
The fourth.
And Barrett, we're going to be reading them out one at a time and voting on each one.
Okay, well, I'll move one then, Madam Chair.
Okay. So, you seconded by Wellesley. Okay, so we're going to go to recommendation 1, and I'm going to let the monitoring officer read them out because I cannot read what on earth's going on that paper.
My apologies to the chairman, because my scribblings work for the way I'm wired, but for nobody else. So recommendation 1 is actually as drawn and in the papers, but I'll read it out for the sake of completeness, which is that the Customer and Support Services Overview and Scrutiny Committee be renamed to the Corporate Finance and Performance Overview and Scrutiny Committee. The Budget Development Overview and Scrutiny Committee be established, and the identified changes to Article 6, Responsibility for Functions, and the Overview and Scrutiny Procedure Rules be approved to take effect from the annual meeting 2024.
Okay, so those 4. Those against? Any abstentions? And that's carried. Thank you. So we move on to recommendation 2.
Thank you, Chair. Also as drawn, the realignment of the Overview and Scrutiny Committees to the revised Directorate structure be agreed to take effect from the annual meeting in May 2025.
Okay, so those 4. Those against? Any abstentions? That's carried. Recommendation 3.
This is amended. The Chairman and Vice Chairman of the Council's Overview and Scrutiny Committees, not both being from the administration, be agreed to take effect from the annual meeting in May 2025.
Those 4. Those against? Any abstentions? That's carried. We're on 4 now. And we're on the recommendation 4.
So the 4th comes from Councillor Harris, that the Constitution and Governance Committee review the chairmanship and vice chairmanship of the Audit Committee in the same way as the Overview and Scrutiny Committees.
So those 4. Those against? Any abstentions? And that's carried. Thank you. Okay, I never thought we were going to get there. Agenda item 12, motions. It is important for members to be aware that under Procedure Rule 12.4, any motions that have been moved and seconded stand referred to the relevant committee unless I exercise my discretion to allow the motion to be dealt with at the meeting at which it has been brought forward, where it is to be considered to be convenient and conducive to the dispatch of business. I will confirm my decision on each of the new motions at the relevant points on the agenda. Agenda item 12.1, loss of farmland to solar farms. In accordance with the Council Procedure 12.4, I'm using my discretion to enable this to be debated today. I will therefore ask Councillor Jewell to move and Councillor Pascoe to second the motion set out on page 157 of the agenda pack, and then bring in any of the supporters who wish to speak before opening it to the wider Council for debate. Bearing in mind the level of interest of this motion, I'd be grateful if members do not repeat points made in previous speakers. Okay, so Councillor Jewell.
Okay. Madam Chairman, fellow members, officers, this is not a motion to stop solar farms, not to stop farmers from diversification. Many of us have. But it is not to be at the expense of our core purpose to feed the people of Cornwall and further afield. Pardon the pun. We grow less than 50% of our food. If you have no problem with that, then look around the fields when you go home. You will see farmers trying to catch up upon lost time because of the horrendous wet winter we have had. Potatoes, cereals, grassland, all these crops will not yield as much this year. So we'll have to import more. From where? And to what standards compared to our farms? What we have in Cornwall is unique to the UK. Being situated in the southwest, we can grow more of everything and at an earlier time. So what I'm asking you, members, is this. Let us take a closer look at our land and what has been farmed over the last 10 years, so we can decide the future role of solar arrays as part of a mix of enterprises at farm scale in a diversified economy. Because if we don't pause and reevaluate what is happening, we run the risk of losing large areas of good land and instead turning the land into an industrial landscape, alien from what a mixed farming enterprises should be. The land then will not support the families that farm it, because the tenants could be removed to make way for the industrialisation scale solar farms. No people supporting the pubs, the shops and the schools. Remember, 60% of our farmland is tenanted. So you cannot blame landowners for going for them. The returns are far more than the tenant could afford. By supporting this motion, you will give the decision makers the information needed to indicate the will of the council in future decisions, which could be considered a material planning consideration. As it stands,
30 seconds.
As it stands, applicants commission their own land classification to get the grading they require. This needs to be carried out independently to get a thorough and unbiased report. The more food we import, the more the carbon footprint. So the industrialised scale solar farms will not offset the carbon caused by more imports. Surely that does not add up when we can grow it here in the first place. With a very unstable world, surely it is better to be more self-sufficient in our food security than be reliant on imports. At the end of the day, members, you could live without electricity, but you certainly cannot live without food. Members, support this motion.
Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Fellow councillors and officers, I would like to second this motion on the loss of agricultural land to solar farms. I'm not against solar panels. They have a place in the climate change. However, they have to be put in the right place, either on brownfield sites, commercial buildings, new developments and low-grade farmland. There's enough low-quality grade land in Cornwall to put solar panels on to support the climate change. There is very little land in Cornwall which is 3A and above, and 90% of the land in West and Mid Cornwall is 3B, which is very valuable for food production in our county. With 3B land, you can double crop, which means that this land will produce 2 crops in 1 year, whether it is brassicas, potatoes or cereals. To achieve this double cropping, you need to have enough land to keep the rotation of these crops. In Gwynedd Parish, which I represent, there are 2 big brassica producers, Riviera and SEF. Between them, they rent up to 10,000 acres a year and employ 1,100 people, and they rely on this land to produce the crops. A 10-year history of what the farm has grown should be available to the planning officers. Finally, I ask you to support this motion to safeguard good agricultural land for food production for our children and grandchildren in future years. This motion will commission the research that will explore the economic role of grade 3 land. This should ensure that planning policy and subsequent decision making is able to establish the right balance between use of land for agriculture and solar farms. Thank you.
Firstly, please can I ask the members who supported this motion to raise their hands if they wish to speak? Alfie, yeah. Councillor Alvey.
Thank you, Chair. Anyone who's been watching the local media lately will realise that this is actually the main debate of the day, not Scrutiny or PIDAR. This is the one that's got all the headlines. I'm happy to be a supporter of the motion and have worked closely with Councillors Jewell and Pascoe along with planning officers to ensure that the motion as presented is both proportionate and deliverable. The starting point here is not any objection to field scale solar per se, and accepting that farmers should indeed must be able to diversify to remain profitable, including where appropriate with solar installations. However, there must also be a recognition that secure food supply is as much in the national interest as sufficient renewable energy, and that requires appropriate land on which to grow crops. Cornwall Council has been recognised nationally for its progressive climate change DPD, a first which, as you know, took almost 2 years to develop. It's an excellent piece of work which has cross-party support. However, as with any trailblazing plan, with hindsight, you sometimes realise that you might have missed a trick. The DPD, as I, rightly support renewable energy, including field-scale solar, but it is too specific in only discussing best and most versatile, or BMV land, which is clearly defined in national planning policy as 3A and above. As you have heard, land graded 3B makes up a significant proportion of Cornwall's arable land. While national policy is silent in linking solar development and BMV land, our DPD places this as a threshold for protection. With hindsight, and given the nature of agricultural land use in Cornwall, planning policy needs to better identify and protect what is clearly prime crop growing land from that with solar development potential. Hence, the nub of this motion is to highlight the will of the council to balance food and energy security and
30 seconds.
A report to provide the evidence to inform the next local plan to better define grade 3 land and how it is to be used. So, finally, some form of sequential test to balance its potential to grow food or generate electricity. Thank you.
Councillor Clemens.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. As a former member of Cornwall Young Farmers Club and chairman of Madron Young Farmers, and indeed executive committee member at Cornwall Young Farmers National Federation, it saddens me that people in their 70s and 80s are still working because farming is not viable. It saddens me that they cannot retire and enjoy the retirement that other people do because for generations we have not looked after farmers. This, as it stands, if this motion is not taken notice of, is another nail in the coffin of farmers, farm workers and their families. I do not disagree with solar farms, as has already been said. I have no issue, but the land in Cornwall of this grade is different to the land of this grade in any other county in the country. We can produce off lower grade land 2 crops a year, as you've heard from people that have done it all their lives. And it saddens me that we are not protecting farming more. I agree with what Councillor Alvey has said, that we do need to look closely at the land we do use. We have a duty. We have committed to climate change, and solar panels are a part of that, but the right thing in the right place. And my fear is we are going to be losing land that could be productive, and we will have no farmers left. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. From a carbon neutral perspective, there are arguments for and against solar farms, almost equally balanced. We need the energy that solar farms can produce. We need the food that the land could produce. The difference between grade A land...
Councillor Perry, you need to move the paper over.
I'm sorry, is that better? Thank you, Chairman. I'll go outside and talk.
The paper is rubbing your mic.
Thank you, sorry. I do apologise. Grade 3A land is always described in planning applications as versatile, capable of producing quality food products. Grade 3B land is usually described as less than versatile. I'm sorry, but how did we define the difference? If we conduct this research, and I hope we will, what we really need is far more definition of the productivity value that's assigned in Cornwall to grade 3B land. And I think we would be quite surprised just how strong that land is. And I want to just quickly read out the UK government's food security report from December 21 states, the biggest medium to long-term risk to the UK domestic production comes from climate change and other environmental pressures like soil degradation, water quality and biodiversity. So again, I repeat, what we need if we're making decisions about the use of the land is a far stronger definition of the value that a grade 3B can offer that is so different from a grade 3A. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Okay, so we're opening up to the wider membership now. If you put your hand up if you want to speak, please. Got Councillor Thompson.
Yeah.
Councillor Toms.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a statement of facts. This is the latest figures I can get from the government website. By value, we produce 60% of our food. and by amount on your plate, it's 54%. So we're nearly half of what we actually eat, and that's not good enough. And farmers should be supported. In this chamber only a few weeks ago, we actually voted to support farmers. And if we don't do something, we're not supporting the farmers with this. We've talked about climate change and all the rest of it this afternoon, and you know how that's going to have an impact on us and everything else. Not one person has said anything about geothermal. We have geothermal in this county. We could be self-sufficient on geothermal alone if we had the mind to do it. Why aren't we doing it? It takes up the size of probably this chamber to put a plant in that does 3,500 houses. You need 100 of them across Cornwall, you could do it. And that produces cheap electricity for the consumer, it helps business, and it helps the residents. Why aren't we doing those sort of things instead of talking about it? My worry is everybody in here is going to be doom and gloom. It's you're helping the farmers to give land, or you're not going to have solar panels. The conflict is us. And we need to grow up and say we need food on the table, because in 1985 we produced 20% more than we do today. 20% more. So we were topping 80% of the food that we actually produced in this country. And we've gone down 20% since then. So it's our fault. We need to grow up and say, right, how do we tie all these things together? We're not even thinking about that. It's about politics, and it's about whether it's right to have solar panels, whether it's right to grow food. I'm supporting the farmers. I want them to see to produce the food that we need and we get on our plate, because if we don't, we're going to be had over by all these foreigners that will come here and say, you can have our potatoes, but instead of being a £5 today, they'll be £10 tomorrow. So thank you.
Councillor Kirkham.
We obviously support renewable energy as much as possible. We are having a local area energy plan and a local plan, which should mean that we're better organised as to where we put our different forms of renewable energy. It does seem that now they are becoming clustered around the end of the grid. And the other thing to take account of is that residents should see some benefit of that. So if they are going to be in one particular place, maybe the residents should see some reduction to their energy bills.
Councillor Arthur.
Thank you, Chairperson. This was a big thing for me. I had to leave these wonderful group of people to my right and go into no man's land, where it's been quite nice, actually, to be fair. I do support... I do support this motion, but I do fear it's not far enough. I think I've despaired at strategic planning meetings where planning officers have pushed 2A land and 3A land. So this saving 3B is fantastic, but there's still a massive push for the stuff that shouldn't be anywhere near. I mean, it's taken generations and generations of farmers to turn some more land into agricultural land, and it's taken hundreds of years to do that. And to cover it for 40 years and then say it's going to go in 40 years, you know, we'll never see it, and it never will be moved. We've also got to take consideration that if people come on holiday down there and drive through the spine of the county, do they really want to see row after row after row of solar panels, you know? And I remember Cornwall, that's that glass place, isn't it? But I will support this motion, but I do worry that it's not enough. Thank you.
Councillor Candy.
Thank you, Chair. When I was at school, I was told that food and electricity are both forms of energy, and we need both. But we've heard earlier that this council is in bad financial times, and I was always told to look after the pennies and not the pounds, and we are just being asked to spend 30,000 on a report that may or may not get us anywhere. Most of the information is already in the public domain. Why are we trying to stop farmers from diversifying? A friend of mine put a wind turbine on their farm and then had a big failure in their business, but were saved from going bankrupt because they had the steady guaranteed income from the wind turbine, and solar panels create the same opportunity. We need renewable energy. We're at the bottom end of the grid. We're not self-sufficient. And I don't think this is necessary. I used to sit on strategic, and there was always a good debate about the quality of the land, the siting, and whether this was a good use of that land and what the impact was going to be on the environment, including the views for visitors to Cornwall. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. So I like and I respect the councillors who brought this forward, so it gives me a little bit of pain to say all this, but I do wonder what planet they're on. We have just broken global temperature records for the 10th straight month in a row. Locally, we've experienced a year of heat waves followed by a year of record rainfalls and floods. And this is just a foretaste of the legacy that we've already baked in for our children and our grandchildren. The greatest emerging threat to food security in our farming is, of course, climate change. But I perhaps should not be surprised that the party that effectively killed onshore wind, the cheapest form of renewable energy, and one which could have made a real difference during the energy crisis, would now have solar in its sights. Research from Exeter University has recently concluded that onshore wind and solar could provide enough electricity to power all the households in England 2.5 times over, using less than 3% of the land. Food security has become the last refuge of the NIMBY. For those who do not follow the farming press closely, this government has already begun to address food security concerns by opening up generous one-sided trade deals, which will result in attracting large imports of food produced to different standards from far-flung areas of the globe, to keep food plentiful and affordable. Affordable, of course, unless you're a farmer over here trying to compete with it. It has been widely reported that the most imminent threat to our food security are the new Brexit checks coming in at the end of this month. We could, of course, address all this and more by simply signing back up to the single market and restoring frictionless trade to countries with equivalent ethics and standards. The motion also highlights the importance of daffodils. These short-lived, low-value, single-use decorative items can actually be a high-risk crop for our Cornish rivers, leaving vulnerable soils exposed to the winter elements. I will acknowledge that there are progressive bulb farmers in Cornwall who are managing this risk well, but nobody is forcing them to swap these for solar panels. Surely it is up to individual farming businesses to decide what is best for them and their families. If it's to be a straight choice between preserving land for daffodils or preserving a sustainable future for Cornwall, I know which one I will be voting for.
Councillor Cruz.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I definitely support this motion, but I would just like to make the one point that we haven't really talked about except for Councillor Arthur. Cornwall is a beautiful place. We have many, many visitors coming here, and we haven't really discussed the visual impact, which I consider is quite detrimental. We do need solar power. We definitely need it, but we very much should be careful where we put it. Thank you very much.
Councillor Parsons.
Thank you, Chair. The motion we have before us today is an interesting one. Solar farms always stimulate an interesting debate. More often than not, this ends being one which can simply fall down to a person's own individual perception of how it might affect them. Our proposers of this motion know I have a lot of time for both of them. And in parts, I think what they are trying to achieve has some credit. Land is a valuable resource, and as the old farmer boys say, they don't make it anymore. In recent times, we are hearing more from certain quarters saying that land should be used to produce food. Of course, food security is important, but I, for one, know it also needs to be profitable. My best arable land for the last 7 years hasn't produced food for human consumption. Instead, the government pay me to grow crops, not to harvest, and leave the crops to rot in the fields for the birds and wildlife to help themselves. It's actually my most profitable crop, and I get great satisfaction seeing the great wealth of wildlife which are thriving in this habitat. The council have planted some of the best, most productive land into trees. When I questioned an officer about this, he told me the best land grows the best trees. Not really relative to what I was getting at, but he had a point. Interestingly, in saying solar panels take land out of agricultural production, this isn't the case. I only have an acre of solar panels, and the sheep love them. In the winter they give shelter, and in the summer they give shade and something to rub on. Without mentioning, this is the most profitable acre on the farm and provides not just me with electricity, but powers most of the settlement where I live. Any energy security should not be dismissed. As far as I'm concerned, the land hasn't been lost, it's still there. These are temporary structures which can be removed at any point, turning the land back into its original state. Cornwall is one of the best places, not just in the UK, but also in Europe for sunlight hours. Why on earth wouldn't you want to take advantage of this resource? I also worry, what kind of a message does this send out to those who potentially would be looking to invest in Cornwall? Only recently, our leader signed off a level 2 devolution deal. Green energy was apparently a priority on the agenda, with the creation of a floating offshore wind commission to bring clean energy to the shores of Cornwall. It looks like elsewhere was the key word, as that money, that resource is going to go elsewhere. But if I can make one final point, be careful what you wish for. As for the grade of land, 1 and 2 should be ruled out, but grade 3 arable, grade 3 and grade 3A, land in the right place should be fine. I know from my own experience, most grade 4 land is either too steep, too wet, or too boggy to even be suitable for solar. So effectively, if you say you don't want solar on grade 3 or grade 3B, A, B or land, you're effectively saying you don't want solar in Cornwall. Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Right. So a couple of people have said already that we grow, well, Councillor Jules said we grow less than 50% of our food, and Councillor Tom's had some other figures in the 50s and 60s. I wonder where that figure came from. Is that for Cornwall, or is that for the whole of the UK? Because I was under the impression that Cornwall is actually a net exporter of food. So, of course we support farmers, but someone made an interesting point earlier. I think it's really important to remember the difference between being the landowner versus being a tenant farmer, and we do need to think about how these policies will play out differently for them. Now, I'll do a little quiz for you. Do you think that the current amount of solar panels on our agricultural land in Cornwall, is it 5.2%, 3.2%, or 1.2% of our land? Anybody dare to guess? Councillor Monk? Wrong. Sorry. Sorry, Chair. Sorry, I was giving you a chance to have somebody else's voice other than mine for a brief second. Right.
Can we just have a bit of order here, please?
Thank you. That's wrong. In fact, our local area energy plan says that in the most ambitious scenario, the maximum amount of Cornwall's agricultural land that might be used for solar would be 1.2%. What we're on now is 0.34%. So if you're worried about food security, if you're worried about the livelihoods of our farmers, I'm totally with you. But solar panels are not the problem. Okay? We're currently on 0.34% and it might go up to 1.2%. We did, though, sit down together and discuss how we could support our farmers a year ago. We came up with a whole list of measures and we put our hands up and we voted for them together. It was a good example of a cross-party motion. If you remember, we said that we would commit to developing stronger partnerships with our arable livestock and dairy farmers. What's happened since then? The Nature Recovery Team has employed a farm liaison officer who is encouraging farmers to diversify and get into rewilding and other biodiversity schemes. That's not about increasing food security, though, is it? We voted to say that Cornwall Council commits to supporting our local farmers and growers by, where possible, ensuring that all food provided at council organised events is seasonal produce sourced from local suppliers to include meat, dairy and plant-based produce. So I'm very grateful whoever provided the supermarket donuts and the biscuits at the start of this meeting. With tackling the climate emergency, we said that we would consider ways to encourage residents to shop seasonally for local
30
food.
seconds.
Oh, I better rush through those. Right. We then got on to a whole list of things that we said we would ask our MPs to do. Things like making sure we had access, our farmers had access to the labour that they needed, that they had unrestricted access to the markets to export our food, to freeze the phase out of the direct payments scheme. All of those things, nothing has happened. So if we're serious about this, we need to have a report that doesn't just say what's the impact on solar panels, but what's the impact of all these different types of farming, and can we also have the report to include proper response on a report on what actually happened with all those things that we voted for a year ago, because solar panels are not in conflict with food security.
Councillor Worth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to support this motion, and I want to do that on the basis of the fact it's mentioned about double cropping. Now, what I'm keen to do, and I'm not proposing an amendment, we've had enough today, is based on a technology review as well, because that's important. The technology of solar is moving on, and I really want to make this point in respect, and there's a little bit about the fact I've got an image on this screen here, and I would like at some point the ability to project that image up onto those screens so you could see it a bit easier. This is a combine going through a field with rows of solar panels as well. Now the point I want to make is that the traditional solar panels we've seen at the moment, if we imagine this is a solar panel, it's pointing at the sun, which let's imagine is the crest above our chair's head there. And they're set at 30 degrees and they look like that. And they collect the solar energy maximum in the middle of the day. With this technology, we have the ability to mount the solar panels vertically in rows, and the crops can be produced through the middle. So to make that point, it's a different way of considering the technology. And the point of that, of double cropping, is that you get a crop in the morning and you get another one in the afternoon. And the benefit then is that it's a higher rate from the grid because everybody else is doing it that way. So it's a benefit potentially to those farmers. Now, what I want to make certain of is that rather than project that, and I'm not promoting the company, that's not the point, it's the technology. Next to sun, the word next, the letter 2, or the number 2, and then sun. If you have a look on the internet, you'll see that, or agri-PV. And you can watch this information. But the key to me is that that gives us some alternatives. And in this review, if we're looking at this, it's not just about the land, but it's about this emerging technology. It's been used in America, it's being used in Europe. So let's see that we can support this in Cornwall. Thank you.
Councillor Donathorne.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Jewell and Councillor Pascoe for bringing this motion to the Council, which I'm very happy to support. And I think the expertise that you both bring alongside others like Councillor Parsons and others in the Chamber of your background and your experience, I think makes this Council much richer in terms of the service that we give our residents across Cornwall. I just wanted to make a contribution because I think there's been a slightly unfair characterisation of this motion by some members of the Council. And Councillor Fairman knows I hold him in high regard and I have a lot of respect for him. But this motion is not a zero-sum game. It's not one or the other. It's calling for more research and more information to make better decision-making and make sure that we are providing the services that we need to in this duchy. And I do reject the characterisation that either food security or energy security are more important than the other. They are both equally important. And that's why that we need some more information and some more research put into this, which this motion provides, to make sure that we've got the right approach across Cornwall. Because, of course, diversification for our farmers is important in the Duchy, and actually it's a mechanism that some farmers use to allow them to continue farming their land. And that's one of the key points that we need to remember, because of the farmers in the rural communities that I speak to, is that they succession planning and bringing on the next generation of farmers is actually one of the most pressing challenges that they have. And I think that with this research outlined in this motion, that will help us build a better picture across Cornwall. Because, of course, my personal view is that prime agricultural land shouldn't be used, is not the best place land to use for solar farms, but it's not being anti-solar. I think there is a plethora of land across Cornwall that is absolutely ideally suited to solar, that being not prime agricultural land, that being brownfield sites, that being the homes that we are building and the industrial space around the Duchy. And it's all about bringing these different pieces together. We've got to absolutely do everything we can to protect food security, because I think it is one of the biggest threats to national security that we face at present and in future generations. But of course, it's not just solar. There is also another characterisation.
30 seconds.
Thank you, Anita. That those of us on this side of the chamber aren't pro-renewables. Of course we are, but solar isn't just the only opportunity for that. We're working hard to develop flow, as it was mentioned in the debate. We're also looking at innovative things around the Duchy, including HVO, which is a massively important trial in Kielland that is looking at how we go renewable and go much more carbon friendly in an affordable way that we can bring people in rural communities along with us. So I just want to say I'm supporting this motion, and let's not continue the unfair characterisation of this. It's getting more information, getting more research, and I'm happy to support it. And thank you for bringing it to the chamber.
Councillor Cole.
Thank you. In a lot of debates, I say something way too often, regardless of the issue, and that is, it's about getting the balance right. I think that's pretty common sense, isn't it? And I'm quite relaxed about this motion because it's about doing more research leading into the next local plan. Now, the reality is there's an existing policy set, and at the moment we're in the process, the council is in the early stages of doing work towards that document. The real work doesn't start till next year, and then it has to be done within a 3-year period. So whatever we think, when do those changes come in? It could be a year or 4 away, but I just want to use the option of this debate to reinforce what I've said earlier today and in other meetings, and that is this council needs to put in place some good processes where all members can be involved in the process of working up the next local plan, and that needs to be some sort of local plan panel, local plan scrutiny committee, where everyone is engaged on what is being developed. And I hope the Cabinet, all the groups, will actually look positively towards that. And I think that's something that we can start doing in this council, even if the bulk of the work kicks off at the beginning of the next council. Thank you.
Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you. Yes, I welcome the idea of having a survey or better understanding of grade 3 land. Unfortunately, land doesn't say static, and how the land is managed will influence how well it is able to be double cropped, as everyone knows. And it's quite important that we don't just look at an arbitrary classification, we look at how that land has been used and how it's been used previously and how it's being used now. As has been quite rightly said by other people, there isn't always a conflict between solar and agriculture, and certainly the vertical solar panels that are being produced now give more options for agriculture and solar to be used on the same farms. And as somebody over there said, growing daffodils may be good for the economy, but it's not necessarily good for food. And some of our decline in food production is because of an increase in things like daffodil production. So we have to be pragmatic about this. We have to look at what's best. I think evidence-based decision-making, understanding what value our grade 3 land is and in what context is really important. So I've no problem with supporting this motion to do that. But I do think we need to actually be looking at other things in relation to land use as well. Is the land growing maize? Is the soil degraded because it's been overcropped? Does it need to rest fallow? And if so, is there an opportunity to do something else with it while it's resting value, growing crops for birds, etc.? There's a whole balance between all the different uses that we need to look at, and it's not just about food good, solar bad, or solar good, food bad, or anything like that. We need to understand our land use, and we need to have a much better land use policy. Unfortunately, the way that the system works is we don't actually have a lot of control over land use. But if we can get the evidence together about what works, then that's important. So I have no problem supporting this motion to get that evidence together, but I would caution that we just try and make it easy, because it's not. It's much more complex. And any family
30 seconds.
who farms will know that things change over generations, and you've got to have a balance in what you're doing. And it's really important that we help support people, as Dominic has said, to have that balance and to look at what happens in the future. Thanks.
I move we go to the vote, Madam Chair.
We do have a considerable amount of speakers, and I do wonder if maybe that would be a good thing to do, because after this we still have another 2 hours to get through. So you're
Madam Chair, happy to support going to the vote. I am one of those speakers happy to withdraw. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So we're going to go to the vote to see if we get rid of the speakers. I think that's the best. Who? Oh, Councillor Jewell, you're going to get a little time to sum up, and then we'll go to the vote.
I won't take too much of your time, Madam Speaker. I mean, there's been some very good points. I think some of the councillors have missed the boat in regards to Councillor Candy. This is for large-scale industrial solar farms, not small farms, which I have myself. I have a solar farm. I've got a windmill. It's a mix. We've all diversified. Councillor Ferrum, you've said that you don't mind more food imports, but you're forgetting the carbon footprint for that. I think overall, I mean, we had a good party political broadcast by Councillor Martin, as per usual. Something totally not on topic of what we're talking about, but anyhow, there we are where we are. So I think we'll just go straight to the vote. Yeah.
It's in order just to ask you how many members were waiting to vote to give an indication of the interest that this chamber shows to this. We appreciate we can't speak now, but I just wondered how many more members were waiting to speak to add to the total that have already spoken. 8. Then I think that reinforces the interest that this chamber will have shown to this particular motion. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Absolutely. So we're going to go to the vote. So those for? Those against? Any abstentions? That's carried. Now, considering we have another 2-hour stretch, I'm going to give you 10 minutes comfort break. And please don't be too late back, because we need to get on. 12.2, addressing the absence of dental care provision to Cornish children of school age. In accordance with the Council Procedure Rules 12.4, I am using my discretion to enable the motion to be debated today. I will therefore ask Councillor McKenna to move and Councillor Desmond to second the motion that is set out on page 163 of the agenda pack, and then bring in any of the supporters who wish to speak before opening it to the wider council for debate. Bearing in mind the level of interest in this motion, I would be grateful if members do not repeat points made by previous speakers. Okay, Councillor McKenna.
Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you for allowing this to be debated today. The motion was inspired by a local mother of 2 children, Leanne Gents, who launched a petition seeking the reinstatement of dental services to school-aged children in Cornwall, which I circulated to members in January, and particular thanks to those who responded. If agreed, it will have no financial or legal implications for Cornwall Council. It has the support of relevant Cabinet members, Councillors Fair and Ellenbrook, and the Service Director for Wellbeing and Public Health, Rachel Wigglesworth. The motion calls for the Council, via the lead and MPs, to lobby government to reintroduce access to dental services to children of school age. Additionally, that the Cornwall and Scilly Integrated Care Board be requested to use its delegated responsibility for NHS dental functions to design dental services for children of school age which better meet local needs. Some context for the motion. Last year, 54.6% of under 18 children were unable to access dental treatment, secure dental treatment in Cornwall. Based upon a national survey undertaken last year, the percentage of Year 6 children with tooth decay here in the Duchy was 26.3%, compared with a southwest average of just over 12%. And there's a link to those surveys on page 168. And perhaps most worryingly of all, the extraction of teeth continues to be the most common reason for children of age between 6 and 10 to require urgent hospital admission. So that is the single biggest reason for children aged between 6 and 10 attending hospital. So in terms of prevention, the picture is a little more positive. On the 26th of March, the Council, together with Smile Together Dental CIC and Peninsula Dental Social Enterprise, introduced 3 new programmes to improve the oral health of children between 9 months and 5 years. I'm also aware that some councillors are already actively working to try to improve access to NHS dentistry in their divisions. And I can see Councillor Martin is here, and I can see Philip is here too, so we'll no doubt hear about that shortly. So, I would encourage members to support the motion. It will not result in the immediate reintroduction of NHS dental services for children here in Cornwall in the short term, but with the support of Council and our 6 MPs, it will certainly increase the chances of improving the current position. And since April 2023, the Cornwall and
30 seconds.
Thank you. The Cornwall and Scilly ICB has had delegated authority to design and commission NHS dental services in Cornwall. They should be encouraged to do so quickly for the sake of our young people. In particular, they should be ensuring that Cornwall gets its share of the government's additional £200 million funding for NHS dentistry, which was announced on February the 2nd. So can I ask members to consider supporting the motion? It would be really good if we got at least a good majority of those still here, and thank you for your patience in the meantime. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor McKenna. I'm very pleased to be supporting this motion. But first, there's some good news in the sense that the NHS Cornwall and Isles of Scilly Integrated Care Board from April this year introduced 3 prevention programmes for 24 to 25 with £149,000 of funding. These include Smarter Smiles, First Dental Steps, generally all about oral health for children, but I'd like to make a particular mention of the oral health packs to about 7,500 2-year-olds financially supported through our Smile Together policy and Go Cornwall Bus Company, and a big thanks to that amazing company for their support. On treatment, the government announced in February their NHS Dental Recovery Plan, £200 million for new patient payment of up to £50 for around 1 million new patients who have not seen an NHS dentist in 2 years and more, and attracting around 240 NHS dentists to areas of highest demand with one-off payments up to £20,000 to work in underserved areas for up to 3 years. For isolated communities, there is a plan for a dental van. I'd like to see one of those. The bad news is inadequate or non-existent NHS dental treatment for children of school age. This is leading, as we've heard, to far too many children going to hospital for tooth extraction. The General Dental Council in December 2023 reported that only 15% of dentists are fully NHS and only 14% did some NHS work. This is scandalous. 42% of dentists work only 30 hours per week or less. There is a very clear resource problem. The 4 largest dental groups in the UK are My Dentist, Bupa Dental Care, Portman, Dentrix and Rodericks. They have between them 13% of the UK dental care. This leads to consolidation. Bupa Dental Care announced in March 2023 that out of some 560 practices in the UK, 85 were to close. Included in that is Liscard in Cornwall, leaving just Bude, Launceston and Penzance operational Bupa units. In Camborne, Poole, Redruth and Hale, there are no NHS dental practices. Here, the next MP for the area, Conor Donathan, who's here today, for the area has been campaigning hard and loud to end this scandal. And he is right when he says, this is not good enough and things must change. Councillor McKenna's resident, Lee Ann, rightly deserves our support and thanks for bringing this issue to him and ultimately to us. Thank you very much.
Firstly, please, can any of the members listed on the supporters put their hand up if they want to speak? Councillor Marrington.
Thank you. I won't be too long either. I wanted to support this motion though because I thought it was a good example of democracy happening well when somebody gets in touch and then a councillor brings it to committee so we can have this sort of level of debate. But the other thing is as a busy councillor, what I hadn't realised was this has really affected me and my family personally, and I haven't had the time to sort it out for myself. But we were kicked off our dentist in the pandemic, I think it was, and I was just told you were on the wrong computer system, I think. And it was utterly impossible to get back on. My children just recently, last October, got in at St Austell, so we found a dentist there, and I still haven't found a dentist, no adult services. And for me, it just feels a little bit strange because I grew up, and it's, I think, 1948, when the dentistry was a foundation pillar of the NHS. And it's just a bit strange when you think, crikey, for all these children growing up, they're not going to get used to those regular visits to the dentist. And of course, when you go to a dentist, that's when other things can be picked up in terms of with your gum health and things like that, and oral cancers and different things. So it is really concerning. And those figures of 6 to 10-year-olds are just heartbreaking, that's all preventable if we can get to a dentist. So I don't really know what the answer is. There doesn't seem to be enough money. It does sound as though it's with the ICB, and all I wanted to say was this is something that really affects people that can't afford to go private. This is something that is going to create a huge inequality. If you go private and you have a filling, it's hundreds of pounds, and for a lot of people that's just impossible to do. So whatever it is and however we get there, we've got to do something that gets these children, whether it's in schools and the extra varnishing, there's obviously some steps being done, but it has to be done. I think this is so important. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clemens.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this, Chair. As Chair of the Penwith CAT, Councillor McKenna brought this to my attention and I raised it at the CAT meeting. Every single parish and town council represented on the CAT had the same story. Everyone is affected the same. As someone who sits on the Children and Families Overview and Scrutiny Committee, I know it's something that is massive, not just in Cornwall. I know it's a national issue, but I feel that we have to do something as a council to bring pressure to bear. Coming back to something that Philip said, you know, this £200 million that Jim mentioned earlier, I'm actually very good friends with somebody whose brother is a dentist in Cornwall. He cannot recruit dentists. He cannot recruit them for love nor money, so he's looking abroad. And I'm just hoping that some of this £200 million could be used. These people in their own country are qualified dentists. They're perfectly capable of doing the job, but their qualifications do not count in Europe or in the UK. So they now all have to go back to university and learn all over again just to pass. Things like this need to be speeded up. We could have these dentists on the streets within 6 weeks, not 2 years. It's just not acceptable, and I hope that some pressure can be brought to bear, which is why I'm delighted that Jim brought this motion today to try and speed things up. The dentists are there. We just need to get them in this country and get these children looked at, because it's unacceptable. Thank you.
Councillor Thomas.
Thank you very much, Chair, for inviting me to speak. And it is a pleasure to support Councillor McKenna and Councillor Desmond in this, and thank you for the data that Councillor Desmond has shared. It's sad, though, Madam Chair, because members may realise that 5 years ago and 1 day, we were actually sat in this chamber debating dentistry. And it was then focusing on adult dentistry as well as children's dentistry. And I remember the debate very well, and I had lots of interesting things to say, but Councillor Martin, who's no longer here now, beat me to it. But the important thing is that the data then was showing that something like 45% of young people hadn't accessed a dentist in 12 months. The data now is suggesting in the right travel is going into the 50%. So we are heading in the right way. So I do hope the leader will agree to write that letter as set out in the proposal. The issue for me is that although I'm not a medical science, I read what says in the newspapers, and it does really show that our teeth are so important for our general health, and that the research has shown that some of the detritus, the residue in our mouths can actually end up even in our brains. And I think, therefore, having care for young people to ensure that their teeth are good and safe is essential. I'm sure you recall, Madam Chair, when you were a similar age to myself, that in our time, it was quite regular that we would have dental inspections in school. We would just simply be in a line of young people and they would just check what our teeth looked like. And they would ask you if you had a dentist. And if you had a dentist, it was okay because everyone had a National Health Service dentist in those days. It would be good to go back to that system whereby there was some check on young people so we could actually see what's going on and refer them if it were the case that something was discovered in that scrutiny, a key word today, scrutiny of teeth. So, please write the letter. Our young people, the youngest members of all our divisions, would appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Whedon.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to support this motion, which Councillor McKenna and Councillor Desmond have brought forward. I'm not going to re-say all the initiatives that have been brought in, just to say that it's about time and a welcome step forward, but it has come a bit too late. When I was a child, I do remember the NHS dentists. Every child had access to one. Nowadays they don't, so it's a real step backwards. And it's really important that people have self-imagery which their actual teeth give them. And, you know, I come from a fairly town which has a high level of poverty, and a lot of people don't have teeth. And I do think that impacts on people's self-esteem, their self-image, and ultimately their mental health. So it would be a welcome step forward to just ensure that Cornish children are getting their adequate supply of dentistry. So thank you very much for letting me support this.
Okay, so we're going to open up to the wider debate here. We've got some names. I will start off with Councillor Ver, but we've got no, Councillor Ver, Luke, Guest, Toms, Rogerson, McLenning, Martin and Conway. If you're on this list, please do not put your hand up again. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? That's it. Oh. Okay, Councillor Ver.
Yeah, many thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks for letting me speak first. And I just first want to welcome this motion and thank you for bringing it to our attention today. It's a shame it's at the end of a very long day, but it's a really important thing that we're debating, and I absolutely underline the call for better access to dentistry. However, I would just like to make sure that we put this in the context of, if you're thinking about how to prevent dental caries in a 6-year-old child, just the ability to see a dentist is not the whole solution. And if the child is presenting at age 6 with bad teeth that are diseased, they can't have their teeth out at a local dentist. They will still need to have a general anaesthetic tooth extraction. So it's a much wider picture in terms of doing the preventative measures. So that's why I welcome the work with the public health team that are going into schools. Also, it's important to recognise the importance of big national interventions such as reducing the availability of sugary drinks and sugary foods for children. It's worth noting that the ban on, or the sugar tax on fizzy drinks has made an impact on the number of dental extractions in children. Still much more to do. I note that our colleagues in Parliament today are discussing the smoking ban, and that's something we'll come to our own Cornwall Cabinet next month, and big measures to help to reduce disease. So what I would like to propose is an amendment to this excellent motion, recognising the impact that adding fluoride to the water can make in terms of reducing dental disease. And it particularly benefits the most vulnerable in our community, who probably may well have the worst food, the worst oral hygiene and the worst access to dentistry. Now, the evidence for fluoridation of water has not been presented today, it's not in the paper, so my amendment will be that if we will support it, that we as a council support the addition of fluoride to the water on the basis that it's reviewed by the Health, Social Care Scrutiny Committee, that they have opportunity to look at the evidence, and then if they back it, we would then write to South West Water to say this council supports that significant public health intervention as part of everybody's frustration about poor dental health, particularly in children. But here's something that actually we can do. Thank you.
Do you have a second? Okay. Councillor Gass.
Thank you. If I may, Councillors Desmond and Vere have stolen my thunder. I'm more than happy to second that amendment, because that's what I was going to propose, and also highlight the preventative measures that Councillor Desmond mentioned in his opening speech. Therefore, if you'd like to put me down as a seconder and remove me from the speaker list, I'll be quite happy. Thank you.
Happy to accept, Madam Chair, yeah.
I would like to accept, with one question, if I may. My biggest concern is over the amount of the sugary foods, fast foods, and the sugary drinks that have become almost like an epidemic. Will fluoride help to counteract that in chemical terms and health terms, as opposed to the preventive measures that we've got in place at the moment to encourage parents and children to cut down dramatically on the amount of sugary foods and dangerous foods that impact on their teeth?
Councillor Ver.
Yeah, so what I'm proposing is that we ask the Scrutiny Committee to look at it in the round, but I think it would be reasonable to accept that it's a whole range of things, isn't it, from reducing sugar intake to brushing our teeth twice a day, having access to dentistry, and I would argue putting fluoride in our tap water.
Okay, Councillor Luke.
Okay, thank you. Coming from Clay Country and the vast area it covers in mid-Cornwall, we haven't got a single dentist in the whole of Clay Country, not one. So, for me, anything that goes towards that would be absolutely fantastic. There is possibly a provision of one in the new Eco Town, Garden Village, whatever we want to call it now. but that's all gone very quiet, like everything else up there. But so I'm more than happy to support this, because at the moment, in an area that is covered with high deprivation as well, it's even more pressing in Clay Country. So I'm happy to support this wholeheartedly.
Councillor Guest.
Thank you. Just matter of correction, Councillor H. We have got one in Clay Country. The private practice in Bugle, but sadly that sums up the whole situation. It's a private one and it does not accept any NHS dentists. Thank you.
Councillor Toms.
Sorry, Madam Chairman, I'm sat down here and I can't hear across there. I'm sorry. Yeah, just three quick things. I support this, of course I would. It's something in my heart. Councillor Rich and myself put a motion to this council 2019 for adults and dentistry. The idea of funding is not new. It came from Wales, to be honest. And if you look at your emails, on the 17th of the 1st this year, I sent you a copy of the idea from Wales to every member. So you have that. And the last thing, if you want to deliver this, deliver it through the Foundation Trust. If there's a blank patch, like in the Clays, get them to deliver the surgery and do it through the scheme where we do the £20,000, to keep them in this area. But that's all I've got to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Rogerson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, of course, I support this motion as well, but I have a request, really. About two and a half years ago, I went to the Health Committee where there was a presentation from a member of the Health Service about dentistry, and lots of figures were being bandied about. And I know we've mentioned percentages today, but I just asked because I wanted to find out for the Children's Committee how many children are on the waiting lists. And the presenter said, I'll get back to you on that outside of this. So I waited and nothing happened. Councillor Baskin was really caring in actually trying to follow it up. At least 3 different members of Democratic Services attempted to follow it up. So about 2.5 years later, I still don't have that statistic. So I really want to ask the leader if in her, what she's being charged with doing, it seems this is all about the leader, this one, if you could liaise, because I think it's important. If we're going to follow up and get this work done, we need to know what base we're starting from. How many children in Cornwall are on the waiting list? It's quite a simple figure, but either they don't know or they're choosing not to tell us. It may have come, it's certainly not come back to me yet. So I'd be really grateful, Leader, if you could follow that through within the things that you're being asked to do if this motion is passed. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor McLennan.
A lot of things have been said that I will not repeat, but Councillor Luke and I, it just shows how promises don't happen. We went to the launch of the, what do we call it, the Eco Town, and this quite outspoken chap said, I'm going to get a doctor's, I'm going to get a dentist, and I asked him how. He said, I know how to do it. He didn't go further than that. You get a lot of that around when people making promises. There was going to be another councillor who's not here anymore, who was going to bring somebody into St Stephen's. Those who don't know the Clay Country, it's very neglected and it's very barren. What's own country like? No? I thought it was Manchester. But we I don't think Dick's coming back, but Dick is chair of the incinerator fund at St Dennis, and we are looking, which I hope he will speak about in a second, a project called Dentaid, which 3 of the Conservative councillors did in Newquay, so we are looking at that as well. But just wondering, the dentist companies that you mentioned, Councillor Desmond, were they all private though? It must be Bupa's private, isn't it? So it's just finding these places, and there aren't any really that will help us. And it is a mega problem. I get lots of people asking for dental treatment, And going back to, yes, I can remember going to school and it happened to us, and we got, what else you got, knits or whatever it's called, they used to go through our hair at the same time. But probably that doesn't happen now. But it's something, I suppose they were run by the councils then, but now life's changed and the councils probably can't support their own schools. So whether we should be writing to the academies as well, leader, to think if they could do some work as well, the academy schools, to look at opportunities. So unless Dick wants to speak about it, he knows more. Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think I want to mark the remarkable occasion on which I fully agree with something that Councillor Vera said. Absolutely right. Fluoridation of water is an important thing. I had the benefit of that where I grew up. And the sugary drink tax. Some people say it's undemocratic or illiberal, rather, but it has made a difference. So I'm glad we've found something we agree on. I think we all agree on what we're trying to get to, which is more dentistry, more NHS dentistry for children. I suspect that when we ask the leader to speak to the Secretary of State, the response will be, well, dentistry is a local issue now, because as others have mentioned, last year it was devolved to us. Now that gives us a huge opportunity. Our local commissioners now have total flexibility to change the way the contract works. And it is that contract that was introduced a long, long time ago. We've had 3 different flavours of government since then, and none of them have fixed the contract, whereby dentists get paid per unit of dental activity. And the problem with that is, it works well for you as a patient, because if you go in and you need something really serious doing, it might take multiple visits, it might require implants or all sorts. The most you'll ever pay is £300, which is a good reassurance to have that backstop. The problem is, that's also the most that the dentist is going to get paid. And as time goes on and the waiting list situation has got worse, every new patient who walks through the door, the first time they open their mouth, the dentist looks inside and sees potentially thousands of pounds worth of work that needs to be done. But under the NHS contract, the most they'll get paid is £300. So offering to increase that to £350 is irrelevant. It's missing the point. What we need is to change the contract so that a portion of the contract, and this is what has happened in Lostwithiel, a portion of the contract is done on an hourly basis. So the patient still has what they pay capped, but the dentist gets paid for however much it takes to give the patient the work that they need. We now have the power to do that, but unfortunately, our local commissioners, when they've been given the responsibility for dentistry, have broadly gone, this all looks quite complicated, let's just subcontract it back to the regional commissioning hub, who will roll over the existing contract for however long. So we've been given the tools and then immediately handed them back again. And what makes it worse is, because a lot of dentists are walking away from their contracts, there is actually some unspent money in the Cornish dental budget. But rather than using that to deploy these innovative new contracts, they've been put under pressure from NHS England to use up that spare money to fill the black hole in the rest of the NHS budget. So where we need to put the pressure on is to say to our local commissioners, ring fence that dentistry money, do not use a penny of it for anything else. We need pressure on NHS England to say that they won't be penalised for doing that, because there were financial incentives for doing that, which I think are really inappropriate, and that we need to get our local managers to take back control of that contract, not subcontract it out to the region.
Time.
Do that flexible commissioning that they now have the power to do. This is a problem that we can fix, and I support the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Frank.
Thank you. I'd like to actually put a question through you, Madam Chair, if that's permissible, to Dr. Veer, to Councillor Veer. I'll ask it. I believe that from April 2013, oral health strategy moved from government to public health in local authorities. So my question that I'd just like to have clarified, that means that Cornwall Council's public health team, you said earlier, is going into the schools. We've been looking into this in Saltash, in our area. There is a programme called Open Wide Step Inside, I believe, ALSI, and it has been deemed that 2 of our 4 primary schools can have that programme, but for some reason the other 2 aren't able to have that programme, and they've been advised that if they would like to avail themselves of that programme, it will cost them £135 per class. So I think my question is, when that function came from central government or NHS to local authorities for oral health promotion within schools. Did the finance follow the function? Is there enough in that pot to be actually able to roll out enough oral prevention, oral hygiene programs within our primary schools? If not, could that be added to the letter that is going to be sent, if that would be amenable to the proposer and seconder of the motion? Does that make sense?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Is that all right to answer? Yeah. I think it's a local issue, and I will get a response to you as whether or not the issue was around funding, or was it more about targeting to the most needy schools? Get your response to your area, and that will deal with your issue as well. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Councillor Kirkham.
Yeah, just really to say that this is obviously an issue that we've talked about an awful lot. It's a real problem in my division, everybody else's, as the same as Councillor Merrington. We lost our dentist after COVID as well, when my son was still under 18, and it's been impossible to find another one. We support what is happening with the intervention that the public health team are doing in some of our schools. Of course, we were talking about national steps that would be taken. Now, a Labour government has already committed, if there were to be one, to dental interventions in all schools, and it is obviously the way that we should be heading, because we can't leave our children without any dental care whatsoever. And prevention, of course, is the best form of cure, as Councillor Ver was talking about those measures. Getting children knowing how to look after their teeth right when they're young will help in the long run, and we just have to be focusing on that.
Councillor Ellenbrook.
Thank you. Just for clarification, these are the initiatives that are being funded through the ICB, and it may partially answer Councillor Frank's question as well. So there's a supervised toothbrushing contract has been procured. This service will provide support to school-aged children to improve their oral hygiene. Alongside this, Cornwall Council, Smile Together, Dental CIC and Peninsula Dental Social Enterprise have teamed up to improve the oral health of children across the Duchy with 3 new programmes. The first programme, Smarter Smiles, will provide oral health education and a fluoride varnish programme, as well as an accreditation scheme for schools and nurseries in areas with high tooth decay across Cornwall, championing a whole school approach. Smarter Smiles builds on the legacy of the successful Brighter Smiles. Also, the second programme is called First Dental Steps, and that will see the council's health visitors support families with toothbrushing for 9 to 12-month-old babies. And then the third programme will see free oral health packs distributed to every 2-year-old in Cornwall, estimated to be around 7,500 children. So there's quite a lot of stuff going on there. It's not enough, but it is a good start. And I think one of the questions I've asked, and unfortunately I haven't had an answer to it, but I'm hoping that these programmes will also be available through our extremely good family hubs, of which we have 23 across the whole of Cornwall. So I think it is something to be welcomed, but it shouldn't have taken this long, frankly, to get this right. Tooth problems are something that are preventable. So I also obviously support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Conway.
Thank you. Yeah, there is nothing not to support in this motion. That sounds like a double negative, but we need to support it. I just wanted to speak and say I do need to be back in Lanson probably in about an hour's time, so I am going to be late, never mind. But it's very important, you know, one of the things in Tamar to Moor Cap that we're looking to do, and we have agreement from, I'm pretty sure it's all of the the Cornwall councillors there, together with some of the adjoining CAPs, is we are looking to put some money into an oral hygiene fund, possibly to run through the food banks or something similar, a couple £100 a head from each councillor, and to try and do it as a thing, to use it as a political point to push forward that we do need dentistry in Cornwall, we need oral hygiene in Cornwall, so we can't afford to put dentists there, not from our own, not from the amount of money I'm talking about, but I'm inviting other CAPs, other councillors to join in on this thing, put a little bit of money there, make a political point about it. We definitely must look after the oral hygiene of our children and other people in Cornwall who cannot afford things like toothpaste and do not wish to use it. We must, it's essential for the well-being of our residents that their teeth is in a reasonable position. I've been lucky enough, I've had a dentist right through my life. I paid for it most of the time. I've been able to afford to. A lot of people can't afford it, a lot of children can't, and we must look after them. Thank you.
I move we go to the vote, Madam Chair.
Councillor Cole was the last speaker, and I will let him have his say.
And the shortest speech, I agree with everyone. I just wanted to clear up, Mike kindly promoted me to being chairman of the incinerator fund, which I'm not, so I'm just cleared that up. There you go.
Councillor Donathorne, have you been left off our list?
I have, but I'd never challenge your authority, Madam Chairman. But I will continue. With your permission, thank you. I'll be very quick because I know this has been a long debate. Thank you, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Desmond, for bringing this to the attention of the council. I think some kind of personal anecdotes are always helpful in this debate because it brings kind of the human experience to what could be a very kind of statistic-heavy debate. And others have done so. Councillor Marrington, Councillor Kirkham, and others have highlighted the personal experience of their residents, and the same, of course, has happened to our family when we had the birth of our son, who's now just over 2 years old. The waiting list that we were told to expect so that he could see an NHS dentist was kind of eye-watering. And that's happening to thousands of families across Cornwall. I just did a very quick search, and in our kind of local area, I think 2 dentists are taking on NHS patients where it allows. Which is just truly shocking, and it's a massive worry for families across Cornwall that are having to deal with the huge issues that come with their children and their family not being able to see an NHS dentist. Councillor Martin made some really great points, actually, in him talking about the UDAs and actually how that's a massive barrier. Obviously, there were positive steps made with contract changes, I believe, in late 22, so Band 2 was always the banding that NHS dentists said was just problematic because it wasn't sufficient remuneration, and I think changes were made there to split that into 3 different bandings to improve the value of the remuneration of those UDAs to make sure that we have NHS dentists working in areas where there is high levels of deprivation and poverty, where we do see some acute dental and problems with oral hygiene. The dental recovery plan is great news. The new patient payment of between £15 and £50, that's hopefully going to bring in over 1 million appointments, and of course over the funding of £200 million will hopefully bring in up to 2.5 million additional appointments next year, I believe it is. But I think everybody in this chamber will agree that much more needs to be done, at a much faster rate, because this is an issue that is absolutely causing issue to thousands of families across Cornwall. And I look forward to hopefully this motion passing and some positive response to the leader that the letter will be written. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to bring in the monitoring officer to clarify the wording from the amendment to add, and then we'll go to the vote.
So, Councillor Ver, I just want to make sure I've captured what you were suggesting properly. The Council support the addition of fluoride to our drinking water, subject to review by the Health Scrutiny Committee, and if the outcomes of the review support the proposal, the Council writes to South West Water requesting the addition of fluoride to our drinking water. Yeah?
Councillor McKenna, do you have anything else you want to say?
No, not at all, Madam Chairman. Perfectly happy with that amendment. Would like to thank members for the positive way in which they responded to the motion, and really hope and thank the leader in advance without prejudging the vote, and thank you in advance, Linda, for your care and attention to the matter, and hopefully that will swing it with the local MPs. Thank you.
Okay, so we're now going to go to the vote. So those for? Those against? Any abstentions? And that's carried. Thank you. Agenda item 13, questions from members to members of the Cabinet. Members will be aware that the Council agreed a period of 60 minutes to be allocated for questions from members to the Cabinet. Members are not required to give advance notice of their questions. Please raise your hand if you have a question if you wish to ask, so that my Vice Chairman can make a note of your name. Please keep your hands up until the Vice Chairman has everyone's names. Each member must identify which Cabinet member their question is for, and they will be able to ask one supplementary question based on their original question or response. In accordance with the Council's decision in January 2023 on supplementary questions, any member wishing to put a supplementary has 30 seconds to do so. Questions should relate to the duties of the Council on the specific remits of the Cabinet portfolios. I would ask the question and responses are kept brief as possible, so that as many members of public members as possible have the opportunity to ask their questions. I would appreciate it if, as far as possible, members refrain from asking parochial questions, as these can be dealt with more appropriately outside the meeting. Any questions that cannot be dealt with in the 60 minutes can of course be raised with the Cabinet member outside the meeting. Okay. So, Councillor Tudor.
Thank you. My question is for Councillor Ellenbrook, portfolio holder for children and families. Last week, we saw the release of the CAS report, which warned of grave psychological consequences for children allowed to socially transition, as this was likely to lead them onto a path of taking puberty blockers, hormone treatments, and in some cases surgery. And then earlier this month, newspapers and other news outlets reported the results of research which found relatively high numbers of children in Devon and Cornwall had been referred to the NHS Gender Identity Development Services compared to other parts of the country. I believe the two findings are not mutually exclusive. Schools and colleges are expected to follow government guidance, which is clear that in all but exceptional cases, schools should not support the social transition of children, including not using pronouns that do not align with the child's sex. In the light of the fact that schools in Cornwall are teaching gender ideology as fact, when the government has made clear gender identity should be taught as opinion, does the portfolio holder for children and families know if teachers in Cornish schools are supporting children to socially transition without disclosing to parents? And is she sure Cornwall Council's safeguarding guidance is not facilitating a pathway for vulnerable children from the classroom to the clinic?
Councillor Ellenbrook.
Thank you, Councillor Tudor. Basically, the CAS review actually gives guidance for the NHS rather than gender identity services and not necessarily to schools. And in fact, there is a DFE consultation on gender, and we expect to have additional guidance to schools fairly soon. This is a very difficult piece of work, and I know that an awful lot of people are concerned about it. I've had emails from other people as well. I cannot give you a definitive answer at the moment because I don't have one. But what I want to assure everybody is that as soon as we understand what the guidance is saying and all the rest of it, that information will be shared with all of you, because it is really important. The other thing I have to say is that a lot of our secondary schools in particular are academies, and the way in which we interact with the academies is obviously, by the very nature of it, different from the way we interact with our local authority schools. But we do have extremely good relationships with those academies, and I think we will want to have a Cornwall-wide process as much as we possibly can. So I can't give you a yes or a no now, but I do assure, and everybody else in the room as well, and those watching online as well, that as soon as we can, we will get something in writing which makes it very clear what the policies actually are. So I'm sorry, it's not a complete answer.
Do you have a supplementary?
Well, only really to thank Councillor Ellenbrook, and I do understand the situation with academies, that's different. I would like to be able to see the present safeguarding guidance that council is using in schools. I was not able to find it on the council website, so if she could send that to me. And I understand then from her answer that this is something that is being looked at the moment.
Councillor Marrington.
Sorry, Barbara. So sorry. So we do have, I'm just trying to find my notes here, but we do have a statutory duty, section 175, for all schools, which includes the maths, I think. And if I can find my question, but in the light of the CAS review and the draft guidance that came from government in January, and I did ask some questions then, and I think in March I asked some more questions, and it would be great to have a response. But my question is, will the council be reviewing its policies, procedures and signposting? Because I think at the moment you've got the Brighton and Hove trans toolkit, which is publicised on Healthy Cornwall, and that at the moment is being disputed by a parent in Brighton, and they've, said a legal challenge of 2 weeks, so it is something that's quite concerning if they don't take it down. So my question is, will we be reviewing things in the light of the CAS review? But yeah, also that bit about we do have a duty of care in all schools, I think, under safeguarding with the Education Act.
Councillor Ellenbrook.
Short answer, yes. Again, it's a very complex field, and I don't want to start making statements now which aren't correct. But it is important, and it's important for all of us. And I would hope potentially, and the chairman of Children's Overview and Scrutiny isn't here at the moment, but I would hope maybe it's an item that could actually come to Children's Overview and Scrutiny Committee, because I think it is something we need to have a proper and informed debate about as well. So thank you.
Do you have a supplementary?
Just that you mentioned as well about whether it's health and not education. And I know Victoria Atkins, yesterday, Health Secretary, said she would be referring to Gillian Keegan. So I think this is, and just following that debate in Parliament, it is something that's really important. Really welcome if you take it to committee. I think, from my perspective, it's that safeguarding. She also talked a lot about ideologies around all our public bodies, from universities, schools, health, NHS, all the rest of it. So I think, from my point of view, it's just to be reassured that safeguarding is right at the heart of everything we as a council do. And I'm sure everyone would want to get this information as well. So thank you.
Councillor Ellenbrook.
Yes, and in fact, if both of you would be kind enough to actually email me exactly what the information is that you want, it then gives me the bare bones of something to then pass on to the officer team to actually ask where we are. And again, if anybody else would like to email me about things like this, I'm a firm believer in let's discuss this, let's get a sensible, common sense approach to it, because we're talking about our children's lives, and I think that is the important thing we remember. And safeguarding obviously comes in as part of that. So please do contact me. Thank you.
Councillor Crabtree.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Councillor William Pears, and it don't look so worried. It's regarding drains. that recently I've had problems with block drains, reported them through the reporting system, and the response I'm getting is not a very good one. We have inspected the reported issue, and we have determined that in accordance with the Highways Maintenance Manual, it is not an immediate safety hazard. We will place it on a list for consideration to a later date, subject to available funding. The area is also inspected regularly, so that should there be any significant deterioration in the meantime, that then more immediate action will be taken. One of these drains includes where the road has just recently been resurfaced and the road is now getting washed away. And I say that is now classed as not requiring immediate attention, and the drains are remaining blocked. And there's two particular drains that I've lost count of the number of times I've reported them throughout the last 18 months or so. So can you tell me why they're not bothering to look into drains at the moment, please?
Councillor Williams-Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, well, first things first, on that particular issue, if you could forward the email over to me, and I'll make sure that one's looked at with priority. Obviously, it is very difficult. Members have heard me talk many times here about the particularly bad weather we've had over the last few months, and the fact that we actually grade issues, drains, potholes, as I'm sure that'll come up as well, by how urgent they are, if they're on particularly dangerous roads, or if they're causing further problems, then they're actioned almost immediately. But of course, we do have to triage some things. We can't fix everything all at once. And as you can imagine, with all of the flooding, etc., that we've had over the last few months, there are an awful lot of block drains around Cornwall, and we do have to deal with those on a triage basis. It sounds like what you're talking about here is actually then just causing knock-on effects. I mean, technically, all block drains cause knock-on effects, but we've been dealing with unprecedented amounts of work at the moment. To give you an example, we are, I believe, up to, I think it's 79,000 actionable defects that we've taken action on over the last year, which is a 50% increase on what we normally do. So yeah, that's where we're at. In your particular case, as you say, I think that deserves to be looked at quicker, but I'm sure there'll be various people flag up issues that they've found, and the fact is we do have to triage, and we have to deal with the most important ones first. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary?
No, just one quick comment. I know they looked into one of them because they painted a nice green arrow on the road, but I'll send you the details over. Thank you.
Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question is for Councillor Monk. Over 3 years ago, an application for a major planning development at Cornish Fresh at Morgan Porth was submitted. This application required the demolition of the existing shop and adjoining buildings of this former filling station and shops, and replaced with a 3-storey modern design not in keeping with this beautiful Cornish village, or coastal village, which is of course popular with both locals and visitors alike. Morgan Porth is located at the end of a valley, Herne and Hainsworth, and the River Menethol runs into the sea from this location. This valley has been honed out of the rock over millions of years and is shaped by water and weather. Only last month, the whole area flooded and the current shop nearby buildings suffered severe damage. 3 years and the application has still not been determined. Locals don't want it, the parish council don't want it, I don't want it. I've emailed the officer dealing with this and the lead officer for the area many times and been assured it will be determined. These emails, I fear, date back quite some time. The officer stated that he is dealing with this and he promised me a decision, but so far it's not, as I say, been forthcoming. In October of 2023, he promised to give it his full attention in November. In December of 2023, he promised to give it his full attention in early 2024. Here we are now in the middle of April and almost a quarter of a way through the year and still no decision. Over 3 years to determine one application is simply not good enough. I don't want excuses, Councillor Monk. I'd like a commitment from you that you will investigate this application as a matter of urgency and give the people of Morgan Porth a clear answer. With the recent flooding, this application is surely dead in the water. Literally.
Councillor Monk.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question, Councillor Wills. I'm aware of the application, and I'm very much aware of the recent flooding as well. I agree that 3 years seems a very, very long time for a determination. I don't know whether there's any extenuating circumstances, whether the applicant hasn't submitted all the reports, etc., etc. However, on your request, I will look into this as an urgent matter. If you just email me the planning application number, and I'll make sure it gets looked at as quickly as possible. And you can have my assurances on that. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. As a supplementary, a while ago, a local placed a cabin on land that he owned. This was done without planning permission. An enforcement case was opened and he was found to be in breach of planning. He appealed. The planning inspectorate decided this was an unlawful placement and the appeal was lost. The cabin is still in place, as best to my knowledge. In these circumstances, what's the procedure for ensuring this cabin is removed? And surely once the inspector has decided that Cornwall Council, or there is a breach, don't we as Cornwall Council have an obligation to ensure that any breach is rectified with immediate effect? And if they don't, then what's the point of enforcement?
I'm just going to dib in here a minute. Has that got anything to do with the main question? Okay. Councillor Monk.
Councillor Wills, if you add that to your email about the first issue, I'm more than happy to take that up with enforcement as well. Thank you.
Councillor Ewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Councillor Williams-Pearce. So I understand the current MP for South East Cornwall will be delivering her petition to the Minister for Transport next week, requesting that the tolls for the Tamar Bridge and the Torpoint Ferry are frozen in this election year. If she is successful, does the Council have a plan to plug the deficit that is expected from this?
Councillor Williams-Pearce.
Thank you, Councillor. Well, what I can say, I can't really speculate on what the Secretary of State may or may not decide. What I can say, as I've said many times, is that this Council and Plymouth don't have a provision in our budget currently to deal with anything like that. What I would say is the situation has changed markedly over the last few weeks with the Tamar Joint Committee declaring that they're now investigating meaningfully the provision of a toll-free Tamar through government funding. The Joint Committee has actually come together with the Tamar Toll Action Group and, of course, the local MPs, Cheryl Murray and Johnny Mercer, to push for a meaningful toll-free Tamar going forward. And I do know that MP Cheryl Murray has in fact asked questions in Parliament of the Prime Minister about this very issue. So I know that we're pushing hard on this. It's fantastic to see people across different political parties, but also various different interest groups on this, all coming together to push in the same direction. So I'll be pushing very, very hard for that, and we'll see what we can do. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, yes. So that there is no risk then that the cash users' cost will go up to the same as the tag users' cost will go up to the same as the cash users' cost.
Councillor Williams-Pearce.
I didn't say that at all. What I said is that there's no provision in our budgets for this. At the end of the day, the crossings are funded by the users. We've got a financial issue to deal with. The only meaningful solution we can see is to increase the tolls. If that was not allowed, then I've speculated in this chamber before, and I've said, that we'd perhaps have to look at lowering the tag discount. A lot of these things are very, very deeply unpalatable. That's why they're not on the table at the moment. That's why we're asking the Secretary of State. That's why we're doing the things we've done before, but we're going a lot further than that, and we're actively petitioning for a toll-free Tamar, and that's something I certainly want to make happen. Thank you.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question would have been to Councillor Harris, but if I may, Leader, may I address it to you? And if you think it's worthy of onward discussion, I would be grateful. We've heard a lot today about solar farms, This is related to that question. We already have in Cornwall many tens of thousands of them, and it's quite likely that that will be increased by God knows how much. Will the council consider the legal possibility of levying a land tax on solar panels on farms? Just £1 a year, paid not by the farmer, paid by the company putting them there and running them, but £1 a year per solar panel. You will already have £150,000 in your bank this year. I raised the question.
Leader.
Councillor Perry, thank you for your question. Within minutes of you asking it, the word legal. And my advice would be that we would absolutely have to seek legal advice as to if and how and when. And so once we've sought that legal advice, then I will respond back to you. Okay, thank you.
Do you have a supplementary? Councillor Frank.
Thank you. It's following on the same lines as Councillor Lewitt's question 2. Councillor Williams-Spears, and guess what? It's about the Tamar Bridge and Boy Ferry crossings. I was very pleased that the motion that we brought led to, and thanks to your intervention, led to the joint crossings agreeing to meaningfully explore the abolition of tolls on the Tamar. Could you give us a timetable for how you will report back to us on those meaningful explorations, please?
Councillor Williams-Spears.
I can't give you an exact timetable at the moment. As you know, well, firstly, to say thank you for proposing that motion. And to say, I think if this has been a story of anything, it's been a story of us all coming together to push for the thing that we all actually want. I do know, I saw an email earlier on today when we were in our meetings that the application to the Secretary of State has gone in today. As you know, that was delayed by a number of days thanks to the intervention of Councillor Desmond here. I know that behind the scenes an awful lot of questions are going backwards and forwards. A lot of meetings are going on, and now that that application has been put in, obviously the meetings can now move on to the scale of toll revision as well, and we can actually discuss all of the issues that we've been talking about privately, because as I say, there was a delay literally until today when we can actually talk about the rest of the toll revision as well. So that's going on behind the scenes at the moment. I can ask the officers if we can put together a timeline for you, which would probably be helpful, but I do know a lot of this is about if the Secretary of State makes this decision, then this. If DEFRA decide on that, you know, there's a lot going on behind the scenes, so I'm not sure how useful that will be, but we'll try and get you one, all right?
Do you have supplementary?
Yes, thank you for that, Cabinet Member. Yes, I think the thrust of my question was that as the councillor in Saltash Essa, as a member of our South East Cornwall CAP, is also very keen to be involved in these discussions and to help push where we can and to wag our fingers if necessary. Please use us. We haven't been approached since that meeting 4 weeks ago, so we're just wondering what the path forward will be. So please, my question would be, I hope you won't ignore us, will you? Is that a question? I tried to make it.
Absolutely not.
Councillor Nolan.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Councillor Williams-Spears. I think we'd all agree with the Vice Chair's comments in the papers recently about the state of our roads in Cornwall and the potholes being the worst we've known. But my question is about the quality of the repairs being done. This morning I sent you photographs of some repairs that had been done, and I use the word repairs fairly loosely, to the potholes outside Truro railway station. And so I'll be asking you about these this afternoon and give you a bit of notice. Can I ask that you, if you haven't already, look into this and maybe on your way home have a look at them, because it looks as if they've almost been strewn from a car as they've driven past, although I'm told that someone did stamp them down with their feet. There's no point in doing shoddy repairs. It costs us more money in the long run. So can I ask that you look into it and get a proper job done for us?
Councillor Williams-Pearce.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. As everyone here will no doubt be aware, there's been anecdotes for many, many years. I mean, I've remembered as long as I've been in council, people have been asking whoever's sitting in my place in transport, are the repairs these days as good as they used to be in the past? Are the materials as good? I've actually been really looking into this, and the material science really has moved on over the last few years. Actually, the new type of pothole repair that they put in, cold repairs, you actually literally just, you put it in, you put water on it, you tamp it down, and that actually is the repair. The photograph you sent me earlier on from outside Truro Station, the reason that that's spread around the way it is that pothole is one of the long-running ones, and what they've actually done is they've put temporary mix in to fill the little bits as they go along. That's actually a temporary repair, not a full-time repair. That's a temporary repair because that was actually rated as it, obviously in a very high-trafficked area. It's actually having a permanent repair done on it later this evening. So that's what's happening in that particular instance. And there's also a full resurfacing of that road scheduled. It's not scheduled for any time soon, I'm sorry to say, but it is scheduled. But that's what's going on here. And I would just like to get the message out. We've all heard this. We've heard this under every administration. We've heard this for absolutely years. I saw this pothole being done, and I wasn't very happy with how it was done, or I wasn't happy with the look of it. But there can be so many things going on behind that. It can have temporary repairs until later that day or later the next week. You can have repairs because the whole road's being resurfaced anyway. So there can be a lot of things going on there. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't ask me about it. That doesn't mean that I don't want to have people send me pictures, as they do all the time, saying, I don't think this was done properly, can you look into it? Because every time that's happened, I've spoken to the people over at Cormac and to the officers, and we've investigated every single one, and every single one has had a very good reason behind it. But keep asking, let's keep the pressure on. Cormac are fixing over 100 potholes every single day. This is unprecedented for Cornwall. We have never had this many to deal with. Obviously, people are being really, really pushed on this, but I believe they're performing extremely well. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary?
Very quick one. Thank you very much for that answer. I'm glad that I'll be able to go back to people with that, and they'll be very glad to hear that it's temporary and you're being properly sorted. Is there some way we can be told who signs off the quality control on these at the end? Maybe just an email, I don't know. You don't have to tell me now, but just so we can know who's checking that they're done.
Councillor Williams-Pearce.
Yes, there's a full quality control procedure behind all of this. I can send over the details to you and you can go through that if that's helpful. Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Councillor Williams-Pearce, don't need to sit back down again. It's you again. Thank you for listening to the motion that we brought to the Joint Committee about the Tamar tolls. The reason for the motion was because we would like this council to clearly declare that we are in favour of central government funding so we can abolish the tolls on the Tamar. What we were told at that meeting was that you were going to vote on it there and then, not refer it back to full council, because you were not making a change to policy. You've stood up here today and said, I know what we all want is central government funding to abolish the tolls, but that's not true, is it? Because the policy that you said you would meaningfully explore is not meaningfully explore whether the government will give us it, it is to meaningfully explore whether or not we actually want that outcome in the first place. So can you clarify, is it this council's position that we are in favour of full central government funding for the crossings, or are we still meaningfully exploring whether we want that outcome?
Councillor Williams-Pearce.
Thank you. I think we're playing word games here a little bit, and it might be, unfortunately, I don't see any of the officers that usually handle the joint committees. It might also be worth bringing Martin, who's one of the joint chairs of the joint committee, in. My understanding of the way it works is that we delegated our responsibility for implementation of the Tamar crossings to the Tamar Joint Committee. If the Tamar Joint Committee says that the way they'd like to try and fund things going forward is to explore the option of a toll-free Tamar with the government, then that is the decision that they've made. They don't need to bring it back to the council because they're not requesting funds from the council. They're not doing anything that has financial implications to the council. They're doing what was delegated to them, which is managing the crossings. I defer to the chairman in case he has a different take on that, but that's how I would interpret it. And I believe that's because this point of clarification was raised in the joint meeting, and I believe that's how the officers wrapped it up there.
Councillor Worth.
Yeah, through the chair, I mean, I would concur with that conclusion. I also think the important point here is to bear in mind the Joint Committee is representing both Cornwall Council and Plymouth City Council, and it's very difficult in this situation to not take that into account. So I understand the question. We are in unprecedented times in this position, as Councillor Williams-Pearce mentioned before. We've never had a position where the Joint Committee has resolved with that motion to concur to look at abolishing tolls. So we are at that point now, and that is moving forward. And I will mention this. And one point I did pick up from, let's say, the press or social media this week. We've got our Tamar 250 plan, and somebody made the comment, well, it's all very well, but they're not going to abolish the tolls until 2050. No, that really wasn't the message that we want to come out. So we are actively, I can assure you, and I've seen the emails that are moving today between officers and the Department of Transport and up to the Secretary. So we are actively involved, but very happy through the process to share that information as soon as we can. And I take the point, there hasn't been another meeting, but I can assure you, particularly with the Toll Action Group, we've in fact now looking forward to welcoming them to Falmouth because we want to give a tour of actually the ferry that's coming down for refit. So there will be further opportunities for conversations, and I think very importantly alongside that committee, and it's what then we have the opportunity to say alongside them in touring particularly the ferry, and I'll recommend that. I think we have about 5 members, but that's a good number to work alongside us. Thank you, Chair.
Do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it sounds like what we need then. So my question to you is, please will you ask the legal officers to give us a clarification on whether that change of policy about whether we want the central government to fund the crossings is a decision that we should be taking as a council. Obviously, it would only have any use if Plymouth City Council made the same decision, but I don't think it's the committee's job to be setting policy. They do the operational stuff. So please, can you get advice on that? Thank you.
Councillor Williams-Pearce.
I will do.
Councillor Toms.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can I firstly thank the portfolio holder for the fire service and for housing for the actions at the recent fire at Woodlands View. Disastrous for 4 families. They are now in temporary accommodation and likely to be so for a long time. On the night, 8 appliances turned up from the fire service, and the turntable from Camel's Head turned up as well. And the next day, the housing service were there and did an absolutely great job. The people are in temporary accommodation, and they've their actions have been greatly appreciated. The place is covered, and they're getting on with the surveys and everything else they need. But that's not my question. My question is, I'm trying to get away with something here, Madam Chairman. The question is, in Seaton, there's been quite a controversial planning that's gone through, and the works have been commenced, and there needs to be another application to rectify some of the things that they've actually built. And the residents and myself have been asking this for months and months and months. It's over a year now, and they should be forced, and I mean forced, to actually come back. I'll send you the details. Can you make sure that this is dealt with? Because people of Seaton and Downderry are very unhappy with that situation. And thank you for my little leeway, Madam Chair.
Councillor Monk, anything you want to say?
No, I think I've got the gist of it, and I'll look into it for Councillor Tom, of course. Thanks.
Kate, are you acknowledging or wanted to come in? Sorry. Okay. That's all the questions. If there are no more questions, I'm going to move on to agenda item 14. Any other business that the chairman considers to be of urgency? There is no other business that I consider of urgency. So as advised at the start of the meeting, I will now plan to consider agenda item 9, leave of absence request for Councillor Daw. As this is the last item of business, I will close the meeting on the conclusion of that item whilst we are still in private session, as there was no further public participation. I will therefore move, and my Vice Chairman will second.
Happy to second, Chair.
That the press and public be excluded from the meeting with the exception of our professional contractor from Nub Sound for the following item. Leave of absence request for Councillor Daw on the grounds that there is likely to be a disclosure to the public of exempt information of the following description. Okay?